Definitely, I will go to Ayodhya when it is free. We'll go. Let it be completed. Huh? Let it be completed.
Do you think it's incomplete?
I know what. I don't want to comment on it. When I go, my eyes will tell. All the reports are there. Definitely, I will go to Ayodhya when it is free. We'll go. Let it be completed. Huh? Let it be completed.
Do you think it's incomplete?
I know what. I don't want to comment on it. When I go, my eyes will tell. All the reports are there. Definitely.
All right, Prajwal Prasad joins us live from Bengaluru, in fact. And Prajwal, what does he really mean when he says that let the temple be constructed, then we'll go? Is he saying that he's going to wait for 2 years? Is he suggesting that let this pass and then we'll decide? Because the top leadership of the Congress party has taken a very clear position that they have nothing to do with the Ram temple.
Absolutely, Abhishek. If you look at the majority of the Karnataka leaders here in the state, they've always been maintaining the fact that no matter what, we will be visiting Ayodhya, but this will happen. The 22nd of January is something what is being mentioned by them. Goes ahead and states that, one states the drums. One is
All right, there seems to be some audio issue there with Prajwal's mic, and we are fixing it. In the meantime, let's listen in once again to what D.K. Shivkumar said before we decipher it for you.
We'll go to Ayodhya when it is free. We'll go. Let it be completed. Huh? Let it be completed.
Do you think it's incomplete?
I know what. I don't want to comment on it. When I go, my eyes will tell. All the reports are there. Definitely, I will go to Ayodhya when it is free. We'll go. Let it be completed. Huh? Let it be completed.
Do you think it's incomplete?
I know what. I don't want to comment on it. When I go, my eyes will tell. All the reports are there. Definitely, I will.
Okay, I think we have fixed the audio with Prajwal, so I go back to him. Prajwal, like in the case of other state units in Himachal Pradesh, for example, even in Uttar Pradesh, many of these second-rung Congress leaders have taken a divergent position vis-a-vis the top leadership. You think this is the same pattern which D.K. Shivkumar is following, that he has sort of softened on the issue of Ram temple, or you think he's just parrying it and wants the time to pass so that the Congress party can stick to its a very open anti-Ram temple position?
Looking at this entire scenario, the Karnataka Congress, even before the consecration ceremony, was divided into two groups. First, mainly led by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who were against this particular Ram Mandir temple, more so the boycott brigade to be stating that. But on the other hand, we also had Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar and a few of the other ministers also stating that we will not boycott, we will be the ones who will be going to Ayodhya. But later, there was an internal survey conducted by the state Congress in itself, and it showed that the prospects were not bright for the Congress in the state of Karnataka because of the arrest of Karsevak Shrikant Pujari, as well as the anti-Ram Mandir stance which was taken by the Congress party. After which, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah softened his stance and stated that post the 22nd of January, he will be the one who will be visiting Ayodhya as soon as possible. So, treating on the same lines, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar is also saying the same. But now he's also brought the ifs and buts as well, a few terms and conditions, where he's gone ahead and stated that he will only go to the Ram Mandir once it is completed, and he will not visit an incomplete Ram Mandir. He's not stated that he will not visit an incomplete Ram Mandir, but he clearly means to state that no matter what, they will go ahead. He will go ahead and visit the Ram Mandir, but only after it's completed. So definitely the Congress in themselves looks like, they're divided, Abhishek, but at the same point of time, they're also confused about it and also are worried about the fact that it might boomerang on them in the upcoming Lok Sabha polls.
Yeah, absolutely. So political consideration there, and with the Congress party staring at a blank heading into the general election cycle insofar as the alliance making is concerned, I think this seems more like hedging the bets. You are right, Prajwal, on that note. Thank you so much. And then we move on to the kind of politics that's really happening around the Ram temple even now. Just a day after the Pran Pratishtha, the politics over the event has intensified. From CPI to Congress, the Indi bloc has now politicized the ceremony, asking why the event is being hyped. We earlier heard a CPI leader of the Congress party from Bengal asking why it is being hyped. And then, of course, we had a very direct attack by Mamata Banerjee yesterday on the event of Lord Ram's Pran Pratishtha. Let's listen into what the CPI and the Congress have said today.
500 साल उनके लिए हो सकता है, मनवादियों के लिए हो सकता है, मनवादियों के लिए हो सकता है, उनके लिए त्रेता युग उगाया गया। हम समझते हैं कि दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों, महिलाओं, धर्मनिरपेक्ष लोगों के लिए ये कलयुग शुरू हो रहा है।
BJP and central government and RSS has tried to make this hype, as you rightly pointed out. Why this hype? Because in the run-up for the election, they failed to project the achievement of the central government, the promises made in the election manifesto last time, that we have to remind them. They have failed miserably in all fronts, be it economic, be it education, culture, foreign policy, security. So they want to create this hype.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश में केवल एक ऐसा राजनीतिक दल है जिसने अपनी विचारधारा को अपने जन्म से लेके आज तक संभाल के भी रखा, आगे भी बढ़ाया। हमने जो कहा वो करके दिखाया। लोग कहते थे राम मंदिर बनाओगे लेकिन तारीख नहीं बताओगे। हमने राम मंदिर बनाया भी, भव्य समारोह कराया भी।
All right, Priyanka Sharma joins us live from Ayodhya. And Priyanka, you have been there on the ground for almost a month now. When you hear these voices from the opposition suggesting that this was a BJP event, that this is being overhyped, do you get a sense on the ground when you meet those people, the devotees, the pilgrims, walking for miles, hundreds of miles in some cases, bare feet, and coming to Ayodhya just to get a glimpse of Ram Lala, that this is a political event or was a political event in any way connected with the BJP?
Well, absolutely not, Abhishek, because, as you pointed out, we've been getting these ground reports from Ayodhya, in fact, and we've been speaking to people. We've been walking with the people. In fact, even since today morning, from early morning, we were walking alongside with all of these devotees who were going inside the temple for the first time after the Pran Pratishtha. And even they were essentially not very interested in talking about politics. And even when we do ask them about the politics of it all, they essentially just change the subject and they say that this is not about the politics. It is about a celebration for Ram Lala, and that it is a celebration for the ending of hundreds of years of struggle that people in Ayodhya, in fact, have said. In fact, they do see all of these statements, though, Abhishek. This is important to note. They understand and they do scrutinize each and every statement that each and every of these politicians has been making. Then be it Udit Raj, who said that this is going to be a Kalyug for Dalits after 22nd of January, or then be it Samajwadi Party's leaders who had justified the shooting on the car sevaks. Apart from that, of course, the TMC making those statements that this is, this is another not a very religious event, but a political one. And apart from that, of course, there have been several statements from the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress Party, and there has been a lot of confusion as far as the Indi bloc alliance is also concerned, and their statements and their stand on the Ram temple. This is being seen by the people of Ayodhya. They are scrutinizing these statements. It is just that we have been talking to them and they choose not to respond to it. They choose not to indulge it. They choose not to, respond to these kind of statements that essentially say that this is a political event, because to them, it is a matter of faith. Because as you pointed out, out. Even, today we are looking at people who have carried out a Padyatra for thousands of kilometers and then have arrived in Ayodhya. They are not talking about or thinking about the BJP or for a matter of fact, the India Alliance. They are only thinking about the Ram temple. They are only thinking about Ram Lala. It is a huge sentiment and a very deep emotion with which these people, in fact, have been walking for thousands of kilometers. And this essentially just helps us understand, Abhishek, how much these political statements and political leaders have been detached from the realities of the ground, have not been able to understand the people of Ayodhya or for that matter, the people of the country, because thousands of people have come from the length and breadth of the country and none of them are talking about the politics of it. They are essentially just choking up. They are teary-eyed. They don't have any words essentially to describe how they are feeling after hundreds of years of waiting for their Ram Lala. It's an emotional moment for them. Absolutely. Yeah.
Priyanka, sorry to be interjecting, but stay with us because there is an important news development coming in connected to Ayodhya, which is that UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is en route to the birthplace of Lord Ram. He is heading back to Ayodhya to be at the temple and I believe oversee the security and administrative arrangements given the kind of pilgrim rush Ayodhya is seeing already till about 3 p.m. 300,000, which is 3 lakh people, had visited Ayodhya and did the darshan of Lord Ram Lala, who was there, who has been there since yesterday at the Ram temple. And I'm told Aishwarya would be joining us over the phone. Okay, Aishwarya is not there, but he got the information. Priyanka still continues to be live with us. Priyanka, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath heading to Ayodhya. It seems this is more like making sure that everything is in control, administration-wise, law and order-wise. There is a pilgrim rush. You have been there since morning, witness to the kind of number of people who are coming into the temple. You think Chief Minister reaching there is going to help make the police be on toes and keep order?
Well, Abhishek, on the ground since morning, since at least 7 a.m., we have been looking at, there was one rush of people, in fact, that had come to the temple. There were at least 10,000 people who had been there. And, from the very beginning, the government machinery here had been aware that after the 22nd of January, they will have to be prepared for any and all circumstances because there will be a lot of devotees who will want to come for the darshan. And they were projecting that they will, in fact, be ready for over 3 to 4 lakh devotees if they come in to Ayodhya on 23rd of January. They were expecting this, and since morning they had in fact also regulated the darshans as well, Abhishek, if I could point this out for our viewers, because the police and the RAF has been deployed in that 1 kilometer stretch that leads up to the temple, and they had in fact been closing and opening the doors, keeping in mind the kind of rush that was inside the temple. They were making sure that the people who were inside were first able to get out of the temple before the next lot of the devotees were allowed to come in. So there was a 15 to 20 minute break that was being taken by the police officials and the RAF that had been present there. So yes, there was a rush. Yes, there was a lot of chaos, but that was expected. But we did see that the police and the RAF who had been deployed there, they were making sure that there was a periodical time intermission that was being taken for the devotees to be stopped outside the main gate, and even outside the main gate there was police deployment that had been carried out to make sure that none of the devotees in fact rush in as well. Apart from that, they were made to sit down on the gates of the temple as well, and we did not really even see that there was a lot of devotees who were not following the rules and the law and order. They were just happy to be there. They were sitting and chanting bhajans. So yes, there were a lot of people, perhaps a lot more than they were projecting, but there was equally that level of police deployment that was being done. And across the city of Ayodhya, Abhishek, if I could point this out, we have seen security personnel deployment, police from across the state of Uttar Pradesh that has also been deployed in Ayodhya. There is a control room that is being managed. The DGP himself has been involved in overlooking all of the the security measures as well. In fact, there is a lot of restrictions on the vehicular movement as well. temple. The two routes that lead to the temple from the highway and internally in the city have also been blocked out. Only e-rickshaws and buses are going inside the temple, or the devotees are going on foot. But of course, the Chief Minister perhaps coming here is also going to lead to a better movement and regulated darshans that will be carried out, and which is expected, Abhishek, since this is the first day after the Pran Pratishtha.
Yeah, but the fact that Chief Minister himself has gone back to Ayodhya, of course, he can visit the temple and do his prayers. But I think him being there seems to be intended at sending across a message to the administration that they have to be on their toes and make sure that there is no untoward incident happens, given the kind of huge number of people coming in, 300,000 by afternoon. It's possible that given the kind of number of people present in Ayodhya as of now, this might cross the 5 lakh mark tonight itself.
It definitely seems like that, Abhishek, as I was pointing out, the local municipality, the local police officials, all of them, in fact, had been sharing that they're prepared, in fact, for the projections of 3 to 4 lakh people who will be present there. But it seems as though since last night, in fact, if I could point this out, because we saw those visuals from early in the morning, that at about 3:30 a.m. itself, there were thousands of devotees who were willing to sleep outside the temple till the time that the temple doors had flung open. And in fact, they were rushing in. There were a lot of people from across the country who were there, who were present there. And perhaps this number had not been expected by the government machinery. But as soon as we did see this level of chaos that was there, there was an extra deployment of the police officials in that 1 kilometer stretch from the main gate of the temple towards the entrance of the temple as well. In fact, even inside of that, there is a 1 kilometer walk in which there is a deployment of the police, making sure that there is a regulated darshan going on. But inside of the temple, if we could point this out, there is an extra amount of footfall that was projected. There was a lot of chaos. There was a lot of overcrowding, and in that situation as well, there was police that had been deployed to make sure that the people who were inside the temple were first moved out. But of course, this is a huge message, as you pointed out, that the government machinery, the police officials, and the local municipality as well, who are taking charge of the parkings and the vehicular movement as well, they are on their toes, because the Chief Minister himself is overlooking all of the preparations.
Priyanka, also, given the fact that these are devotees and pilgrims, it must be a very disciplined crowd otherwise, not very difficult to manage. You think, because you were mentioning that the police sort of overreacted, did they put too many blockades and it added to the chaos? And now things seem to be normal, given the fact that we have got pictures of the DGP of Uttar Pradesh Police and Alok Kumar and the Home Secretary Sanjay Prasad both happened to be at the Ram Temple and supervising the situation themselves.
Well, yes, since morning we have been witnessing them, Abhishek, being inside of the temple premises. But yes, there was, a level of chaos that did add to it perhaps, because we were looking at vehicular movement that had been stopped. There are red, yellow and orange zones that the entire city has been divided into. And in those zones as well, the vehicles were not being allowed. In fact, the entire buses that were full of these devotees had also been stopped, and that had also led to these devotees rushing towards the temple on foot. There was a lot of chaos near the temple as well. In fact, on the entire Ram Janmabhoomi path that leads to the temple had also been blocked, and it was completely chock-a-block with people on foot as well, and they were also rushing. And perhaps in that 1 hour of that rush, there was not enough police officials that had been deployed there to manage this kind of crowd as well. So that had of course happened, and even after that we had seen that the police had been deployed additionally outside the temple and also inside the temple premises, as I pointed out, in that 1 kilometer stretch that leads up to the temple. So right, those added measures have been taken by the police since morning. Yeah.
Priyanka, in one half of the screen, we are actually seeing a chopper of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath landing at the Ayodhya airport. But I think what is important to understand is that even in the best of days, the temple is actually designed for a capacity of 100,000 pilgrims per day. And now we are looking at something like 500,000 visiting Ram temple today by the end of the day. So the chaos that we're talking about, though as of now, it seems that it has been partly controlled, if not fully. The chaos essentially happened because of the pilgrims coming in the kind of numbers that they have come in, despite all the requests made by the administration that do not come immediately or do not come on the day of the Pran Pratishtha. People, anxious they are to meet their Lord Ram Lala. They have trooped down to Ayodhya, and these many numbers, lakhs of them, and that's adding to the infrastructure crush because of which the chaos is happening.
Well, that's definitely what it was, Abhishek. And, we really can't hold them responsible for it because we are looking at since morning and even since yesterday night that all of the devotees had in fact lined up. They were ready to sleep outside the temple. They were ready to just be there from 3:30 a.m. in that chilly night in Ayodhya, and then just to be there at 7 a.m. when the doors of the temple flung open. And since then, we are also looking at the added measures that had also been taken of stopping the vehicles outside the city as well from the entrance of the Dharm Path, where the electric buses as well that had been running had also been stopped because there was an order that was coming in from the DGP himself in the morning where their vehicular movement had also been stopped, and they were in fact stating that the entire area of the temple was at capacity and they were not even allowing vehicles from outside to come in or any other devotees to also come in. But as you said, of course, this is a point of emotion for the devotees, and this is a matter of faith for the devotees, and even then they were rushing towards the temple thinking that perhaps the darshan will not happen because of course this is the first day after the Pran Pratishtha, not a lot of rules in place per se. They were not really aware of how essentially they will be able to carry out the darshan and whether the timings of the darshan will be the same or not. That is why we saw a little bit of chaos in the morning, and post that, as I pointed out, and you're right with the numbers when you said that 100,000 people inside of the temple are manageable. That is why, the police had to stop the devotees from the main gate. They had to stop them from entering into the entire premises of the temple. And then they were just deploying the police on the exit gates as well to rush the devotees who were inside to get out first. Post that, the new batch of the devotees were being allowed inside. So those were some of the added measures that the police also had to take because perhaps were not completely prepared for this number of devotees that were rushing in. They were projecting about 2 to 3 lakh people, but it seems as though that number is going to just increase, Abhishek.
Yeah. Obviously, the kind of expectations that are there, the kind of faith, outpouring of faith that's really happening, it's getting reflected in the kind of numbers that Ayodhya is seeing today, and hence administration on its toes. We have seen both the DGP and Home Secretary monitoring the situation from the ground at the Ram Temple, and Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. In the first pictures on your right, you can see Chief Minister having arrived in a chopper and now starting in a carcade. I'm told Rakshita also joins us live, in fact. Rakshita, are you at Hanumangadi? Are you close by? And if you can give us a sense of the kind of pilgrim rush that's really happening in Ayodhya.
Sir, I'm at Abhishek. I'm joining from Ram Janmabhoomi, and I am live from the location ever since we've started giving you the live and rolling coverage. And the Yogi Adityanath's chopper just passed by, sent you live. Send you the footage also, and you can see there's heavy, rapid action force also that is deployed there because there is heavy security. Security has been tightened up as the Chief Minister is expecting anytime soon. But however, we see that you can see also here more security personnel. More security personnel can be seen because there has been security being only increased just when we saw that Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's helicopter started hovering above here. And also you can see that there is a lot of control over the crowd. We've been seeing this for some time, and also a while back we saw the officials from the CMO were inside the temple also. The ACS Home and DGP were inside the temple. in and also moving around the Garbhagriha that is right behind me, the main complex of the beautiful Ram temple there. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, remember, was very emotional. At the same time, he also took on the likes of Mulayam Singh Yadav and all those who are politicizing the Ram temple, saying that मंदिर जहां बनना था वहीं बना है और अब दंगे नहीं होंगे, अब बुलेट्स की जो है अब गोलियों की बरसात नहीं होगी, फूलों की वर्षा होगी, which we in fact saw just yesterday right from the moment of Pran Pratishtha. So Jai Siya Ram chants, of course, continuing unabated, and Republic TV's live and rolling coverage continues from Ayodhya. Stay tuned for more on the other side. Time for a very short break.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have
BJP and central government and RSS has tried to make this hype, as you rightly pointed out. Why this hype?
India celebrates Ram Temple, but Indi continues to play politics, asks what's all the hype about.
हम समझते हैं कि दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों, महिलाओं, धर्मनिरपेक्ष लोगों के लिए ये कलयुग शुरू हो रहा है।
Urged Congress says can't credit Prime Minister and BJP for the grand Ram Mandir.
इंडिया नाम हमने दिया, सीपीएम मीटिंग को कंट्रोल करते हैं। हमारा जिंदगी में लड़ाई किया हमने, हम उसको कोई एडवाइस नहीं मानेंगे।
All-out fight within Indi over seat share. Mamata hits out and left. Congress calls her an opportunist. Nitish's party fires breach of trust charge, says Congress delaying seat share talks. Hemanta Biswa Sarma wants case against Rahul after face-off with Assam police. At least 6 injured in Mizoram plane crash. DGC orders investigation. Well, welcome fans back to this live and breaking edition of 4:30 p.m. And this is the most important political comment that has composed the Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ramlala in Ayodhya. Trinamool chief Mamata Banerjee, while speaking at a rally which she called a social harmony rally, hit out at the Indi bloc meetings and the allies. She accused the left, specifically CPI, of dictating terms. Not just this, she has also hit out at her ally and her taken the kafir jibe at the Congress. After Mamata's remarks on the Indi bloc, even Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury was forced to comment, stating that whatever she wishes to say is a choice. He added that they are indifferent to her comments and will continue following their path as per their own intentions. If you go by these statements, Mamata hurling kafir jibe at the Congress, suggesting that Congress is helping the BJP, and then Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury saying we don't care. Seems Indi is almost broke. Listen to what Mamata said, and then of course Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury.
हम दिल का बात कह रहा हूं। ये लड़ाई शुरू हुआ है, ये लड़ाई चलते रहेंगे। ये लड़ाई में हम लड़ाई करेंगे, हम लड़ेंगे, हम लड़ेंगे नहीं। जो काफिर है, जो कापुरुष है, वो डरते हैं, वो मरते हैं। जो लड़ते हैं, वो जिंदा रहते हैं, वो बचते हैं, वो काम करते हैं।
ওনা বা কংগ্রেসও পারবে না, তার কাম খেলিপনা। তিনি তার অনেক গেম আছেন, তিনি তার হিসাব মতো চলবেন, তার ব্যাপার। আমরা ওই সময় ধারধারি না, আমরা আমাদের মতো চলছি। কোথায় কে কি বলছে না বলছে জানি না আমি এসব। ওনা বা কংগ্রেসও পারবে না, তার কাম খেলিপনা। তিনি তার অনেক গেম আছেন, তিনি তার হিসাব মতো চলবেন, তার ব্যাপার। আমরা ওই সময় ধারধারি না, আমরা আমাদের মতো চলছি। কোথায় কে কি বলছে না বলছে জানি না আমি এসব।
All right, Kishalay, my colleague from our Bangla newsroom, joins us live from Kolkata. Kishalay, if you go by Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury's response that we don't care, and if you go by what Mamata is saying, that the Congress seems to be helping the BJP, then can we conclude that the India alliance is broke so far as Bengal is concerned?
Well, Abhishek, one cannot stop but wonder what's happening in this so-called Indi alliance where Mamata Banerjee, since last few days, we have seen repeatedly attacking the other partners at one hand. On the other hand, Congress again and again in Bengal saying that Mamata Banerjee's party is irrelevant. And also previously, a few days back, Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury hit out by saying Trinamool Congress is actually cancer, the corruption cancer of India. Now, words are being exchanged like this at one hand. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee clearly today morning she was speaking, actually yesterday she was speaking that she would not be in any ways in any terms with the left parties, especially the CPIM, with whom she has fought for 34 years and then finally came to power. She's saying the left is trying to hijack power within the India alliance and she would not let that happen. But not just left. Now Mamata Banerjee is also saying Congress, she's meaning Congress when she's saying kafir, and she's saying that she will fight against them as well. Now Mamata Banerjee will fight against the left parties, which is in the India alliance. Abhishek, on the other hand, she will also fight Congress, which is again one of the key parties within the India alliance. And Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury is saying that her party is the cancer. And also today Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury said that he doesn't care what Mamata Banerjee is saying. So it's very clear that the alliance is breaking apart and Mamata Banerjee is taking a key role in that process. Abhishek.
Right, if not already broke, it's definitely breaking apart. And it's not just Bengal. Kishala, thank you so much for joining us. But same seems to be happening in Punjab, in Delhi and Bihar also. In fact, JDU has now hit out at the Congress. The party leader KC Tyagi saying that NDA is way ahead in campaigning for the Lok Sabha elections, whereas India bloc is not yet prepared in terms of agenda, face, narrative, and that Congress has delayed seat sharing. Exact same charge that the Samajwadi Party had also made against the Congress in Uttar Pradesh a couple of days back. We agree that regional parties should be in driver's seat in certain states for a direct fight against the BJP. That's KC Tyagi to Prakash Singh, our senior writer in Patna.
क्या आपको लगता है कि सीट शेयरिंग को लेकर अभी तक विलंब हो रहा है और देर कर दी? नीतीश जी ने भी कई बार कह दिया है और आपके जेडीयू के कई नेताओं ने भी कहा है कि सीट शेयरिंग में अब देर कर दी काफी। तो ये देरी के चलते क्या अब ये इंडिया गठबंधन बिखर सा गया है?
नहीं, बिखरा नहीं है, लेकिन जो हमारी चिंताएं हैं वो सीट शेयरिंग को जल्दी निपटाने के लिए भी हैं, लेकिन हम एनडीए में बीजेपी के साथ काम कर चुके हैं। उनकी क्षमताओं को, सवालों को जिस तरह से वो फैलाते हैं उसको, उनके संगठन को लेकर के हम वाकिफ हैं और उसके मुकाबले में हमारी तैयारियां कम हैं। लिहाजा हम अपने गठबंधन को और तीव्रता के साथ संचालित करने के पक्षधर हैं। इसका कोई और अर्थ नहीं निकाला जाने।
राम मंदिर के प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के बाद आपको क्या लगता है कि नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में बीजेपी आपके गठबंधन से काफी आगे चल रही है प्रचार प्रसार में, और आप लोग अभी तक न प्रोग्राम बना पाए हैं, न नैरेटिव सेट कर पाए हैं, यहां तक कि आपके पास चेहरा नहीं है?
देखिए, राम मंदिर का निर्माण कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आधिकारिक कार्यक्रम नहीं है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद ये मार्ग प्रशस्त हुआ।
मैनिफेस्टो में बहुत सालों से
है, लेकिन राम तो हमारे जीवन के मैनिफेस्टो में है, उनसे किसी का कोई विवाद नहीं है। जिस तरह से इस सवाल को राजनीतिक रंग देने का,
तैयारी के मामले में क्या एनडीए आपसे बहुत आगे है?
मैं तो पहले आपसे कह चुका कि उनका संगठन भी, उनके सवाल भी वातावरण में गंभीरता के साथ गूंज रहे हैं और इंडिया गठबंधन को बगैर विलंब किए, अब तो पिछले 10 दिन से काफी काम हो रहा है, लेकिन जो कॉन्ट्राडिक्शंस हैं वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेतृत्व को ही पहल करनी होगी, चाहे वो उत्तर प्रदेश के हों, चाहे वो पंजाब के हों, चाहे पश्चिमी बंगाल के हों या तमिलनाडु को। इसमें उन्हीं को लीड लेके इसको रिजोल्व करना।
बिहार में सेटल हो गया है?
बिहार में कभी कोई विवाद नहीं रहा। आरजेडी और जेडीयू दो बड़े संगठन हैं। हम जब एनडीए से बाहर आए थे, हम 17 सीटों पे लड़े थे, 16 हमारे सांसद थे। बाकी हम जब यूपीए प्लस में शामिल हुए हैं या इंडिया गठबंधन में, तो आरजेडी प्लस, कांग्रेस प्लस लेफ्ट, इनको मिलकर के सीटें तय करनी।
All right, with all this strife in the opposition space, the BJP is not going to sit back and watch. Spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla has hit out at the opposition alliance and emphasized the urgent need for Indi Jodo Yatra, taking a jibe at the Congress is crisscrossing the country. Of course, listen to what Shehzad has said.
Today, Rahul Gandhi should forget about Nyaya Yatra. He should start Indi Jodo Yatra. Because time and again, on the one hand, we are seeing Ram Mandir has been built, Pran Pratishtha has been done. On the other hand, Indi is completely demolished day in and day out. Sometimes we see Uddhav Sena versus Congress in Maharashtra. Sometimes in Punjab and Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party versus Congress. Now Trinamool versus Congress and Trinamool versus left in Bengal has reached a new crescendo. Mamata Didi says that I have suggested name Indi Alliance and they are taking advice of left parties whom we have fought against for 34 years. How can we compromise on this? How can we follow their advice? Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury says TMC is cancer. He says Rashtrapati Shasan should be applied. Everywhere you look, this Indi Alliance is fighting against each other. 5-6 meetings have taken place, but no logo, no niti, no neta, just jhagda and tukde. And therefore Rahul Gandhi ji, forget Nyaya Yatra, start Indi Jodo Yatra.
All right, from politics, let's go back to the mood of the nation, which is devotion, faith, piety, spirituality. In fact, devotees have been lining up for hours to offer prayers at the Balu Mata temple in Jammu. Despite the long wait and the chilling cold conditions, they are full of energy and don't seem to feel the exhaustion. My colleague Gursimran, in fact, has filed this report from the Balu Mata temple in Jammu. Let's go to it.
Right now we are at the Bhavewali Mata temple in Jammu. This is one of the historical temples in Jammu, and here you will see that the devotees have lined up since morning to pay obeisance at the Bhavewali Mata. Important to mention that you will find these flags of Jai Shri Ram on the top of the temple. Also, if Sarjeevan can show you this way, you will find the Jai Shri Ram flags that were hosted here yesterday, and the people, they have come here in the large numbers. We'll try to speak to some people. We'll try to get their view on the same. मुझे बताइए कितनी ज़्यादा खुशी है, कल राम मंदिर का जो है प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई, आज वहाँ पर श्रद्धालु भी जा सकते हैं, आप भी दर्शनों के लिए आए?
बहुत खुशी हुई, बहुत अच्छा हुआ, मोदी जी की वजह से हमें राम मंदिर मिला और हमारा जो सपना था पूरा हुआ, अयोध्या
सपना पूरा हुआ है। आप क्या कहेंगे, कल राम मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई, आज आम लोग भी दर्शन कर रहे हैं वहाँ?
जय श्री राम सबको जी, सब बहुत ही अच्छा हुआ मोदी जी की वजह से, और सभी जा सकते हैं इसमें।
So the people are really very happy. We'll try to speak to some more people so that we can get that how happy they are. आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, कल राम मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई है, कितनी ज़्यादा खुशी है?
बहुत खुशी है, बहुत खुशी है।
आप भी जाएंगे?
हम जाएंगे,
सब परिवार जाएंगे?
सारे परिवार जाएंगे हम।
So you can see that the people are really happy, and the people have lined up here to pay obeisance at Bhavewali Mata, which is one of the historical temples in Jammu. And the people, since morning, they have come in large numbers to pay obeisance, and now in batches they are being allowed, so that there is no any kind of a problem when it comes to management. But the people are really very happy. Sir, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, कल राम मंदिर का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा समारोह हुआ, कितनी ज़्यादा खुशी है, भव्य राम मंदिर में अब लोग जा पा रहे हैं?
बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी हुई है। रामलला की जो कल प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई है, उससे हम बहुत बेहद खुश हैं। ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि हमारे भगवान श्री रामचंद्र जी को अपना घर मिला है, जहां उनका जन्म स्थान है। इससे हम बेहद खुश हैं, बहुत खुशी है हमें।
आप भी जाएंगे?
पक्का जाएंगे जी, बहुत मन में वो है कि हम जल्दी जाएं और दर्शन करें।
मैडम, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, कितनी ज़्यादा खुशी?
बहुत खुशी है सर। मैं कहती हूँ कि राम भगवान जी के जो प्रिंसिपल्स थे, हमें उनको फॉलो करने की ज़रूरत है। वो एग्जाम्पल सेट करते हैं हम सबके लिए, किसी एक समाज के लिए नहीं, बल्कि पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए एक एग्जाम्पल है जो उन्होंने प्रिंसिपल सेट किए हैं।
So beautiful message that we all need to go by the principles of Lord Ram, that he is not restricted to a religion, but the message to the humanity that we all need to follow.
All right, on that note, we slip in a short break. On the other side, all-out fight with Indi over seat share. Mamata hits out and left. Congress calls her an opportunist. Also, at least 6 injured in a Mizoram plane crash. DGCA orders investigation.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation.
Right now I'm reporting from Rashtriya Rangshala, the place where all the tableaus of all the 15 states and UTs that will be participating in this year's Republic Day Parade 2024 is showcased here at Rashtriya Rangshala. Now behind me, the first tableau from Rashtriya Rangshala for our viewers is the tableau from the state of Uttar Pradesh. The Uttar Pradesh, the front of the tableau, as you clearly see, the showcasing of Ram Mandir is clearly done. This is the cultural diversity and the cultural ethos which has been clearly depicted in the tableau of Uttar Pradesh. This is the depiction of the Ayodhya Ram Mandir temple, and as the entire country is enthralled, jubilated and over the moon with the construction of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, so the tableau of Uttar Pradesh will be showcasing Ayodhya Ram Mandir and Lord Ram at the top of this Mandir will be showcased in the Republic Day 2024 parade this year. The entire country was desperately waiting for Ram to return to Ayodhya, and this wait of 500 years is now over with the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, the rituals which were performed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. Now what we see here is the front of Uttar Pradesh tableau with Lord Ram, and clearly projecting and showcasing that The temple has been built at the same place where it was promised to the devotees that Ram will come, and the mandir construction has been clearly done. This is the front of the Ayodhya Ram Mandir temple depicted in the Uttar Pradesh tableau. This tableau will march on Kartavya Path, the Kartavya Path Republic Day parade, which starts from Raisina Hills near Rashtrapati Bhavan and goes post India Gate.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson.
This is Republic Diva Bupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. It's 5 p.m. I'm Niranjan. All eyes on the crowds now thronging to the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. We have a report lined up for you from Ayodhya. First up, the headlines this evening. As the nation celebrates Ram Mandir, Indi alliance continuing to play politics, asking what's all the hype about. Congress party saying can't credit Prime Minister and BJP for the Grand Ram Mandir as politics continues. Indi squabble continues over seat sharing. Mamata Banerjee hits out of the left. Congress calls her an opportunist. Nitish Kumar, JDU fires a breach of trust charge. The Congress party says it's delaying seat sharing talks. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma warns Rahul Gandhi that there could be a case filed after the face-off with the Assam police. At least 6 injured in the Mizoram plane crash. DGCA orders investigation after a Myanmar army aircraft crashes at a Mizoram airport. And we have a breaking news now coming in after the grand opening, the grand Pran Pratishtha took place at the Ram Mandir yesterday. Thousands and thousands of people, in fact, an estimate putting it anywhere between 1 lakh to 3 lakh people who've thronged to the Ram Mandir. And given the large crowds that have gathered there and are trying to get a glimpse of the Ram Lalla idol back in its place, we have security that's been beefed up. In fact, we're also hearing that the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has also reached the temple premises to oversee the security situation. Top officers have been deployed. We have some visuals coming in along with it, a report from our teams on the ground tracking the situation on day one since the inauguration. Let's play out some of the reports that are now coming in. In fact, Rakshita is also joining me live from Ayodhya. Rakshita, how have they been able to control the crowds? What's the report on day one?
Well, Ranjan, as you can see, a sea of supporters, but at the same time, first I'd like to show you this heavy security deployment right from the Rapid Action Force teams to UP police personnel who are here from all the districts, almost all districts of Uttar Pradesh. And this is the road that I'm showing you right now. This is the way to Hanuman Gadi. Now, Hanuman Gadi is the religious site, is the temple where one actually prays first and then meets Ram Lalla, then goes for darshan of Ram Lalla. But now it has been barricaded because there was a huge influx of devotees from this lane, from this street, which is quite a street that is going straight to Hanuman Gadi. It was functioning, and just as you were speaking at the top of bulletin, we saw that this is being barricaded. It is being controlled so that there's not a huge influx and there's no chaos. Also, you can see, we pan around the camera, there is the RAF teams, UP Police, ATS has also been around. We have seen anti-terror squads also. ATS personnel. There have been the Inspector General also supervising all the arrangements. So we saw the IG also a while back, and of course the DGP is also here ahead of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's visit. He has, of course, we've seen that he is reaching Ayodhya. He has reached Ayodhya, and there's another helicopter that we can hear. I assume there's a sound of helicopter. I'm not able to see it right now, but there is some movement, what we understand, and there are more security personnel. You can see a helicopter is just passing by right now on your screen. Live images coming in. A while back we saw the same helicopter. We understand that was an aerial survey by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's team, and the forces are of course in full form right now ahead of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's visit. Of course, the road will be sanitized and devotees are being stopped. There are lakhs and lakhs, nearly 2 to 3 lakh people have visited Ram Lalla. They are queuing up from outside the Ram temple since 3 a.m. It's a wintry, cold morning at 3 a.m. There is heavy fog, Niranjan, but the Bhaks, their bhakti, no stopping them. We've seen people have gathered up here. They've got their luggages. You can see they've got their luggages. They've got their all their quilts and everything, because they've traveled from far off, and many of them might just stay here. Many of them are camping here because they wanted one glimpse of Ram Lalla. You can't spend a lot of time inside, Niranjan, because there's such a huge rush. The security personnel are literally telling everybody to just see and go. No clicking pictures, just see and just move. Hardly a second, but because that is how they have to tackle the crowd. Otherwise, there could be something untoward that could happen. Henceforth, looking at the crowd, looking at the huge influx, you can see people are still coming in. This is the site since 3 a.m. In fact, it has just been controlled right now. Earlier, it was much more heavier, and it was much more in numbers, large crowd in numbers, and you can see people are ecstatic, chanting Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram.
कहाँ से आए आप?
जय श्री राम।
लुधियाना से।
हम लुधियाना से हैं। आपके जितनी इंग्लिश तो हमको आती नहीं है, पर ये जरूर आता है जो इंग्लिश में भी सुन सकते हैं। जय श्री राम।
course. And as you can see, Niranjan, it's of course a sight that, I think we will never forget what we are witnessing here. Despite, such, battling such weather. And also, of course, today it has been very sunny. But the crowd, we see the young, the old, everybody is so energetic only because Ram Lalla is there. After 500 years, he got his rightful place. And everybody now wants to just take his blessings. And even if it means just, just for a second, just for a few seconds, just to see him and go. People have come from all, corners of the country. And this is the site right now where I'm reporting from the Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Security, of course, as I was telling you, is only being increased. It's being beefed up as Yogi Adityanath is expected to arrive.
Yeah, I'm going to stay with the rest. Let's stay with the live report, Rakshita. It's good to see that people from across the country are coming there, but it's of course a word of caution also from the administration to everyone. In fact, we heard some reports that they've been asked not to come to the temple today. Do we have an estimate of how many people perhaps they're prepared to handle or tackle every single day? Is there some sort of an estimate they have of how many people they will be expecting or can expect to handle in the next few days and weeks perhaps? Rakshita.
Well, it goes in lakhs. Point blank simple. It goes in lakhs. As per reports, what you understand is that at least 2 to 3 lakh people have, thronged to Ram Temple today itself on the first day when it was open to public. And we expect this footfall to only increase. I was speaking to some of the security personnel who have been deployed. Of course, they cannot speak on camera, but they're not authorized to. But they were telling us that today, of course, there was such a huge influx of people. In the morning, it was even more heavier, and it was a bit difficult, but they still tackled them and just wanted that nobody is disappointed. They wanted, in fact, they tell that, they did not want anybody to be disappointed, but they said that because it's new, as for the first time it has opened, there is, of course, much more impatience because, people have waited 500 years. The Prime Minister yesterday said that apologies to, he got emotional saying that, I apologize to Lord Ram that, he had to wait so long and had to stay in a tent. But here we are, that day has arrived and everybody is getting lucky here everybody who are dreaming of witnessing this that grand marvel. It's an architectural marvel. More than that, it is the spirit of India. You can see chants of Jai Shri Ram right there, people marching towards it. And we expect that the tourism is only going to be increased. People in the locals tell us that within in a very short span, we are seeing people have they've witnessed a lot of development, be it cleanliness, be it the various facilities at the different sites where we have reported from, be it the Saryu Ghat, the Ram Ki Paidi, where many devotees throng to, or the Hanuman Gadi. There has been, of course, a huge investor interest as well, because the footfall is only going to increase. There have been, of course, a lot of hotels that have been newly built because, there was struggle, of course, for people to be accommodated. 7,000 guests were expected, at the Pran Pratishtha. We saw it was such a grand celebration yesterday, and it was very difficult for even VVIPs or VIPs to even, find accommodation. But there are many of the accommodations that have been newly built, and they could accommodate people, be it the media persons, be it the bhakts who have come with their families from many parts of the country because they've been waited. I personally have, there's so many people who have told me that, they were curious of, even asking me that, how is it? Did you go there? They want to know. People who cannot go or haven't been able to go, they have been planning and they have been asking me and our colleagues that, tell us a way, how can we go and how is the crowd, how is the management like? But we've seen that ever since I've been reporting, there has been a lot of crowd, there have been a lot of media attraction, but, it has been handled quite smoothly. Nobody has been asked to, at least, nobody has been denied any, any darshan. We saw at the Hanuman Gadi, even the day Yogi Adityanath had just visited 2 days before the Pran Pratishtha, Chief Minister was about to arrive. But we saw people smoothly doing their darshan just before his visit. Just, I think, 40 minutes before his visit, it was completely sanitized and people were not allowed inside, of course, because the Chief Minister was about to arrive. But right now we see that the management is going on. It's, of course, there are diversions. Traffic delays are there because it's a high security zone, red, yellow zone. Two types of major zones have been now. Ayodhya has been divided into. Red zone being the strictest. It's very difficult to move around there. People have to walk. So most of these people you see right now, they haven't come in vehicles, but they have mostly come walking from Hanuman Gadi to this place, or they may be walking from some other places, because most of the sadhus we were speaking to, they have walked up from their ashrams also. So and this could be outside Ayodhya also. So we've seen people are so excited, they're so passionate about this entire movement. As Prime Minister said, that this is not about Ram is not a problem, he's a solution. And the mantra, of course, is that he signifies he's a symbol of a civilization. Ram Temple is a symbol of our rich culture, heritage and unity of India. And we saw that there is a lot of happiness amongst people, and we expect more and more people. As I was telling you, the security personnel, when talking to us, they were telling us that there will be better management even after a few days, because it's new and there is a huge influx. They expect that it will be more controlled in the coming days. There will be a much more sorted setup here. It's still, of course, very well barricaded, and people are going in batches. In the morning, we saw people were stopped. There were stoppages. Then around 50 to 60 people were stopped, and then the next batch would visit the temple, and the previous 50 to 61 would actually be stationed at one place. But it did not, dampen anybody's spirits. You can see those spirits there. Jai Shri Ram chants all across with the Kesariya Gamcha. People are so happy. They are donning their tilak without any fear, and they're so proud of what has happened right now. And of course, Niranjan, we are getting us our viewers more details. And also, viewers, let me tell you, as I report from Ayodhya, live and rolling coverage continues from here. We are getting you more reports from Ayodhya as amidst the chanting that is going on in the background. Now, after the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, it is open to public, and we have been getting you the live visuals and the dance. You can see those colorful visuals coming in. And now I would like to, in fact, take you through more reports, voices on ground, voices of the people, the Aam Aadmi, the Bhaks, how they feel. Take a listen in.
What we'll do for our viewers sitting at home is give them a sense of what it looks like to be in Ayodhya right now, and what it looks like to be just 100 to 200 meters away from the temple. Right now we are at the main gate, and you can see that the number of people, the line does not stop. You can see the number of people who are chanting Jai Shri Ram. You can see the number of flags that are waving in the air. You can see the security that has also been deployed, the RAF personnel in a line that have been deployed. All of them, in fact, making sure that there's no untoward incidents, because this is the first day, the first morning after Pran Pratishtha. What we're going to do is walk with the devotees to give our viewers a sense of what it feels like to be here right now, and walk along with them as they go for their darshans, because you can see that a lot of security arrangements have been done. In fact, it took us quite some time to get here ourselves, Nikita, because every place in the city, every route that leads up to the temple had been blocked, because look at the number of people, the footfall of the people that is only increasing. And in fact, it was even more in the morning, which is why all the vehicular movement had come to an absolute halt. And now of course it has been allowed a little bit, because the number of people who had gone inside and carried out their darshans have also been completed. And what essentially we are showing you is people, in fact, who have come from all parts of the country, and they are, in fact, they're trying to go towards the temple, carrying out the darshan. Once again, people are being stopped, and that is being done in a periodic fashion, so that there's not too much of a crowd inside of the temple. And we will, in fact, we are also walking as we are going with the devotees, and you can see the flags that are hoisted, the chants that echo this entire 1 kilometer walk towards the temple. And people, in fact, are also returning. There is a level of discipline that is being maintained by the police as well here, and we will try to catch up to them and try to speak to them. They're rushing a little bit, because why not? This is, in fact, the first darshan that they will be able to do. in the temple. Let's try to get in a word from people who are returning actually. You know, they are the ones who are coming back. Let's try to understand how they are looking at the Ram temple, how they are in fact seeing the new Ram temple. आप अभी दर्शन करके आए?
हाँ जी, दर्शन करने ही आए हैं और 500 साल की जो तपस्या, लोगों की कुर्बानियां, बलिदान इस राम मंदिर के लिए आज वो फलीभूत हो रहा है।
कैसा दिख रहा है मंदिर? अभी कुछ ही घंटों पहले प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई है। किस तरह से आप देख रही हैं? बहुत सारे लोग आ रहे हैं। अब दर्शनार्थी आ पाएंगे, रामलला को देख पाएंगे, दर्शन कर पाएंगे। सालों की जो प्रतीक्षा थी वो
जी, जो मेरे रामलला जी टेंट में विराजमान थे, जब हम आते थे तो टपकता था। आज मेरे राम जी को भवन मिल गया, बहुत भव्य मंदिर मिल गया, तो आज हम बहुत खुश हैं।
दर्शन करने जा रहे हैं कि आप करके आ चुके? अभी जा रहे हैं। ठीक है, चलिए. We're kind of trying to move towards more of the people, in fact, who are going towards, but because there are people who had been waiting in lines for quite some time, and they were the ones who are in fact, who had in fact camped out. They had camped out in these particular spots. They had camped out to make sure that they are the first ones in, and that's who we're trying to get a word from. This is the path that leads towards the temple. You can see the number of people who are also returning. We'll try to get a word from them. We'll try to understand how they saw the मंदिर. दर्शन करके आया?
सीताराम सीताराम. हाँ जी हाँ जी.
कैसे दर्शन हुए?
दर्शन बहुत भव्य है. रामलला को देख के जो मन में शांति पहुंची है ना, ये हम ही जानते हैं. सुबह 4 बजे उठ गए थे हम लोग, और हम लोगों ने 5 बजे स्नान किया. स्नान करके हम लोग दरवाजे पे आ गए थे. आपके कम से कम भी अगर लोग आए होंगे तो 40,000 लोग थे दरवाजे पे उस टाइम पे.
40,000?
हाँ. हमें वहाँ से आने में आधे घंटे लगे. फिर उसके बाद उन्होंने वहाँ दरवाजे पर रोक लिया, और रोकने के बाद जो है फिर धीरे धीरे करते करते फिर जब हम एग्जिट पॉइंट, जैसे एंट्री पॉइंट पे पहुँचे, हमें पता लगा फ़ोन मोबाइल ले जाना ही नहीं है. फिर हम दोबारा बाहर आए, फिर हमने लॉकर में जाके जमा कराया, फिर दोबारा लाइन पे करी, उसके दर्शन किए.
ये क्या लेकर आए हैं?
ये प्रतिमा है.
अंदर से लेकर आया?
हाँ जी.
किस तरह से देखा मंदिर? देखा आपने मंदिर किस तरह से दिख रहा है? राम लला को आपने देखा किस तरह?
मंदिर बहुत अच्छी मूर्ति लगा रखी है. देख के मन खुश हो गया वहाँ जाके कि वो मोदी जी ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, जो कोई नहीं कर सकता था ना, वो काम किया उन्होंने.
मंदिर में थोड़ा टाइम लेके आप बैठ कर आए कि रुकने का मौका मिला? कि
रुकने का मौका नहीं मिल पाएगा आपको, क्योंकि लोग श्रद्धालु बहुत ज्यादा आए हुए हैं, और वहाँ पे जो पुलिस वगैरह है वो भी कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रही है.
A day after the Pran Pratishtha, politics continues with mostly the opposition and the Indi bloc parties questioning the Prime Minister being there, continuing to make comments, some asking questions if the Prime Minister actually fasted, others questioning the fact that he was present there. Here are some of the comments that came in today as the politics over Ram Mandir continues.
500 साल उनके लिए हो सकता है, मनवादियों के लिए हो सकता है. मनवादियों के लिए हो सकता है, उनके लिए त्रेता युग उगाया गया. हम समझते हैं कि दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों, महिलाओं, धर्मनिरपेक्ष लोगों के लिए ये कलयुग शुरू हो रहा है.
BJP and central government and RSS has tried to make this hype, as you rightly pointed out. Why this hype? Because in the run-up for the election, they failed to project the achievement of the central government, the promises made in the election manifesto last time, that we have to remind them. They have failed miserably in all fronts, be it economic, be it education, culture, foreign policy, security. So they want to create this hype.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश में केवल एक ऐसा राजनीतिक दल है जिसने अपनी विचारधारा को अपने जन्म से लेके आज तक संभाल के भी रखा, आगे भी बढ़ाया. हमने जो कहा वो करके दिखाया. लोग कहते थे राम मंदिर बनाओगे लेकिन तारीख नहीं बताओगे. हमने राम मंदिर बनाया भी, भव्य समारोह कराया भी.
I'm going back to Rakshita to get in a sense of what the people, the devotees there in Ayodhya feel about the politics surrounding the Pran Pratishtha. The Prime Minister had a strong message. Everyone who was present in Ayodhya had a strong message for the critics, those who didn't even want the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Rakshita, when you speak to people, what do they feel about the politics around it?
Well, absolutely. I have not, and I'll be very honest. Sometimes I don't even have to ask the full question. People have so sentiment about it. There's such high voltage emotions, with regards to Ram Mandir itself, the devotional part of it, the spiritual part of it, and of course the politics around it that we've been witnessing since ages, of course, and especially in the run-up to the grand inauguration of this temple. First of all, I would say that this huge influx is, a sight that is an answer to everybody who are saying what is the hype about. I think people who are seeing this, they know that what is the hype about. It is the question of their own bhakti, their own devotion, their own faith, and this is what they were waiting for since so long. We're seeing giants of Jai Shri Ram not today, but ever since I have landed in Ayodhya, and of course all our colleagues who have been visiting this place earlier and have been in Ayodhya for quite some time and getting all our viewers the latest updates. People really are unaffected. Their bhakti, their devotion is not at all affected. In fact, they say that this is something, as they call it, that this is the sort of a thinking of a devil. That this is what they say. If I have to just summarize, most of them have used this word, that this is their thinking and it doesn't really matter. They do not have anything else to do. So people can also see through it. People are seeing how unnecessary such comments are. It might be necessary for them, especially in the run-up in an election year. But we are seeing, for people, how people are in fact, thronging to this place, how people are also, even the security personnel, they can be very strict. Even they are understanding that it is a question of faith for the people, for devotion. They have come from far away. So many people, have come on foot. They have come on foot. It's like a padayatra for them. But they have been undeterred by, be it the weather, by how the weather is, how they are feeling. Even if they're not feeling well, we've seen so many people who have not eaten, who have not drank. They just stand and ask for some water, and they are here, but because they wanted to witness history being made and Ram Lalla getting their rightful place. We'll slip into a very, very short break, viewers. But on the other side, we'll be getting you the latest, as the security is right now beefed up, and thousands of devotees continue to throng to Ram Lalla's abode here in Ayodhya. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson Stephanie has said that the airstrikes in Al-Haske have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to many civilian facilities.
Our humanitarian colleagues tell us they're deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in the northeast of Syria, as the security situation there is deteriorating. Over the past week, multiple airstrikes at Al-Hassake have led to civilian casualties and caused
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath reviews security in Ayodhya after devotees breach security at Ram Mandir, takes aerial survey. As India celebrates Ram Mandir, boycott brigade resorts to excuses. Indi says won't worship BJP's Ram.
सदियों की
Western media propaganda exposed no takers for anti-India fake news factory.
इंडिया नाम हमने दिया, CPIM मीटिंग को कंट्रोल करते आए। हमारा जिंदगी में लड़ाई किया हमने, हम उसको कोई एडवाइस नहीं मानेंगे।
All-out fight within Indi over seat sharing. Mamata hits out at left. Congress calls her an opportunist.
हम एनडीए में बीजेपी के साथ काम कर चुके हैं। उनकी क्षमताओं को, सवालों को जिस तरह से वो फैलाते हैं, उसको, उनके संगठन को लेकर के हम वाकिफ हैं और उसके मुकाबले में हमारी तैयारियां कम हैं।
Nitish's party fires breach of trust charge, says Congress delaying seat share talks. Political face-off over showdown in Assam. Himanta Biswa Sarma wants action. Rahul says won't get intimidated. The Ram Mandir opened for public today, a day after the ceremonial Pran Pratishtha of Ram Lalla. That saw the who's who of India in attendance. Today, devotees thronged in large numbers to Ayodhya. A large number of devotees, both locals as well as visitors from other states, gathered near the main gateway along the Ram Path, leading to the Mandir complex this afternoon, seeking an entry to the premises. Now, for the same, the security inside Ram Mandir was also tightened, and Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath later in the day reached the Mandir premises. Remember, an elaborate arrangement is essentially being done by the state administration as they expect the footfall to only increase in the days to come. In fact, the administration in the state of Uttar Pradesh has also perhaps put out an appeal asking those to put out a proper planned arrangement, those who haven't been invited or those who are yet to be called in, to perhaps wait till the time proper arrangements are essentially done. We'll also try and go across to our reporters on the ground to get you a sense of the kind of excitement many have been waiting there for days put together. In fact, Rakshita, when we spoke to some locals there, they said that they've been waiting there for almost over a week and finally getting a glimpse of Ram Lalla. That was perhaps the only motive that they had, and perhaps that is the reason why they finally did manage to get a glimpse of Ram Lalla today.
Absolutely, of course, as you can see that there are lakhs of devotees who have thronged the Ram Janmabhoomi temple today, and in the backdrop you can see it's going to be lit up very soon. It is surrounded with so many people there. It is decorated with flowers right now. It's going to be a beautiful sight in just a while from now, viewers. But Shavan, as you can see right behind me, there are so many people who are just packing their stuff. They have come from far away. And आपने दर्शन कर लिया?
नहीं मैम, जा रहे हैं दर्शन करने।
कब से आए हो यहाँ?
मैम हम सुबह 5 बजे चले हैं।
अभी तक नंबर नहीं आया?
नहीं, अभी दर्शन करने जा रहे हैं। तो बोले एलबैग लिए थे, जाके लिए तो बोले अपना रख के जाइए। राम भरोसे के छोड़कर जा रहे हैं, दर्शन करके आएंगे। मिलेगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो राम का दर्शन चाहिए मुझे बस।
मोर इम्पोर्टेंट राम जी है।
बस राम जी है।
So you can see
राम जी हैं। जय जय श्री राम।
So you can see this is the sentiment, we talk about the politics, we talk about everything, this and that what is wrong, what is right about it. There's so many of people who are trying to, politicize, intellectualize in a way that, this is something that is not right. They talk about the constitution, but you can see the chanting there. It's live, viewers. You can see people are so happy. They are right now donning the tilaks with full pride, with their heads held up high, because India has now witnessed history. It of course witnessed history yesterday. Sir, आप लोग कहाँ से आए? दिल्ली। कब दर्शन हो गया? हाँ, दर्शन हो गया।
बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा।
कितने दिन से आए थे?
कितने दिन से? बेसिकली हम यहाँ पर 1 बजे करीब ऐसा कुछ, फिर घूमा, फिर अभी हमें 1 घंटे में दर्शन हो गए हैं इजीली। ठीक है,
काफी डिसेंट था, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़िया।
अरेंजमेंट वगैरह आपको सही लगे?
हाँ, कुछ इम्प्रूवमेंट स्टार्टिंग है तो थोड़ा टाइम लगता है। बेटर, बहुत बेटर है।
अब पॉलिटिक्स जो है अभी तक चल रही है, मतलब पहले तो चल ही रही थी, इसके बाद भी चल रही है।
मोदी जी हैं तो
पॉलिटिक्स तो
सब बढ़िया है।
जो पॉलिटिक्स का पार्ट है वो पॉलिटिक्स को करने दो, बाकी जो हमारा काम है वो अपना करते हैं।
See, you can see very clearly that people are undeterred by what is happening. So many of the statements that have been coming in. We can see the security personnel right now. They have been deployed here. But the devotees, their josh remains high, even if it's getting colder now as the sun is setting here in Ayodhya. People with Jai Shri Ram, the high energy is continues here. It is living up to its full potential, and it's a beautiful sight. The entire gallery here is going to be lit up. The lamps have already been put on, been switched on, and you can see around me there is heavy security deployment also of the Rapid Action Force. There is inspection by the ATS companies also. We saw a while back. To the left of me is Hanuman Gadi, where the area has now been gated so that there is a controlled influx of devotees who first visit Hanuman Lala and then they come to see Ram Lala. And of course, we saw yesterday the consecration ceremony, the Pran Pratishtha. Entire world has reported on it, Shravan. And you can see people coming from the length and breadth of the country. they are wanting to, check on how we can come. There are so many people who inquire from even people who are reporting like us that, how to go inside. They want to get their relatives here. If you talk about people from Delhi, they all want to catch a glimpse. And yes, there are reservations on, how it will be managed, because there is a lot of enthusiasm amongst the people. They have been queuing up since 3 a.m. One of the gentlemen we spoke to, as he just said on camera, he was here since 5 a.m. So their passion, is something that is witnessed by everybody, irrespective of what the politicization happens. And in a short while from now, we'll also see the Aarti happening, the Sandhya Aarti, that means the evening Aarti. It is going to be time for that as well. Of course, entry will not be allowed inside for the devotees when the Sandhya Aarti goes on, but we will be getting our viewers the latest visuals. It's going to be a beautiful sight, just like it was yesterday. Republic TV getting all the exclusive pictures straight from the Ram Janmabhoomi. Back to you in the studio, Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Rakshit. As you get us those latest images in the days to come, it's expected the number of devotees would only go up. In terms of the arrangement, we'll also try and get a word from Rakshit in a short while from now. But perhaps before we do that, let's also take you through some of those interviews that have been done by my colleague, Suesha. This is about the significance of performing Abhishek at a river, Saryu. In fact, Republic spoke to Govind Giri Maharaj and Mahant Dinesh Giri. This is the reason why they say that 500 liters of milk that was offered into the waters of Saryu, which is essentially called part of the Abhishek. A prayer for Gauraksha was also done. This puja essentially holds extreme significance a day after the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Listen in to what both them had to say.
This Abhishek that is just being performed at River Saryu, what is the significance of it?
It's an auspicious moment for us all that the highest cow server, Puja Swami Dattasaranji Maharaj from Pathmeda, has come over here to worship Bhagavan Shri Ram. But more than that, Saryu Maiya. We people believe that all these rivers are Lokamata, they are mothers and they are alive. We see them in some form also and we worship them. And therefore, here, great saints have come from Malukpit, Puja Swami Rajendra Ji Maharaj, फिर हमारे निर्मल जी महाराज, दिनेश गिरी जी महाराज, who is also a very renowned personality there. These people are performing Abhishek. I have just come for their darshan, and their darshan gives me a lot, and therefore I am blessed with their blessings.
And quickly, because it is connected, like the consecration ceremony happened yesterday, today this Abhishek is being performed where as much as 500 liters of milk and Panch Gavi, as you call it, is being offered to the river Saryu. If you could again explain the significance of it and how is it performed?
Really speaking, Bhagavati Saryu Maiya is equivalent, not only equivalent, it's one with Bhagavan Shri Ram. And therefore, the Abhishek performed in Saryu is the Abhishek performed for Ram Lala himself. Since we cannot perform such an Abhishek there, so we are doing it here. In Kashi, we have got that tradition that whenever on Shivratri day, all people cannot perform their Abhishek in the shrine, Bhagavan Kashi Vishwanath, they perform their Abhishek on Gangaji only. Therefore, this is an Abhishek for Ram Parivar, the whole.
महन दिनेश गिरी, आपसे समझना चाहेंगे ये जो प्रक्रिया है अभिषेक जो सरयू जी का किया जा रहा है, कैसे इसको अभी आप सभी लोग कर रहे हैं?
हम सनातन में ऐसा मानते हैं कि प्रभु श्री राम जो हैं पूज्य भारतीय वेद लक्षणा गोमाता के आशीर्वाद से ही अवतरित हुए थे। राजा दुज्जलिप थे, उनके संतान नहीं थी, वो अपने गुरु वशिष्ठ जी के पास गए। वशिष्ठ जी ने उनको कहा कि आप पूज्य वेद लक्षणा गोमाता की सेवा करो। उन्होंने कामधेनु गोमाता की सेवा प्रारंभ की और जैसे ही कामधेनु सेवा की प्रारंभ की, उनसे आशीर्वाद मिला तो उनके संतान हुई और उसी कुल में आगे चल के भगवान श्री राम का त्रेता युग में इस पृथ्वी पे अवतरण हुआ। तो पूज्य वेद लक्षणा गोमाता के आशीर्वाद से ही प्रभु श्री राम का इस पृथ्वी पर अवतरण हुआ है। त्रेता युग से लेकर के अब ये कलयुग में पिछले 500 वर्षों में ऐसा मानते हैं कि भगवान राम हमको उपस्थित नहीं थे। 500 वर्ष के लंबे संघर्ष के बाद कल अयोध्या की भूमि पर पुनः प्रतिष्ठित भगवान श्री राम यहाँ हुए हैं। इसलिए आज ये जो सरयू जी का अभिषेक हो रहा है, सहस्त्रार्चन हो रहा है, ये इस भाव से हो रहा है कि प्रभु राम पधार गए हैं, पृथ्वी पर आ गए हैं, अयोध्या में आ गए हैं, भारत में आ गए हैं। इसके बाद में पूज्य वेद लक्षणा गोमाता की जो संपोषण, संरक्षण, संवर्धन का जो विषय है वो आगे बढ़ेगा। भारत भूमि पे पूज्य वेद लक्षणा गोमाता के रक्त की बूंदें गिर रही हैं, वो बंद होंगी। इसलिए प्रकृति, पर्यावरण, प्रकृति संशोधन और जल से लेकर के वायु तक का शोधन जो है वो पूर्ण हो। इसलिए हम आज यहाँ माँ सरयू जी से प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि भारतीय पूज्य वेद लक्षणा गोमाता का संवर्धन हो, संरक्षण हो। इस आधार पे पूर्ण रूप से विधि विधान से सनातन में जो वर्णित है उसके आधार पे 1000 नामों से गोदुग्ध, पथमेड़ा राजस्थान में बहुत बड़ी गौशाला है जहां 1 लाख से अधिक गौमाताओं की सेवा होती है। वहां से गोदुग्ध 500 लीटर आया है और 500 लीटर गो घृत आया है और पूज्य वेद लक्षणा गोमाता की गोरज आई है। उससे बड़े बड़े विद्वान जो दयानंद जी शास्त्री अनुमारगढ़ के हैं, उनके सानिध्य में पूज्य पथमेड़ा महाराज जी, दत्त सनानंद जी हैं, उनके सानिध्य में नृत्य गोपाल दास जी महाराज जो अयोध्या ट्रस्ट के अध्यक्ष हैं, उनके सानिध्य में गोविंद देव गिरी जी महाराज जो कोषाध्यक्ष हैं, उनके सानिध्य में, और बड़े संत जो राजेंद्र दास जी महाराज मलुक पीठाधीश्वर है, बड़े बड़े संतों के सानिध्य में सरयू जी का अभिषेक करके हम सब ये एक प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं राम से कि राम आप आए हो। पूज्य वेद लक्षणा गोमाता का भी अब विषय पूर्ण हो, ऐसा इस भाव से हम ये संशोधन कर रहे हैं।
Moving on, Gautam Adhir shares his experience on the discussions at Davos 2024 that has painted a positive picture of India's emergence as a global power. The country's social transformation, commitment to sustainability and technological advancements have garnered international recognition and have positioned India as a trusted partner in addressing global challenges. Now, as the world grapples with rebuilding trust and navigating an uncertain future, India's rise offers hope and inspiration for a better tomorrow. On the other side, all-out fight within Indi over seat sharing. Mamata hits out at left. Congress calls her an opportunist.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson Stephanie has said that the airstrikes in Al-Haske have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to many civilian facilities.
Our humanitarian colleagues tell us they're deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in the northeast of Syria, as the security situation there is deteriorating. Over the past week, multiple airstrikes at Al-Hassake have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to several facilities.
With several devotees thronged Ram Mandir, at least 5 lakh devotees who were part of the first day of darshan. Security forces struggled to manage the crowd as people scaled barricades to enter the temple. Ayodhya police had a tough time managing the crowd as devotees breached the security at Ram Mandir. Security officials were seen carrying devotees in stretcher outside the temple. Ram Lala idol Pran Pratishtha that took place at the Ram temple will now be known as Balak Ram, as the idol represents a 5-year-old boy in a standing posture. Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar lashed out at the Congress party, in particular Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, saying that Pran Pratishtha was a matter of people's faith and that he should have accepted the invitation. On the other side, Ram Mandir being celebrated by India, but Indi continues to play politics. Ask, what's all the hype about?
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilians.
Right now, we are coming to you from Red Fort, where you can see special security arrangements have been put up in place with heavy security and police deployment from across the district has been put up around the Red Fort area, where barricading has been also arranged from every entry post. And secondly, there has been special drive that has been going on by the district police and in the national capital here, specially to maintain that no illegal activity or lawlessness happens before the Republic Day parade and state function commences. Right now at the Red Fort area especially, the entry has been closed. This is the barricading that has been put, which is from the main door. And when we talk about from the other entry stations, the entry has been prohibited and restricted, only being allowed due to certain security reasons.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said.
Indi in a complete TC as India celebrates the grand Ram Mandir asks, what's the hype all about? In Ayodhya, Yogi Adityanath reviews security situation as devotees throng to the new Ram Mandir. Western media back with its propaganda uses Ram Mandir to propagate an anti-India narrative now.
जो काफिर है, जो कापुरुष है, वो डरते हैं वो मरते हैं, जो लड़ते हैं वो जिंदा रहते हैं, वो बचते हैं, वो काम करते हैं।
An all-out fight within the Indi alliance over seat sharing. Mamata Banerjee hits out at the left. Congress calls her an opportunist.
हम एनडीए में बीजेपी के साथ काम कर चुके हैं। उनकी क्षमताओं को, सवालों को जिस तरह से वो फैलाते हैं, उसको, उनके संगठन को लेकर के हम वाकिफ हैं और उसके मुकाबले में हमारी तैयारियां कम हैं।
Nitish's party fires a breach of trust charge, says Congress is delaying seat sharing talks. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma warns of a case after face-off with the Assam police. Rahul says won't get intimidated. Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. I'm Niranjan at 6 p.m. Some who didn't want the Ram Mandir, very open about it, questioning the need for a Ram Mandir, and now another set of leaders questioning the Prime Minister, even mocking his fast senior leaders within the Congress party, some who've been union ministers before, saying that it's difficult to believe that the Prime Minister actually fasted for so many days. Take a listen at the Congress's latest attack.
ಅವರು ಪಾಪ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಬದುಕಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಪವಾಡ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅದು ಆ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ಡೌಟು. ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅವರು ಗರ್ಭಗುಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳ ಅಪವಿತ್ರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವರು ಪಾಪ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಬದುಕಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಪವಾಡ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅದು ಆ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ಡೌಟು. ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅವರು ಗರ್ಭಗುಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳ ಅಪವಿತ್ರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ.
ಲೈಫ್ Veerappa Moily, going by, of course, he's talking about hearsay. He says he met a doctor who says it's hard to believe that the Prime Minister actually fasted, and then says the temple becomes impure. He says the sanctum sanctorum becomes impure if someone who's gone inside without fasting. Of course, the politics aside, it's beginning all over again. Prajwal, has there been a clarification from Moily? When did he make this comment?
This comment was made, in fact, today in this afternoon as well in Chikbalapur, Niranjan, and we are getting to understand that he's not given any sort of comment over here as well, and he's also gone ahead and added that during the Godhra, Rajadharma was not followed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was the Chief Minister of Gujarat at that point of time, and later we are also going ahead and looking that he's again not followed the Rajadharma, and therefore he's defiled the entire place, and these rituals do not have any meaning or they do not have any being at all, is what he's gone ahead and stated. So far there has been no sort of clarification which has been issued by the Congress party in itself, even as they are going ahead and peddling a narrative of two Rams for Bharat as well. One Ram which was propagated by Mahatma Gandhi, and other they are calling it a BJP Ram which is in Ayodhya. So all said and done now, the boycott brigade is back again with their confused views as well. So we'll need to go ahead and look in whether Veerappa Moily will be apologizing. But just a few months, even before the assembly elections, to jog the memory of our viewers, it was the same Veerappa Moily who had in fact stood in support of the Bajrang Dal when the Congress had mentioned in its manifesto that it will be banned completely as well. So why are these half views coming in? If sources are to be believed now, Niranjan, it is also being stated that Veerappa Moily is also one of the contender to go ahead and he's also a ticket aspirant from the Chikbalapur Lok Sabha constituency, and therefore such loose statements are being made by him. But all said and done, this is definitely going ahead and will boycott on the Indi alliance as well for this sort of statements and for insulting Lord Ram as well as now Prime Minister Modi in this latest controversial statement made by Veerappa Moily.
I'd like to play out that soundbite once again. Here's what Veerappa Moily said. In fact, before I do that, let me go across to Nalin Kohli. Nalin Kohli, Veerappa Moily is a very senior leader in the Congress party. He's been a union minister, several-time parliamentarian. And when someone like him says, it's difficult to believe that the Prime Minister fasted. And he also says the sanctum sanctorum, and his exact words are, let me read out his exact words. He says it becomes impure. He says the sanctum sanctorum becomes impure if someone who's fasting gets inside. And he says power won't get generated from inside the sanctum sanctorum. Trying to understand what he was trying to really convey with that statement.
Well, all I can say is that in the desperation of the Congress party to somehow run down or create a controversy or create a fear on the historic occasion of the consecration of Lord Ram's temple in Ayodhya, where the Honorable Prime Minister was there, they are going to any limit. And even if one would look at it, what may apparently appear to be absurdity. Mr. Veerappa Moily is not exactly considered to be a person who may be knowledgeable in the texts or the sacred texts or the customs. He is the former law minister. He's a senior political person from the Congress party. For him to come out with this kind of statement reflects not just poorly on him personally, but also reflects very poorly on the levels of desperation that the Congress party is going to.
And many who are now saying, leaders on record, of course, they've questioned the Prime Minister's presence at the Pran Pratishtha, but some even going to the extent of saying that, in fact, there's a minister in Karnataka, a Congress leader, Priyank Kharge, son of Mallikarjun Kharge, who says, I am not a Ram Bhakt. I will not go to Ram Mandir. But within the Congress party itself, there are many leaders who say, yes, I will go to the Ram Mandir, but I will go at a time and place of my choosing and with the company that I choose. So when you look at these comments, what is the sense you get?
That is the dilemma or the confusion within the Congress party for its top leader having taken a decision to avoid the occasion and its leaders in the states recognizing that this should not have been the case and they should have been there. Now, Mr. Priyank Kharge is the son of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the national president of the Congress party, appointed by the Nehru-Gandhi family. So one would expect him to take the line that would be for family reasons or political reasons put out by the top leadership of the Congress party, even if it is not in sync with what the common congressmen or Indians across the country are feeling. Additionally, this is again a confirmation that first having ignored or rather gone to the extent on an affidavit to say that Lord Ram is a fictional character in that sense or an imaginary, not a real person, the Congress party's top leadership and leaders who support the top leadership of the Congress party are continuing with that line, hurting the sentiments of crores of people in India and abroad.
Thank you, Nalin Kohli, for speaking to Republic TV. The BJP responding to what Veerappa Moily said. Veerappa Moily saying it's hard to believe that the Prime Minister actually fasted. So now they're mocking the Prime Minister and the fast that he kept before the Pran Pratishtha. I'd like to play out what Veerappa Moily said once again. Listen into this.
ಅವರು ಪಾಪ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಬದುಕಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಪವಾಡ? ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅದು ಆ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ಡೌಟು. ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅವರು ಗರ್ಭಗುಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳ ಅಪವಿತ್ರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವರು ಪಾಪ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಬದುಕಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಪವಾಡ? ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅದು ಆ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ಡೌಟು. ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅವರು ಗರ್ಭಗುಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳ ಅಪವಿತ್ರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ.
I have Ratnakar Tripathi of the Congress party joining us on the phone line right now. Ratnakar Tripathi ji, ye kya ho raha hai? Are these comments required? A leader of your party says it's hard to believe the Prime Minister fasted. He's saying it's hard to believe the Prime Minister fasted for so many days. And he says it's impure if someone who's fasting goes inside the sanctum sanctorum. You just heard a soundbite. We played that out. Was it required? Hello. Is it required to make such comments? Hanji.
No, actually, I don't think V.S. Virappa Murali knows anything about the fasting. I'm not boasting myself, but in Navratra, you can inquire with the people who know in Varanasi. I too be on the fast for 9 days or 10 days, whatever the, time of the Navratris, and I always be only on water. Neither lemon, neither salt, nothing. So I don't believe it. Whatever Virappa Murali is saying, I don't go with it. I don't approve it because I myself have experiencing this since I think 8 or 9 years, probably 10 years. So that I exclude. I don't believe it. Virappa Murali doesn't know anything. And the second part is what you said that Murti apavitra hui or nahi hui. I cannot comment on this because the process is over. And to be very frank and true, I am Shav. And the invitation committee clearly said the Shaiv Shakt or Sannyasiyon ki zarurat nahi hai. So then when we are not required, even when Lord Rama performed the puja of Rameshwaram of Shivling, they are saying that we are not required. I don't need to comment on this. The first part I said I don't go with Virappa Murali and that because I myself have experienced it. So am I clear, sir?
Yeah. No, it's admirable that you're speaking your mind. Just one more question, Ratnakar ji. एक और प्रश्न है मेरे से. सुन लीजिए. My second question is there are leaders. My name is Niranjan, sir. Ratnakar ji, Niranjan here. Niranjan here. Yeah. My second question is, you see, there are some leaders who are saying that it's not required to go to Ram Mandir. Some say that I'm not a Ram Bhakt. I just quoted Priyank Kharge, who's a minister here in Karnataka, son of Mallikarjun Kharge, who says, I'm not a Ram Bhakt, I will not go to Ram Mandir. That's okay, it's a personal choice. But many within the party saying that no, we will go, we will have to go. And there seems to be a divide within your party. Do you agree that there is a bit of a conflict? Each one can have their own view, that's okay, but yeah.
I was not invited in clear terms. Neither invited, we were barred. You need not to come. And it is the matter of belief. Someone is not Ram Bhakt, I cannot or you cannot force him to be a Ram Bhakt. Many people are there.
Correct.
We have different sects in Sanatan, Vaishnava, Shakt, many sects are there. So I can't force them or you cannot.
Yeah.
One more, there is no divide. It is the time of convenience of having darshan. The people who were invited having either they were too rich or they were too influential, they were too powerful. They got the first darshan of Lord Rama. Ram was not like that. Lord Rama was...
I don't think everybody was rich that day. So it may be a little wrong to say that they were all very rich or influential because a lot of sons, sadhus, sadhvis were there. Ratnakar ji, a lot of sons, sadhus, sadhvis, those involved with the Ram Janmabhoomi were there.
See, Niranjan ji, why can't you be fair sometime?
Hanji.
Why wasn't it open to every person? It was a festival, in a sense. Why wasn't it open to every person?
Correct.
Why won't you go and read Ramcharitmanas? Prabhu Vilo ki harchit purvasi. राम आए
बट इनवाइट मिला था ना आपको आपके पार्टी के जो नायक है आपके पार्टी के लीडरशिप को गया था ना लेकिन आपके पार्टी के लीडरशिप को गया था इनवाइट तो गया था you can't say it was not inclusive.
Why can't you say each and every person in India can visit that time? Why? मकर संक्रांति का स्थान होता है, पौनी अमावस्या का स्थान होता है. Nobody is invited. It was a special
Ratnakar ji, you're also from Uttar Pradesh. You know it's not possible to invite everybody.
People only who were of the benefits of Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister, nothing else. What was Mohan Bhagwat ji doing there? You tell me. Rajyapal Anandi Patel Madam was there. I agree with it.
If I'm not wrong, Mohan Bhagwat. If I'm not wrong, Mohan Bhagwat is part of the trust, sir. If I'm not wrong, he's part of the trust.
So who made him the part of... Why would everyone from the trust was there? In the Sanctum Sanctorum? You are choosy, sir. Be fair, Niranjan, sometime. I expect you to be fair.
You have a right to hold your opinion.
Were not allowed. I was in contact with many journalists. They were in that special place.
I saw a lot of journalists there, Ratnakarji. I assure you, I saw a lot of journalists there. We were
No,
also there, but
that,
we were reporting outside. We were not
was
inside.
allowed at that time. I too have talked to them, Ranjanji.
Huh?
I don't lie.
Okay.
I don't lie for my benefit.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You have a fair enough. Fair enough. I think your questions should be answered by those who organize it. Ratnakarji, baat karenge. We'll talk to you again. Thank you for speaking to the Republic. I'd like to play out some of the reports. Thank you. I'd like to play out some of the reports from the Ram Mandir. Thousands and thousands of people. In fact, it's in lakhs. It's not in thousands. It's in lakhs. Estimates between 1 to 3 lakh people. Or it could be more. Nobody knows the real number yet. But they've all thronged to the Ram Mandir to get a glimpse of the Ram Lalla idol. Devotees from across the country and the world who are in Ayodhya waiting to get a glimpse. We were able to speak to some of them. We got you some detailed reports through the day of the situation in Ayodhya. Let's play them out.
Republic is getting you a sneak peek into the Ram temple. We are inside the premises, and the first visuals and the first view of what the temple really looks like behind me is the Grand Ram temple that stands tall, lit up completely. Let's take you inside, viewers, to see how essentially the temple in fact has been prepared, how it stands tall after years and years of waiting. It finally is here. Republic is getting you a sneak peek into the temple. Let's go in and get you all the first visuals and the first elements inside the temple. We are walking up the stairs of the temple, and let's show you what the stones that it has been made of. In fact, let's show you the Makrana marble, which the entire stairs in fact have been made of. The idols of limestone that also stand tall, and we are looking at how animals the statues of which have been put up, and we are looking at how the Makrana marble in fact has also been set up here. That is the place of which, that is the stone of which the entire temple has been made of, and these are of course the idols along the way of the pathway that stand tall. You can look at how beautifully decorated these parts of the temple really are. You can see how these idols in fact stand tall. That is of course the entry gate as well. We are looking at a lot of footfall here inside of the temple, as this is of course the first view of the temple. Just a few hours before this, in fact, the Pran Pratishtha has culminated, and Republic is getting you a sneak peek into how essentially the entire temple stands tall. We'll go inside and show you the importance, the details, the carvings, the stones that have been used, each and every detail that we are getting for you here on Republic. So these are some of the important details and structure of details that we are showing you, that these are portraits and ivory and idols in fact that have been made. Very intricately these designs have also been made, and we can look at how there are, of course it has been decorated with the flowers and all of that has standing tall here, but these are essentially the limestones that have been used for the carvings of the pillars. These were, remember viewers, the same kind of pillars that we saw in the Karshala, and in the Karshala they had been standing there and waiting for them to be installed in these temple, and finally these are the pillars that have now been installed inside of the temple, and these are the pillars that stand tall, that had been waiting for years inside of the Karshala, and now inside this temple they stand tall. Several of these pillars that have already been put up. You can see the intricate design of the ceiling as well that has been put up here. You can see how essentially this is another design that has been made by the artisans and artists in fact from across the country who have come. You can see intricate designs and idols that have also been put up here on each and every one of the pillars that we are showing you right now. And another part of the temple essentially is the floor, the Makrana marble floor that we are also showing you, which also has the inlay work that we are showing you right now. Of course, this has also been made by the stones in Rajasthan, and that's essentially where the artists had also carried out their work. But let's go up, let's show you the top, and let's show you how beautiful the ceiling really looks. It has been completely lit up. It has been made of Makrana marbles and limestones, and that is essentially what has been brought from Rajasthan. And
Karnataka as well, and the artists in fact had been present there from across the country who for months and at a fast track pace they had in fact been constructing and designing and making sure that these idols had been present here. Let's once again show you how essentially this has been completely lit up and completely decorated, and across the entire city we can in fact see that this temple stands tall, and the importance of each and every part of the temple is in fact something very interesting to note, because this is years of struggle after which the temple in fact has been standing tall here. And this again, once again, are these pillars that had been waiting in the Karshala, and for hundreds and hundreds of artists in fact have come here and then started doing their work. The intricate design and the idols that have been made, that has also once again been made by the artists from Rajasthan, and these were the pillars. In fact, some of them are also a little incomplete, and there will be more of it done, because remember viewers, this is just a first glimpse of it and the entire construction is still not complete, but we will show you whatever we see here just hours after the Pran Pratishtha has culminated.
And with the largest reporting team on the ground, the Republic Media Network has been able to get you the biggest coverage. That's Republic TV, Bharat, Republic Bangla, Republic Kannada. We've had over 50 journalists on the ground in Ayodhya in the last 1 week, able to get you all the voices of Ayodhya, those involved in the Ram Janmabhoomi movement, those who are there on the 22nd of January, which is yesterday when the Pran Pratishtha took place. We spoke to several seers. And here's a conversation with Swami Mahadev Giri, Govind Giri, Swami Govind Dev Giri. He spoke to Republic TV. I'd like to play out that conversation now.
This Abhishek that is just being performed at River Saryu, what is the significance of it?
It's an auspicious moment for us all that the highest cow server, Puja Swami Dattasaranji Maharaj from Pathmeda, has come over here to worship Bhagavan Shri Ram. But more than that, Sharyu Maiya. We people believe that all these rivers are Lokamata, they are mothers and they are alive. We see them in some form also and we worship them. And therefore, here, great saints have come from Malukpit, Puja Swami Rajendra Ji Maharaj, फिर हमारे निर्मल जी महाराज, दिनेश गिरी जी महाराज, who is also a very renowned personality there. These people are performing Abhishek. I have just come for their darshan, and their darshan gives me a lot, and therefore I am blessed with their blessings.
And quickly, because it is connected, like the consecration ceremony happened yesterday, today this Abhishek is being performed where as much as 500 liters of milk and Panch Gavi, as you call it, is being offered to the river Saryu. If you could again explain the significance of it and how is it performed?
Really speaking, Bhagavati Sharyu Maiya is equivalent, not only equivalent, it's one with Bhagavan Shri Ram. And therefore, the Abhishek performed in Sharyu is the Abhishek performed for Ram Lala himself. Since we cannot perform such an Abhishek there, so we are doing it here. In Kashi, we have got that tradition that whenever on Shivratri day, all people cannot perform their Abhishek in the shrine, Bhagavan Kashi Vishwanath, they perform their Abhishek on Gangaji only. Therefore, this is an Abhishek for Rama Parivar.
Taking a short break here on This Is Exclusive. When we come back, different Western media portals, but the headline is the same, trying to peddle an anti-India, anti-Ram Mandir narrative. We'll get you that report. On the squabble within the India alliance, they're at it again. TMC versus Congress, TMC versus left, JDU versus Congress. It's out in the open once again.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Following Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson Stephanie has said that the airstrikes in Al-Haske have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to many civilian facilities.
Our humanitarian colleagues tell us they're deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in the northeast of Syria, as the security situation there is deteriorating. Over the past week, multiple airstrikes at Al-Hassake have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to several facilities, including power stations and oil production fields, which could negatively impact the availability of gas, fuel, and electricity going forward.
More Moitra got no relief from the Delhi High Court as she approached Delhi High Court to allow her to stay in her official residence, which is 9B Telegraph Lane. But today, Mamata Moitra, the expelled member of Parliament of TMC, who she was expelled from the Parliament on 8th of December 2023, and today her official residence, government residence, have been completely evicted, and clearly could be seen the visuals as the police officials are right now here outside the residence of Mamata Moitra. In fact, the officials from the Directorate of States are also outside the residence of Mamata Moitra. The key of her residence have been officially handed over to the officials of Directorate of States earlier. Also, the first time when Mamata Moitra approached Delhi High Court clearly stated Mamata Moitra that she should request.
India is in a complete tizzy as India celebrates Grand Ram Mandir. Ask, what's the hype about? In Ayodhya, Yogi Adityanath reviews security situation as devotees from Ram Mandir. Western media, pack with its machinery, uses Ram Mandir to propagate anti-India narratives now. All-out fight within Indi over seat sharing. Mamata hits out at left and Congress calls her an opportunist. Nitish's party fires breach of trust charge, says Congress delaying seat sharing talks. Himanta Biswa Sarma warns case after face-off with Assam police. Rahul says won't get intimidated. Ladies and gentlemen, starting this edition of Live and Breaking with some good news coming in. India's stock market has surpassed Hong Kong's for the first time. Now, that is with the total value of shares that have been listed on Indian exchanges reaching about $4.33 trillion as of Monday's close. That exceeds Hong Kong's $4.29 trillion. Now, this essentially makes India the fourth largest equity market. Now, the stock market capitalization has surpassed $4 trillion on 5th of December, with about half of that coming in the past 4 years. Now, increasingly, as India is being seen as an alternative to China, what does this essentially mean with the kind of promises that have been made by the government too? Remember, the Prime Minister essentially also indicating that the growth story of India is now becoming something, rather a talking point across the globe. Joining us on this broadcast is Republic Business Editor Sharbila Bhowmik, who's going to break it down for our viewers as to what does this essentially mean and how significant it is, as India is largely being seen as the equity market which is growing. Sharbila, put this into perspective in terms of the fact that how exactly are we becoming an alternative in terms of the capital that India is now receiving. The global investors largely looking at India as a booming market. But this news coming in that we have surpassed Hong Kong, what does that essentially mean?
Yes, Shravan, you're quite right out there. India has now totally won the faith of the global investors who have been for a while looking for a China plus one alternative. Now, China's market has been sinking over the past, drawn by their own internal problems, also the lack of faith of the Western markets in them, and the FIIs have been pulling out of the Chinese market, and that portion of the funds have been pouring into the Indian markets for a while, which has been one key reason for the Indian markets rally. Now, clearly, this is only the beginning, and Indian markets are on a very steady foot as an emerging market in South Asia, and globally, as you can see, we are already overtaken Hong Kong, though by a whisker. But the situation is pretty much very strong for Indian equity markets. We are very bullish at this point, and the faith of the foreign investors who are continuously investing back in India again and again shows that as an emerging market, India stands on very strong and firm ground.
Well, in fact, Mr. Sharad Awasthi Sharbila is also joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Awasthi, thank you very much for joining us. In fact, I'll also ask my colleague Sharbila to also be part of this conversation. As Sharbila has put the base for our viewers to understand what does this mean. What has led to a situation like this where we have seen as a growing equity market, Mr. Awasthi? And more importantly, does that also mean that for China, it becomes far more difficult given the fact that we've seen the kind of regulations that have been brought in by China at this point in time? There is a massive slump that we see in Hong Kong right now. So overall, net in terms of the market, do you see that this is perhaps just the tip of the iceberg?
Yeah, you can say that this is largely the tip of the iceberg, because if you look at the inflows in the last 1 year out of in calendar year 23, out of 4 billion ex-China that Asia received, 2 billion had come into India only. So I think 2 trillion had come into India only out of the 4 trillion. So India inflows are very strong, and China is in a mode where international outflows are happening out of there also. And I think gradually this trend should gather more pace because of the geopolitical tensions that they have with some of the major countries, particularly US. I think gradually there is a shift from China into other countries, and India stands to benefit as a very sweet spot given the strong economic conditions we are into. And the other thing that also adds into is that China's demography of the productive age group is finally going to come down over the next 20-30 years regularly, and it has peaked out. While for India, that peaking out will take another 30 years. So over the next 20-30 years, our productive age group will be among the higher percentile. So that will be a very positive thing for India. And the way the government is channelizing those resources, I think that's also very positive. If we can properly channelize it over the next 5-10 years, I think the 8 to 10 trillion GDP targets that the government is talking about seem like very achievable for India.
Sharad, if I may add to Shravan's question, we would also like to know from you, what were the domestic factors which led to India's rally? We know, what were the factors out of India which led to the rally? Because we know that China has been under pressure, but there have been some significant growth in India, a steady GDP and domestic consumption being very positive. Do you think those factors will also sustain the Indian market's growth?
I can't hear you, Sharmila.
Okay, it's an audio problem.
Awasthi, the question that my colleague Sharbila was asking was the domestic factors. There's no doubt about the fact that as a consumption market, that really helps India with that growth story. What perhaps, in your opinion, is driving India at this point in time, not going beyond the consumption market that we are really looking at?
I think the capital formation is something that is going to finally kick in. Private capex is the one big absent thing that we have been waiting for quite some time now. I think gradually that private capex, the animal spirits as we call it, are coming back into place. The consumption demand that slowed down considerably after COVID is normally coming back. And I think there are consumer shifts. And the other thing is the tier 2, tier 3 cities, the urbanization, the rising per capita income. These are the broader trends that will drive India into a different zone. And for the equity markets, perfectly, I think it is the way the domestic market has developed, which China seems to be lacking. Domestic participation is very strong. If you look at right now, US is one of the biggest FPI countries that we have. And the domestic mutual fund industry is more or less equivalent to that. So I think most of the outflows that come in occasionally from the FII side, which we were earlier very in a problematic situation to handle those kind of outflows. Now with the SIP inflows at 15,000 crore a month, I think we have a strong base AUM from the domestic investors. That is largely driving and supporting the Indian markets. And obviously, the comparative growth rates, if you look at, I think we will be in a sweet spot of growth over the next 3 to 4 years also. So domestic investments, comparative valuations, comparative positioning, everything puts India in a very sweet spot. Add to that the demographic advantages. So I think long-term India remains a very sweet spot. And the government policies, the way if you look at how defense has grown over the last 3-4 years, means 5 years ago, if you spoke about defense being having export capabilities, we would not have thought about it. Now, over the next 5 years, I think semiconductors or things like this could come in and play a very pivotal role in the way India is perceived globally, and also how we grow in terms of domestic growth rates as well.
Yeah, Sharad, it's a very happy time for investors. India emerging as one of the key players among the emerging markets. Now, for those who are invested, it's very interesting to learn from you, Sharad, whether there are some scope for some sectors to correct themselves even when there is a rally, and what are the emerging pockets to your mind?
Yeah, I think there are always opportunities that some sectors could correct, like some of the broking company stocks, some of the index-based stocks, they have rallied to abnormal valuations. Unless and until something very positive happens with the numbers, for them to continue with that kind of run-up would be difficult. So within the market, you always have pockets which occasionally get overvalued to bizarre levels, and then they correct over a period of time. Some of the railway stocks, if you look at them, the way they have rallied over the last few days, that's pretty abnormal. I think they are discounting 3.5, 4 years in advance. For some of the defense stocks, that could be true as well. While some of the chemical names may be something that is not been looked at by the markets totally. So there could be a turnaround, particularly on the agrichem side. You could have a very big rally as numbers improve over the next 2-3 quarters. And I think consumer durables is one theme which I'm looking at very positively. I think the way the bond inclusion happens later this year, that could substantially change the view on the Indian currency as well. I think that is one thing that has not really strengthened over the last decade or so. But now I think gradually that should turn, and we should be in for a period where the rupee would continuously appreciate against the US dollar as the bond index flows start, say, in the second half. So we are very bullish. I think for consumer durables, it could be a very sweet spot time over the next, say, 1.5-2 years, because oil prices will be stable to lower, and the imports would be cheaper because of the currency appreciating. So I think consumer durables is one space we like. We think there could be a lot of improvement in the numbers going forward.
Thank you so much, Sharad.
Well, thank you very much,
Thank you so much, Sharad.
And Sharbala, for joining us on this broadcast. In fact, there was a point in time when perhaps the foreign investors were enamored by the China story, but there is a massive turnaround that's taking place. Slipping into a short break, on the other side, we get you the big story that we're tracking with regards to the seat-sharing talks that are taking place within the India alliance, and also, as it is in a complete tizzy as India celebrates Grand Ram Mandir, asks what's the hype about?
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है। यहाँ विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डैवोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से वो डैवोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson Stephanie has said that the airstrikes in Al-Haske have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to many civilian facilities.
Our humanitarian colleagues tell us they're deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in the northeast of Syria, as the security situation there is deteriorating. Over the past week, multiple airstrikes at Al-Hassake have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to several facilities, including power stations and oil production fields, which could negatively impact the availability of gas, fuel, and electricity going forward.
Mamata Banerjee got no relief from the Delhi High Court as she approached Delhi High Court to allow her to stay in her official residence, which is 9B Telegraph Lane. But today, Mamata Banerjee, the expelled member of Parliament of TMC, who she was expelled from the Parliament on 8th of December 2023, and today her official residence, government residence, have been completely evicted, and clearly could be seen the visuals as the police officials are right now here outside the residence of Mamata Banerjee. In fact, the officials from the Directorate of States are also outside the residence of Mamata Banerjee. The key of her residence have been officially handed over to the officials of Directorate of States earlier. Also, the first time when Mamata Banerjee approached Delhi High Court clearly stated Mamata Banerjee that she should request.
Getting some breaking news now from Punjab, where the Man government is facing some scathing allegations. Cable operators in Punjab have alleged physical attack and intimidation tactics by the Punjab government. Cable operators, in fact, have also claimed that Aam Aadmi Party legislator is essentially trying to hijack the cable network. In fact, earlier in the day, around 2 o'clock this afternoon, is where the cable operators had a press conference. This was held in Patiala, where they made some scathing remarks with regards to the fact that an Aam Aadmi Party legislator was trying to hijack the network. In fact, they also go on to claim that an FIR has been registered against cable operators. They also say that they are now approaching the High Court against the Aam Aadmi Party government. Court, in fact, has stayed the FIR against the cable operators. We have also accessed the CCTV footage. In fact, take a look at this CCTV footage, and also let's play out some of the reactions that are now coming in.
चलो मैं दसना चाहना कि ये लड़ाई 3-4 फ्रंट पे चल रही है। एक तो लड़ाई ये कोर्ट चल रही है, ऑनरेबल कोर्ट तो ही सानू माड़ी मोटी रिलीफ मिली और साडा किसी ने बाह नहीं फड़ी है। एक प्रशासन के तौर पर जो मैं पहला दस के हटिया कि जो पिछे तारा ये लड़ाई पहला अंमृतसर भी चली है, जो भाजी ने दसिया साडे प्रधान जी आए ने कि ये मॉडल फेल ने, ये पंजाब च फेल हो चुके ने, पहला जलंधर फेल होए ने, फिर अंमृतसर भी फेल होए ने, 28 थां ते 28 प्रोजेक्ट लगे ने। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਦੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਲੁੱਟ ਖੋਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਪਾਈ ਆਨਰੇਬਲ ਹਾਈ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਡੀਜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਇਹਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਚੱਕੇ, ਪਾਰਟੀ ਧਿਰ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੇਬਲ ਦੀ ਕਟਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਗੀ ਤੇ ਲੁੱਟ ਖੋਹ ਕੇ ਡਾਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਣਗੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਕਾਰੋਬਾਰ ਤੇ ਹੈਲਦੀ ਕੰਪੀਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਲਓ। ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਡੀਜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਫੀਡੇਵਿਟ ਦਾਇਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਡੀਜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਚੱਕਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਦੇ ਸਿਖਰ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਅਪਾਇੰਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਟਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ, ਧੱਕਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ, ਕੋਈ ਦਫ਼ਤਰ ਦੀ ਲੁੱਟ ਖਸੁੱਟ ਦੀ, ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨੈਟ ਪਲੱਸ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਫਾਸਟਵੇ ਦਾ, ਸਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਸਮਾਨ ਚੋਰੀ ਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਪਰੇਟਰ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਰਲ ਕੇ। ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕੰਟੈਂਪਟ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕੋਰਟ ਨੇ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਖਿਚਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਸਨ ਦੀ। ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਚੱਪੇ ਚੱਪੇ ਦੇ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਹੈ। ਹਾਊ ਕੁਡ ਇਟ ਪੋਸੀਬਲ ਕਿ ਸੀਐਮ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਕੀ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇੱਕ ਫਰੰਟ ਤੇ ਲੜਾਈ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
Well, in fact, we're also waiting for the response to come in from the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab. Remember, in the past too, Aam Aadmi Party has sharply reacted to the allegations that have been levelled by the cable operators. We'll take you through the details of the case that has been registered and what are the allegations that have been levelled by the cable operators on the other side.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson Stephanie has said that the airstrikes in Al-Haske have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to many civilian facilities.
Our humanitarian colleagues tell us they're deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in the northeast of Syria, as the security situation there is deteriorating. Over the past week, multiple airstrikes at Al-Hassake have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to several facilities, including power stations and oil production fields, which could negatively impact the availability of gas, fuel, and electricity going forward.
Mamata Banerjee got no relief from the Delhi High Court as she approached Delhi High Court to allow her to stay in her official residence, which is 9B Telegraph Lane. But today, Mamata Banerjee, the expelled member of parliament of TMC, she was expelled from the parliament on 8th of December 2023, and today her official residence, government residence, have been completely evicted, and clearly could be seen the visuals as the police officials are right now here outside the residence of Mamata Banerjee. In fact, the officials from the Directorate of States are also outside the residence of Mamata Banerjee. The key of her residence have been officially handed over to the officials of Directorate of States earlier. Also, the first time when Mamata Banerjee approached Delhi High Court clearly stated Mamata Banerjee that she should request Directorate of States to allow her to stay in her official residence 9B Telegraph Lane. These are the visuals outside her residence. We could clearly see that some of the laborers are also standing outside her residence, as they were called early in the morning to shift all the stuff from Mamata Banerjee's residence to some other location. Right now, the entire house has been completely vacated by Mamata Banerjee. The keys has been handed over, but we also could see the official vehicle of Mamata Banerjee still standing outside her residence 9B Telegraph Lane. But this residence now no more belongs to Mamata Banerjee. Morning at around morning at around 9 a.m. The shifting process started in the house of Mahua Moitra. She started shifting her stuff from her official residence 9B Telegraph Lane. Now this house is completely vacated and evicted by Mahua Moitra. She was expelled for her because there were serious allegations of the cash for Curie and also that she
is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
Biggest story tonight, powered by Century Club Prime.
Indi in a complete tizzy as India celebrates the Grand Ram Mandir. Asks what's the hype about? In Ayodhya, Yogi Adityanath reviews security situation as devotees throng Ram Mandir. Western media back with its machinery. Toolkit uses Ram Mandir to propagate anti-India narrative. All-out fight within Indi over seat sharing. Mamata hits out left. Congress calls her an opportunist. Nitish's party fires breach of trust charge, says Congress delaying seat sharing talks. Scathing allegations hit AAP comment. Cable operators allege AAP MLA of physical assault and intimidation tactics. Good evening and welcome, friends, to this edition of Biggest Story Tonight. We, in fact, want to begin with a breaking news development coming in connection with the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab. And the Maan government is facing scathing allegations there. Cable operators in Punjab have now alleged a physical attack and intimidation tactics by the Punjab government, possibly through police. The cable operators have also claimed that AAP MLA, one of the AAP MLAs, is trying to hijack their network. Let's try to understand which are these cable operators, or is it one of them? And then what's this charge against the Aam Aadmi Party? Is it against the government? Is it against an MLA? I'm told Shravan Sena, senior editor, joins us over the phone. Over to you, Shravan. If you could explain what's this like? Is it political? Is it legal? What's really happening with this cable operator charge coming in against the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab?
War of words between the Punjab cable operators and the Aam Aadmi Party government. In fact, in a press conference that was done by the Punjab cable operators this afternoon, they have made some scathing allegations. They say that the government officials are directly involved in hijacking the cable network. In fact, in their press release, they say that, and I'm quoting from the press release, they say if they wanted to operate the cable network, they should invest 500 to 700 crore rupees to establish their network. But they are essentially trying to hijack. Instead of jumping into the competition, into the market competition, they are forcibly snatching the network from operators and assaulting the operators. What you see right now on your screens also, Abhishek, this is a scuffle that has actually taken place, and we'll come to the allegations that have been leveled by the cable operators in a short. But just to continue from what they had said this afternoon, they are making this allegation that the entire cable operators network is largely being hijacked by the Aam Aadmi Party government. It is the government which basically wants to run it rather than the cable operators. They also say that they are now planning to go to trial. In fact, it's looking for an independent inquiry into this entire matter. They've also moved the High Court essentially to stay the FIR that has been registered against the cable operators. They're largely looking at the fact that there has been a scuffle that has taken place in which you've had one person being grievously injured. And this incident actually took place in Patiala. And thereafter, a complaint has also been registered.
Okay. Shravan, seems things have gone a little out of hand in terms of physical violence also, as can be seen in the pictures and the CCTV footage. Let's listen into one of the operators who made the charge, and I'll come back to you, Shravan, to understand this more.
ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਇਆ, ਜਲੰਧਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਇਆ, ਹੁਣ ਉੱਥੇ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਿਕਲਿਆ, ਹੁਣ ਪਟਿਆਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ। ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਨੁਮਾਇੰਦਾ ਇਸ ਕੰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਨਵੋਲਵ ਆ, ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਆ, ਉਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤੀ ਤੇ ਗੁੰਡਾਗਰਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਦੇਖੋ ਕੇਬਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਸਿਟੀ ਕੇਬਲ ਕਰਦੀ, ਵਿਨ ਕੇਬਲ ਕਰਦੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੈਵੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਕੇਬਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ DTH ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਵਾਲੀ ਇਹ ਹਿਟਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਚਲਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਿਟਸ ਹੈ ਫੇਲ ਮਾਡਲ ਆ। ਜੇ ਇਹ ਮਾਡਲ ਕਾਮਯਾਬ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਕੇਬਲ ਆਪਰੇਟਰ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਦੋਈ ਹੱਥੀਂ ਇਹ ਲੈ ਲੈਂਦੇ। ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਾਮਯਾਬ? ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਟੈਂਟ ਆ, ਉਹ ਕੰਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੋਕਲ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ, ਉਹ ਕੰਟੈਂਟ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਅੱਜ ਫਾਸਟਵੇ ਕੇਬਲ ਦਾ ਕੰਟੈਂਟ ਆ, ਜੇ ਇਹ ਗੁੰਡਾਗਰਦੀ ਨਾ ਕਰਨ, ਪਬਲਿਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਣ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਨੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਲੈ ਲਓ। 5-6 ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਏਅਰਟੈਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਆ, ਰਿਲਾਇੰਸ ਦਾ ਜੀਓ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਆ, 4-5 ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਇੰਟਰਨੈਟ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕੇਬਲ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਸਟਮਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਆ ਉਹ ਲਈ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ। ਇਹ ਕੇਬਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਿਕਦੀ, ਗੁੰਡਾਗਰਦੀ ਨਾਲੇ ਧੱਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਨੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਕਿਸੇ ਕੇਬਲ ਆਪਰੇਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਡਰਾ ਧਮਕਾ ਕੇ ਖੋਹ ਲੈਣਗੇ। ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਵਿੱਕੀ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬੋਲਦਿਆਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਕੇਬਲ ਆਪਰੇਟਰ ਨੇ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡਣਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੇਬਲ ਆਪਰੇਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਾਹਕ ਆ ਉਹ ਵਾਪਸ ਫਾਸਟਵੇ ਕੇਬਲ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਹੀ ਆਉਣਾ।
ਚਲੋ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਲੜਾਈ 3-4 ਫਰੰਟ ਤੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਲੜਾਈ ਇਹ ਕੋਰਟ 'ਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਆਨਰੇਬਲ ਕੋਰਟ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਾੜੀ ਮੋਟੀ ਰਿਲੀਫ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ, ਹੋਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਬਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਫੜੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਸਨ ਦੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੱਸ ਕੇ ਹਟਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਤਾਰਾਂ ਇਹ ਲੜਾਈ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਵੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਭਾਜੀ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਜੀ ਆਏ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਮਾਡਲ ਫੇਲ ਨੇ, ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਫੇਲ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਲੰਧਰ ਫੇਲ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਫਿਰ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਵੀ ਫੇਲ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। 28 ਥਾਂ ਤੇ 28 ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਲੱਗੇ ਨੇ। ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਦੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਲੁੱਟ ਖੋਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਪਾਈ ਆਨਰੇਬਲ ਹਾਈ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ DG ਪੰਜਾਬ ਇਹਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਚੱਕੇ, ਪਾਰਟੀ ਧਿਰ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੇਬਲ ਦੀ ਕਟਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਗੀ ਤੇ ਲੁੱਟ ਖੋਹ ਕੇ ਡਾਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਣਗੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਕਾਰੋਬਾਰ ਤੇ, ਇੱਕ ਹੈਲਦੀ ਕੰਪੀਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਲਓ। ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ DG ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਫੀਡੇਵਿਟ ਦਾਇਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ DG ਪੰਜਾਬ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਚੱਕਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਦੇ ਸਿਖਰ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਅਪਾਇੰਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਟਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ, ਧੱਕਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ, ਕੋਈ ਦਫ਼ਤਰ ਦੀ ਲੁੱਟ ਖਸੁੱਟ ਦੀ। ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ, ਨੈਟ ਪਲੱਸ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਫਾਸਟਵੇ ਦਾ। ਸਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਸਮਾਨ ਚੋਰੀ ਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਸਾਡੇ ਆਪਰੇਟਰ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਰਲ ਕੇ। ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕੰਟੈਂਪਟ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਕੋਰਟ ਨੇ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਖਿਚਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਸਨ ਦੀ। ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਚੱਪੇ ਦੇ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਹੈ। ਹਾਊ ਕੁਡ ਇਟ ਪੋਸੀਬਲ ਕਿ CM ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਕੀ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇੱਕ ਫਰੰਟ ਤੇ ਲੜਾਈ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
All right, some cable issues there in Punjab, but coming back to our focus story and the focus of the entire nation. As India celebrates the biggest moment of the consecration or Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram Lalla in Ayodhya, millions have been rushing in to take a glimpse of the grand temple. And with the largest team of reporters in Ayodhya Republic has been getting you minute-to-minute updates. In fact, we are in fact joined in live by two of them, Priyanka Sharma and Rakshita Mishra. Both have been on the ground for more than a fortnight, and the kind of rush we saw today, pilgrim rush to catch a glimpse of Lord Ram Lalla, to do a darshan, 300,000 plus by afternoon. Let's try to understand how many now. To you first, Priyanka. I can see the temple in the backdrop. What's the situation like now in the morning? It seemed like it could get chaotic, but then we saw administration getting in top gear, the DGP, the principal secretary home coming in, standing themselves and monitoring the crowds. What's been the number like till evening of the pilgrims in Ayodhya visiting Ram Temple?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. The last number is yet to come in, but the government machinery, in fact, the officials who had been here are telling us that it might be over around 3 lakh people. And even now, these are the last few minutes. The last few minutes of the first day after the Pran Pratishtha has in fact taken place. That the last few minutes that the devotees are rushing in and they are trying to get their darshans, and also you can see that the line is free flowing and there are more and more people who are last minute in fact coming in and trying to do their darshans here at the Ram temple. And you can also see along with that the security is in place, the RAF is in place, and there are some additional barricades that we had not seen in the morning that are also been kept in place as well. Say for example, this entire barricading that we see here was not there in the morning, has been put up later on after that chaos that we just referred to was taking place. And then of course we also have the second barricade that we see was also not there, but it had been put up because there were more and more people in large numbers who were coming in, and that is why this barricade had to be done. Now of course it's evening and the darshans have in fact almost closed, which is why the barricades are also being removed, that you can see right now over here. The police on the other side is also present, and as just standing and letting the darshanarthis, the devotees, to go in and get their darshan in for the last few minutes of the first day after the Pran Pratishtha in fact had taken place. And the chants of Jai Shri Ram echo even now in this corridor. Since morning we have been seeing hundreds and hundreds of devotees in one line, all of them even now rushing in, even now fast brisk walking towards the temple. This of course is very close to the temple right now, Abhishek. We are just a few meters away from it, and that is essentially where they're all going right now. This is the entire corridor that we were showing to our viewers, and all of them trying to get in their darshans. This is the first day, and this is about to get closed. The first day's darshan are going to get closed. This because the darshan time in fact is in the evening is from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m.
तो कहीं ना कहीं एक गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर का पूरा दृश्य दिखाने का प्रयास किया गया है। कलाकार ने बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से इन्हें एक रूप दिया है, जो मतलब कि हर मूर्ति अपने आप में एक कहानी बयां करती है। कहीं ना कहीं पूरी तरह से आप देखेंगे तो मानो कि हर व्यक्ति के मन को ये मूर्तियां छू लेंगी। ऐसा लगता है कि मूर्तियां अभी बोल पड़ेंगी, अपनी जो ऐतिहासिक कहानी है वो बयां कर रही हों। इस तरह से मूर्ति के अंदर पूरी जान डाली है कलाकार नरेश कुमावत ने, जो गुड़गांव के हैं, और मतलब कि यहाँ पर आकर एक अलग माहौल समय देखने को मिल रहा है। पराक्रम
गिरीश, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस एक ऐसा व्यक्तित्व जिन्होंने भारत की स्वतंत्रता के लिए अद्वितीय योगदान दिया, और शायद उनकी इस योगदान को ही पराक्रम दिवस के रूप में मनाया जा रहा है। हम समझना चाहेंगे कि भारत के युवाओं को क्या प्रेरणा देता है ये दिन।
देखिए, आज का दिन बहुत मायने रखता है। हमारे देश के जो युवा हैं उनके लिए बहुत मायने रखता है, क्योंकि मैं अभी यहाँ पर देख रहा हूँ। देखिए, मैंने आपको पहले बताया क्योंकि आज पराक्रम दिवस 2024 उत्सव का आयोजन किया गया है और यहाँ पे हजारों की संख्या में लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं। हजारों की संख्या में कई सौ की जो संख्या है यहाँ पर युवाओं की है, और युवाओं में काफी संख्या में एनसीसी कैडेट अपनी एनसीसी की वर्दी में, खाकी वर्दी में यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। तो अपने आप को वो भी गौरवान्वित कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पर जो युवा आए हैं वो अपने आप को गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से नेताजी ने देश को आजाद कराने में जिस तरह से अपनी भूमिका निभाई थी, वो उन बातों को समझ पा रहे हैं, जान पा रहे हैं, और वो अपने आप में आज भी ऐतिहासिक क्षण वो लोग भी अपने साथ लेकर जाएंगे। यहाँ पर लोग अपने मोबाइल से फोटो खींचने में लगे हुए हैं, और आप यहाँ देख ही सकते हैं किस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री भी इस कार्यक्रम में पहुंच रहे हैं, और पूरा उत्साह का माहौल इस समय।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद गिरीश, और आइए अब आपको सीधा लिए चलते हैं मुख्य समारोह में। लाल किले में पराक्रम दिवस के मौके पर आयोजित प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की मौजूदगी।
श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का इस अवसर पर विराजमान केंद्रीय संस्कृति एवं पर्यटन मंत्री श्री जी किशन रेड्डी जी, संस्कृति मंत्रालय में राज्य मंत्री श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल, श्रीमती मीनाक्षी लेखी जी, पर्यटन और रक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री अजय भट्ट जी, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस INA ट्रस्ट के अध्यक्ष ब्रिगेडियर रिटायर्ड RS चिकारा जी और देवियों सज्जनों, आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत अभिनंदन है। मैं निवेदन करूंगा नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस INA ट्रस्ट के अध्यक्ष ब्रिगेडियर।
All right, Prime Minister there at the Red Fort, Lal Killa in New Delhi for the Parakram Divas celebrations. Remember in 2021, the Modi government had announced that January 23rd, the birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose is going to be called Parakram Divas and marked as such by the government because of the contribution of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in India's freedom struggle, something which had been denied to him. Remember, the Modi government has mainstreamed the contributions of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in many ways by renaming the Andaman Islands in the name of INA brigades, by getting a statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose just behind the India Gate, and by declassifying a lot of files, by having this museum at Red Fort which memorializes the struggle carried out by the Indian National Army set by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose for India's freedom struggle. There is this thought that more than India's mainstream freedom struggle led by Mahatma Gandhi and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, among others, it was the INA and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's leadership of INA having reached India, the famous Battle of Kohima, and because of which the British decided that now they have no option. And so they decided to leave. So Prime Minister there at Parakram Divas, going through the gallery, the exhibition, and the Ross Island, in fact, in Andaman Nicobars has been named as Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Island, and total of 21 islands in the Andamans renamed in honor of Paramveer Chakra awardees. That's the kind of memorializing of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose that has been done by the Modi government. So, for example, the other two islands, Havelock and Neil Islands, named Swaraj and Shaheed, they were in fact given by Netaji, and but the governments since independence never bothered. And some people say, in fact, that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, in fact, was the first Prime Minister of independent India, because he declared independence from the British and marched towards Delhi. And so Prime Minister Modi there personally overseeing the Parakram Divas exhibition there in its third edition. 2021 is the year when the Modi government had announced Parakram Divas, Prime Minister there, and he would be, of course, sitting through the event. We have to take a short break on that note, and we come back with more of it.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson Stephanie has said that the airstrikes in Al-Haske have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to many civilian facilities.
Our humanitarian colleagues tell us they're deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in the northeast of Syria, as the security situation there is deteriorating. Over the past week, multiple airstrikes at Al-Hassake have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to several facilities, including power stations and oil production fields, which could negatively impact the availability of gas, fuel, and electricity going forward.
Mamata Banerjee got no relief from the Delhi High Court as she approached Delhi High Court to allow her to stay in her official residence, which is 9B Telegraph Lane. But today, Mamata Banerjee, the expelled member of Parliament of TMC, who she was expelled from the Parliament on 8th of December 2023, and today her official residence, government residence, have been completely evicted, and clearly could be seen the visuals as the police officials are right now here outside the residence of Mamata Banerjee. In fact, the officials from the Directorate of State states are also outside the residence of Mahua Moitra. The key of her residence have been officially handed over to the officials of the Directorate of Estates earlier. Also, the first time when Mahua Moitra approached Delhi High Court clearly stated Mahua Moitra that she should request Directorate of States to allow her to stay in her official residence 9B Telegraph Lane. These are the visuals outside her residence. We could clearly see that some of the laborers are also standing outside her residence as they were called early in the morning.
Right now we are coming to you from Red Fort, where you can see special security arrangements have been put up in place with heavy security and police deployment from across the district has been put up around the Red Fort area, where barricading has been also arranged from every entry post. And secondly, there has been special drive that has been going on by the district police and in the national capital here, specially to maintain that no illegal activity or lawlessness happens before the Republic Day parade and state function commences. Right now at the Red Fort area especially, the entry has been closed. This is the barricading that has been put which is from the main door, and when we talk about from the other entry stations, the entry has been prohibited and restricted, only being allowed due to certain security reasons.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
An attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said, that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis.
Republic, Niva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates. And I am Shivangi Shukla.
Kashmir to Wayanad, India celebrates Lord Ram. Boycott brigade left completely red-faced. Most public celebration of Lord Ram, Indi in a tizzy. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
A day after the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, Ayodhya police had a tough time managing the crowd as devotees breached the security at Ram Mandir. Security officials were seen carrying devotees in a stretcher outside the temple. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath conducted an aerial survey of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple premises in Ayodhya as devotees continue to arrive here for the darshan of Ram Lalla. Ram Lalla deity at the Ram Mandir will now be known as Balak Ram, as the idol represents a 5-year-old boy in a standing posture. Chief Imam of All India Imam Organization visited the Ram Mandir and said humanity is the biggest religion. He added that this was the face of New India. Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar lashed out at the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, saying that Pran Pratishtha was a matter of people's faith and that he should have accepted the invitation. He lashed out at Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, calling him a corrupt chief minister, perhaps the most corrupt chief minister in the country. He said there was a massive unemployment, corruption, price rise in the state, and farmers were struggling and no youth can get a job in the state. Pran Pratishtha of Ram Lalla has catalyzed a flourishing trade net business of about 1.25 lakh crore rupees. More than 1.5 lakh Sri Ram events were organized by traders across the country. Delhi witnessed trade worth approximately 25,000 crore, while Uttar Pradesh experienced a surge of around 40,000 crore. BJP General Secretary Dushyant Gautam has said that Mamata Banerjee will not allow Congress to come. Even the left will not be allowed to come. He added that Indi alliance has been created to fool the public and their sentiments and lecture others. Amid internal discord within the Indi alliance over the seat sharing, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee asserted that the left is trying to control Indi bloc's agenda. Congress leader and former Chief Minister Veerappa Moily has hit out at the Prime Minister and expressed doubts over the PM fasting for 11 days. He said that no one can survive by fasting for 11 days. On the birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and other leaders paid floral tribute to Netaji at the Samvidhan Sadan in Delhi. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat said Subhash Chandra Bose did not see those dreams to leave them unfulfilled. He knew that this was not the work of just one generation. It will have to be worked on continuously, and his own lifetime will not be enough for it. He thought of leaving behind such an inspiration that work will continue for generations after generations. Minister of State for Culture, Meenakshi Lekhi, spoke on Parakram Divas, which is celebrated today as the birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. In 2021, Prime Minister Modi made the announcement to celebrate this day as Parakram Divas. Women have played a greater role in taking forward the civilization and culture of the country. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde lashed out at Uddhav Thackeray, saying that under the latter's leadership, Maharashtra did not develop as it should have been. He added that his faction left him and took his decision for the people of the state before starting the projects that were closed. BJP National President JP Nadda hailed Prime Minister's leadership and said in his tenure regime, he has changed the definition of politics and several big players in politics. He added that this decade has been a decade of transformation. Earlier there was pessimism towards politics, but Prime Minister Modi has now changed everyone's mindset. Varanasi District Court is likely to give its decision on making the Archaeological Survey of India report public on the Gyanvapi complex and provide copies to the parties tomorrow. Central Bureau of Investigation has served notices to Supreme Court lawyer Jayanant Dehadrai and has instructed him to appear before the agency on 25th of January for a preliminary inquiry in connection with the cash for query case. BJP offices for Lok Sabha elections were opened in 26 parliamentary constituencies, including Surat in Gujarat. Today, BJP leader and Minister of State, Railways and Textiles, Darshana Jardos, said that they will take the development work done by the government to the public and will win all 26 seats in Gujarat in the Lok Sabha elections. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari said that Parvatmala project, which was started under the guidance of the Prime Minister, is very important for the country. They've identified 200 projects worth about 1.25 lakh crore rupees, and the number of projects can go up. Tourist spots like Badrinath, Kedarnath, Gangotri, Yamunotri, or temples atop the hills now have access to ropeway and cable cars. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar said that we have now become an economy of $4 trillion. He urged all to look beyond the foreign policy and added India was betting on Africa's rights. West Bengal Legislative Assembly leader of opposition and BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari held a rally from Durina crossing on the occasion of the birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. A total of 51 Indian Air Force aircraft comprising 29 fighter aircraft, 7 transport aircraft, 9 helicopters and 1 heritage aircraft will participate in this year's Republic Day flypast. Enforcement Directorate carried out searches at 18 locations in Mohali, Panchkula, Chandigarh and 1 location in Himachal Pradesh in a money laundering investigation revolving around the then Haryana Urban Development Authority refund scam. The total value of the scam is around 70 crore rupees. Haryana Development Authority is now called the Haryana Shakari Vikas Pradhikaran. Maratha reservation activist Manoj Jaranji Patil began his Padyatra. He sounded hopeful that they will get permission to hold a protest at Azad Maidan or Shivaji Park. Jaranji is demanding Kumbhi caste certificates for the Marathas so that they can be included into the OBC groups. Ahead of the budget session, a contingent of 140 CISF personnel have been deployed at the Parliament complex to frisk the visitors. A comprehensive security review of the facility was undertaken after a few people breached the security and entered the Parliament Hall in December. The CISF will frisk the visitors, their belongings and also provide a fire safety cover to the building. At least 8 people were injured after a plane from the Myanmar army crashed at the Lengpoi airport in Mizoram. 14 people were on board with the pilot. The injured were hospitalized. 2 people died and 8 others were hospitalized following a gas leak at the chemical factory in Karnataka. The police have now registered an FIR against the owner of the factory and others. Indian stock market overtook Hong Kong to become the 4th largest equity market globally, speaking volumes about our economy, corporate India and the very regulated capital markets. Market expert Sunil Shah said that the entrepreneurs of this country have realized the power of the capital market and the investors have an opportunity to invest in these kinds of growth stories which were previously unlisted. Adani Group will now sponsor 14 PhDs in Indology. This initiative coincides with the auspicious occasion of Pran Pratishtha in the Ayodhya Ram Mandir and will promote the study of Indian culture, languages and literature, collectively known as Indology, while also highlighting the immense potential of India's culture and traditions to illuminate the world. Gautam Adani also shared his experience of the discussions at Davos 2024 that has painted a positive picture of India's emergence as a global power. The industrialist who attended the World Economic Forum said that India is poised to become an artificial intelligence hub and also hailed India's leadership of the G20 summit. US and British militaries bombed multiple targets in 8 locations which were used by the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen. This is the second time the two allies have conducted coordinated retaliatory strikes on an array of rebels' missile launching capabilities. According to officials, warship and submarine launched Tomahawk missiles and also fighter jets that were used to take out Houthi missile storage sites, drones and launchers. Australia, Bahrain, Canada and Netherlands also contributed to the mission, included with intelligence as well as surveillance. Hundreds of displaced Palestinian children in the southern Gaza city of Rafah enjoyed a rare moment of joy when a youth group visited a shelter center to entertain them. The group sang and danced with the children before screening an animation film. NGO said their aim is to alleviate psychological pressure and stress, as well as the feelings of fear and horror that exist with shelter centers. The Houthi military has claimed responsibility for an attack on the US-flagged ship in the Red Sea. American ship, the Ocean Jazz, was in the Red Sea but was attacked. No organization operating in the region has acknowledged the attack. Family members of Israelis held hostages protested outside the residence of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem. They spilled blood-red liquid on a road and banged on drums and also called for a deal to release the hostages held captive in Gaza Strip. The developments showed the increasing pressure on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The US hit Iraqi airline Fly Baghdad and its CEO with sanctions alleging assistance to Iran's military wing. The US imposed a 5th round of sanctions on the militant group Hamas for abuse of cryptocurrency since 7th of October attack on Israel. The sanctions come as Israel's bombing campaign on the Gaza Strip continues and Iranian-backed militias in Iraq launch regularly strikes against bases housing US forces in Iraq and Syria. Thousands were seen fleeing from the southern Gaza city of Khan Younis as the Israeli military expanded its ground operations into the region. Most were heading for Rafah near the border with Egypt, with some driving vehicles laden with baggage while others simply walked with no possession. Israel said the fighting will continue and they aim to dismantle Hamas and return the hostages that were taken. Hamas called for the World Health Organization to declare the Gaza Strip as a famine zone as Palestinians are suffering from starvation amid food shortages. People in North Gaza are facing severe food shortages and have been forced to grind and eat animal feed in order to stay alive. A senior Hamas official said World Health Organization must use its international clout to push for human rights and humanitarian measures to prevent the continuation and worsening of this real humanitarian catastrophe. European Union foreign ministers argued that the creation of a Palestinian state is the only credible way to achieve peace in the Middle East. European Union foreign policy chief said ministers agreed the civilian death toll in Gaza was excessive and that the situation was as dire as one could imagine. The ministers expressed concern about Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's clear rejection of the idea of the creation of a Palestinian state. Volunteers in Rafah are reopening old graves in order to find room to bury the dead as the Israeli army's assault of the South Gaza city continues. Khan Younis has become one of the front lines of the conflict between Israeli forces and Hamas militants in Gaza in recent months. Flares were seen above the skyline of Gaza Strip from southern Israel as Israel carried out airstrikes in the besieged enclave. Earlier, the communication services across the territory dropped due to the ongoing fighting. More than 25,000 Palestinians have been killed in the conflict, which started when militants from Gaza attacked southern Israel on 7th of October. With just hours to go before the voting begins in New Hampshire's first-in-the-nation primary, former President Donald Trump held his final rally in New Hampshire, urging supporters to vote. Polls show most conservatives want to give Trump another chance at beating President Joe Biden in November's elections, despite Trump's 2020 election loss and the 91 felony charges he faces in 4 separate indictments. Former South Carolina Governor and UN Ambassador Nikki Haley stepped up her attacks against frontrunner Donald Trump, saying he's surrounding himself with political elites. The race for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination is down to 2 major candidates with just 1 day to go until New Hampshire's Government of the People primary. A man shot and killed 8 people at 3 locations in the Chicago suburbs. Authorities said that the victims were found at separate locations several hours after warning from authorities on social media that the alleged perpetrator should be considered armed and dangerous. The motive behind the killings is yet to be established. Police is in fact investigating the matter and searching for the accused. Biden administration has now announced sanctions against Iraqi airline Fly Baghdad for allegedly providing assistance to Iran's military wing and its proxy groups in Iran, Syria and Lebanon. Over 30,000 professors, librarians, coaches and other workers at California State University walked off the job in a week-long strike to demand higher wages. The protest started across 23 campuses and it comes 2 weeks after the officials ended contract negotiations, starting with a 5% pay raise this year. Mexico has demanded an urgent investigation into how U.S. military-grade weapons are increasingly being found in the hands of Mexican drug cartels. According to officials, Mexico's army is finding belt-fed machine guns, rocket launchers and grenades that are not sold for the civilian use in the United States. The Colombian Navy intercepted and seized a custom-made submarine. The vessel was containing nearly 800 kilograms of cocaine, valued at least almost $27 billion and contained approximately 2 million doses. NATO signed a $1.2 billion contract to make the artillery rounds to replenish the dwindling stocks of the member countries as they supply ammunition to Ukraine to help it defeat Russia in its military operation. The contract will allow for the purchase of 220,000 rounds of 155mm ammunition, the most widely sought after artillery shell, allowing allies to backfill their arsenals and also provide Ukraine with more ammunition. A magnitude 7.1 earthquake struck China late Monday night. 2 houses collapsed and around 200 workers were affected. In fact, rescue operations still continue. The quake even downed power lines, but electricity was quickly restored in the region. At least 11 people died in a landslide in a remote mountainous area in southwestern China. 2 survivors were rescued and 47 were feared buried. Authorities said that approximately 500 people have been evacuated from the area.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson Stephanie has said that the airstrikes in Al-Haske have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to many civilian facilities.
Our humanitarian colleagues tell us they're deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in the northeast of Syria, as the security situation there is deteriorating. Over the past week, multiple airstrikes at Al-Hassake have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to several facilities, including power stations and oil production fields, which could negatively impact the availability of gas, fuel, and electricity going forward.
Mamata Banerjee got no relief from the Delhi High Court as she approached Delhi High Court to allow her to stay in her official residence, which is 9B Telegraph Lane. But today, Mamata Banerjee, the expelled member of parliament of TMC, who she was expelled from the parliament on 8th of December 2023, and today her official residence, government residence, have been completely evicted, and clearly could be seen the visuals as the police officials are right now here outside the residence of Mamata Banerjee. In fact, the officials from the Directorate of States are also outside the residence of Mahua Moitra. The key of her residence have been officially handed over to the officials of Directorate of States earlier. Also, the first time when Mahua Moitra approached Delhi High Court clearly stated Mahua Moitra that she should request Directorate of States to allow her to stay in her official residence 9B Telegraph Lane. These are the visuals outside her residence. We could clearly see that some of the laborers are also standing outside her residence as they were called early in the morning to shift all the stuff from Mahua Moitra's residence to some other location. Right now, the entire house has been completely vacated by Mahua Moitra. The keys has been handed over, but we also could see the official vehicle of Mahua Moitra still standing outside her residence 9B Telegraph Lane. But this residence now no more belongs to Mahua Moitra. Morning at around 9 a.m. the shifting process started in the house of Mahua Moitra. She started shifting her stuff from her official residence 9B Telegraph Lane. Now this house is completely vacated and evicted by Mahua Moitra. She was expelled for her because there were serious allegations of the cash for Curie and also that she exchanged money in exchange for questions to the Hiranandani Business Conglomerate Ethics Committee found the unruly behavior of Mahua Moitra and therefore she was suspended and expelled from Parliament.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a...
जिन्होंने विदेशी शासन का सिर्फ विरोध ही नहीं किया बल्कि भारतीय सभ्यता पर सवाल उठाने वालों को भी जवाब दिया। ये नेताजी जी थे जिन्होंने पूरी ताकत से मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी के रूप में भारत की पहचान को विश्व के सामने रखा। जब दुनिया में कुछ लोग भारत में लोकतंत्र के प्रति आशंकित थे तब नेताजी ने उन्हें भारत के लोकतंत्र की उसके अतीत को याद दिलाया। नेताजी कहते थे कि डेमोक्रेसी ह्यूमन इंस्टीट्यूशन है और भारत के अलग अलग स्थानों में सैकड़ों वर्षों से ये व्यवस्था चली आ रही है। आज जब भारत लोकतंत्र की जननी की अपनी पहचान पर गर्व करने लगा है तो ये नेताजी के विचारों को भी मजबूत करता है।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहाँ विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John.
Burning question, powered by Kent Oro.
Indi in a complete tizzy as India celebrates the Grand Ram Mandir, asks what's the hype about. In Ayodhya, Yogi Adityanath reviews security situation as devotees throng Ram Mandir. Western media back with its machinery toolkit uses Ram Mandir to propagate anti-Indian narrative. Now, all-out fight within Indi over seat sharing. Mamata hits out left Congress, calls her an opportunist. Nitish's party fires breach of trust charge, says Congress delaying seat sharing talks. Scathing allegations hit AAP comment. Cable operators alleged sharp MLA of physical assault and intimidation tactics. All right, good evening, friends. We were going to discuss the meltdown that's really happening in opposition space post the Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram Lalla at the Ram Temple in Ayodhya, because they don't like the Prime Minister doing it. They did not like the fact that Shankaracharya did not come. They did not like the date, but ultimately everything fell in place and a grand ceremony did happen. But there is an important breaking news development, a very important one. The government of India has decided to award Bharat Ratna to the former Bihar Chief Minister and a known champion of the cause of backward classes, Karpuri Thakur. Karpuri Thakur is all set to be awarded the Bharat Ratna by the Modi government. Remember, the Modi government has, over the last few years, corrected many earlier wrongs, given Bharat Ratna, among others, to Mahamana Madan Mohan Malviya, to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, to Pranab Mukherjee, and now to Karpuri Thakur. He was Chief Minister of Bihar. He was known as Jananayak, and he was Chief Minister of Bihar for brief periods between 70-71, 77-79. We'll try and connect with Prakash Singh for a better perspective from Patna. Karpuri Thakur, who was himself born in backward community, was seen as someone who ameliorated, before the Lalu Prasad Yadav era, the situation of backwards in Bihar, the caste dynamics that were made center stage in the 90s. The politics of that owes origin to Karpuri Thakur in terms of social engineering, in terms of mainstreaming of the backward communities. In fact, we have seen Nitish Kumar government carrying out Karpuri Baithaks, Karpuri Yatras. In fact, tomorrow is the birth anniversary of Karpuri Thakur. 24th of January 1924 is the time when he was born. 17th February 1988 he passed away. Karpuri Thakur was, among other things, known for a politics which center-staged the backward communities, much before the Mandal Commission, much before, in fact, Lalu Prasad Yadav, Mulayam Singh Yadav, the politics of Kashiram was presaged by Karpuri Thakur. In many ways, they were products of the kind of politics that Karpuri Thakur mainstreamed. And now Modi government deciding to bestow Bharat Ratna, India's highest civilian award, to Karpuri Thakur. I'm told Prakash Singh has joined us over the phone. Prakash Singh, a big decision with a lot of national implications so far as caste politics is concerned. But should we actually see Karpuri Thakur as a caste leader, or more as someone who mainstreamed backward communities and thought of social engineering much before the Lalu Prasad Yadav, Mulayam Singh Yadav, Mayawati era?
Well, this decision coming in a day before Karpuri Thakur's 100th birth anniversary. Tomorrow is our 100th birth anniversary of Karpuri Thakur. And Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has been demanding Bharat Ratna for Karpuri Thakur, Jan Nayak Karpuri Thakur, for quite some time. Now, this decision cannot be ignored at this point in time for the political upheaval in Bihar, because I see this event as a political unfolding as far as the tectonic shift in politics in Bihar. And it seems that some back-channel political negotiations is on as far as the politics in Bihar is concerned. And yes, this is a big decision because Karpuri Thakur has been hailed as you rightly pointed out, Abhishek, as the champion of the backward upliftment in Bihar. He was from a community which is extremely marginalized, and he went on to become the Chief Minister of Bihar and the leader of opposition and one of the top mass leader of Bihar with utmost integrity. And he championed the cause of the backward politics in Bihar, and whom all socialist leaders revered across the country and the spectrum.
Right, Prakash.
So this is a big decision as far as the government of India and the central government is concerned. And keeping an eye on the elections, this is going to be a big turnaround as far as the political.
Right, Prakash. Right, Prakash. A lot of churning there happening, but then Bharat Ratna, of course, is a national award. It's the highest civilian award that India bestows on its sons and daughters who have made a distinction in respective fields in their chosen field. Karpuri Thakur, in politics, in many ways presaged certain politics, because of which Modi government giving the award. We'll continue to discuss that, obviously, over the next couple of days. Posthumous award to Karpuri Thakur, a day before his 100th birth anniversary centenary. Moving on, the conversation that we were supposed to have a day after the Grand Ram Temple Pran Pratishtha. The opposition is back at it, making all sorts of excuses, making yet another attempt to sully this moment of national pride. It started with abusing the Sanatan Dharma, then berating Lord Ram, and even questioning Prime Minister's 11-day Anushthan. The Indi is in a complete tizzy. Urged as India unites in celebration. Are they missing something, even basic politics? That's what we're going to discuss with a good panel of guests. Look at this intercut of reactions that have come in, then I come back.
500 साल उनके लिए हो सकता है, मनवादियों के लिए हो सकता है, मनवादियों के लिए हो सकता है, उनके लिए त्रेता युग उगाया गया। हम समझते हैं कि दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों, महिलाओं, धर्मनिरपेक्ष लोगों के लिए ये कलयुग शुरू हो रहा है।
BJP and central government and RSS has tried to make this hype, as you rightly pointed out. Why this hype? Because in the run-up for the election, they failed to project the achievement of the central government, the promises made in the election manifesto last time, that we have to remind them. They have failed miserably in all fronts, be it economic, be it education, culture, foreign policy, security. So they want to create this hype.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश में केवल एक ऐसा राजनीतिक दल है जिसने अपनी विचारधारा को अपने जन्म से लेके आज तक संभाल के भी रखा, आगे भी बढ़ाया। हमने जो कहा वो करके दिखाया। लोग कहते थे राम मंदिर बनाओगे लेकिन तारीख नहीं बताओगे। हमने राम मंदिर बनाया भी, भव्य समारोह कराया भी।
Welcome back, friends. Joining me for this conversation, BJP's Siddharth Yadav, spokesperson of the party, live from Delhi. We also have Sujata Pandey, political analyst, leans towards the right. She's joining us live from Mumbai. We are going to be joined in by Anurag Bhadoria in a bit, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, and we'll try to understand what's really happening between them and the Congress. And Professor Monojit Mandal, political analyst, leans towards the Trinamool. He's joining us live from Kolkata. And George Kurian leans towards the Congress Party, political analyst. Mr. Kurian, Udit Raj says Kalyug for Dalits, backwards, poor, etc. And Mohammad Salim of the CPIM says that this is, what kind of hype is this? I mean, do we understand that on a day when 300,000 plus people have visited the Ram temple on their own? It's not BJP, RSS. It's people, masses, for whom Lord Ram Lalla is an article of faith. To be calling it hype, does it really connect them with masses, Mr. Kurian?
Good evening to you, to my co-panelists from the show, and to your audience. Let me begin by saying that the invitation which was extended to the Congress Party and the India bloc has been an invitation out of compulsion, and that the Bharatiya Janata Party, or be it the RSS or the Ram Mandir Trust, has extended. So I would like to say that, the Congress Party has been saying time and again, and let me reiterate that, this has become a political event, so to say, and because it's a run-up to the 2024 election, and it's to polarize the majority Hindu voters, and it's polarization of votes. Having said that, the Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram in Ayodhya is a good thing. We welcome it. The Congress Party is neither anti-Hindu nor anti-Ram. We have the Asta in Ram as much as anybody else in this country has, over 100 million people. So this is all about sentiments, emotions. The BJP is trying to capitalize at this point in time. The Congress Party has gone a step further. They have not stopped any of its leaders from visiting the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha. So the BJP has, the Congress Party has not stopped any of its leaders, so to say, because it has kept it open. So it's only that the Congress Party, the Congress President, the CPP chairperson, or the leader of opposition, Lok Sabha, Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury.
Mr. Kurian, last heard, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, the Akhadas, the Sadhus, Sants, they were part of the extended Sangh Parivar. They are not with the Congress Party. Congress Party obviously is in the business of electoral politics. At least that's an important component of being in politics. If you see the sentiment on the ground for a certain deity, for a certain god, if you see this kind of groundswell of emotion and sentiment, could the Congress leaders have handled it differently, been a little more restrained in the manner in which they have talked about it? Rahul Gandhi brusquely saying there is no Ram Lahar. He has said that just about an hour back. And the same Congress leaders, UP unit, troops down to Ayodhya on January 15th, does the puja, etc. So it's more like confusion. You don't know really how to swim with the sentiment. Just like BJP is capitalizing in it, who has stopped Congress Party from capitalizing on that sentiment, Mr. Kurian?
Well, let me reiterate for the benefit of your audience that the Congress Party doesn't believe in capitalizing on any religious event for that matter. The Congress Party has a broader spectrum. They believe in development politics, inclusive politics, and they want to carry everybody along. The crux of the matter is that today the growing unemployment in the country, the rising inflation, the women's security. So these are the main priorities for the Congress Party, and we will take a very manifesto.
Okay.
We'll put it across to your to the people at large.
Siddharth Yadav, it's about employment, it's about inflation, and the Congress Party does not want to get into religious sentiment, but Rahul Gandhi wants to go to a temple. Rahul Gandhi objects if he is not allowed to go to a temple. Rahul Gandhi wants to be known as a Janeudhari Hindu. The UP unit of the Congress Party wants to visit Ayodhya before the festivities begin. The Himachal government gives a full day leave from office to its employees. So, I mean, what's really up with the Congress, Siddharth Yadav?
Look, Abhishek, my friend.
And they are saying you are capitalizing on something which you should not do.
Yes, my friend from Congress Party was saying that the invitation that was extended to the Gandhi family and the top leadership of Congress Party was out of compulsion. Forget that. What was the compulsion of this top party, this family, that they were not willing to participate? You are saying we are not stopping anybody to participate. We don't want to capitalize. What you want to capitalize on, the entire country is. You want to capitalize on the appeasement politics of this country. You are not joining the decision makers of the Congress Party who wish to be the leaders of this country. The UP unit is not going to be the Prime Minister, nor are they wishing, nor are they contenders. The people who are the decision makers of Congress Party are purposefully not participating in an event which I feel is not about Hindu and Muslim. Ram is not Hindu and Muslim. It is a civilizational issue. It is an issue of Bharat. It was not a Ram Mandir, it was a Rashtra Mandir. But you won't understand that. Because for your cheap politics, you can decide either way. You can, for elections, you can come out and say, I am a Janeudhari, I'll go to this temple, that temple, I'll go here, I'll go there. But when entire country is celebrating, participating, it was not a BJP event, sir. Go out and see. I sometimes petty on you. That what would it feel for Congress workers to be such a spoiled sport when everybody in the country is celebrating Ram, when everybody in the country is celebrating Diwali, and Congress people out of the compulsion because of the Gandhi family have to sit down and say, no, we can't go there. They were
okay, let's flip it
all around.
Siddharth Yadav.
All people were celebrating. So I feel it is for the Congress Party to clear this confusion now. And the confusion is rather very clear, Abhishek. Let me reiterate.
Siddharth Yadav, I am told Anurag Bhadoria has also joined us. I'll go to him next. But before that, Monojit Mandal. Monojit Mandal, for argument's sake, just for argument's sake.
Should I complete my point, Abhishek?
Quickly.
Yes, I'll just take 10 seconds. So I think the confusion is very clear. The confusion is very clear. The Congress Party has chosen appeasement over the sentiments of this country. Congress Party is purposefully not participating, did not participate, and neither will they participate further in any such events which is connected to the sentiments of this country. But they will participate when Sanatan is abused. They will participate when people will give galis to Ram, to all Hindu deities. They will do all of that because it is the vote bank politics of Congress Party that they want to count on.
Okay, so on that note, it's appeasement politics. And then let me go to Professor Monojit Mandal and just flip the argument. Just for argument's sake, let's agree that, bringing in religion is communal. Jai Shri Ram in public is communal. Leaders should not be doing it. We are a secular country. Secularism is part of the Constitution of India, 42nd, 44th Amendment, etc. Professor Mandal, Mamata Di says, Allah maaf nahi karega. ये काफिर हैं. कौन काफिर है? CPM, INC, who's kafir? And this analogy, the choice of words, where Jai Shri Ram is communal but saying Allah maaf nahi karega is okay in a all religious gathering. Professor Monojit Mandal.
Yesterday was 22nd January, today is 23rd January. Abhishek, do you know, my friend, why 23rd January is famous for? Does the BJP know why 23rd January is famous for? They do not know.
We know, sir.
It is the birthday.
That's why Prime Minister is at the Red Fort, marking Parakram Divas.
Stop, please. Which they were celebrating last year. And not a single event this year. This is Netaji's birthday. the greatest son of India. And they did not celebrate on
Prime Minister is at the Red Fort. Monojit Da, Prime Minister is at the Red Fort. It's a huge event. Parakram Divas being marked. I'm just correcting you.
Parakram Divas, not a single word on this greatest son of India. Last year only, with much fanfare, you were doing the same thing on the Delhi road, the Rajpath road or whatever. Not a single word. It's all euphoria about an incomplete
That's because the
temple.
Netaji statue was unveiled. Now see the pictures. Now see the pictures. Prime Minister at Parakram Divas.
To make my point. Please allow me. That's not a single event. That was.
But you are digressing. You are diverting.
It's all about you.
Because you don't want to answer on Mamata Di saying Allah maaf nahi karega.
I will reply. And on top of this, what Mr. Subhendu Adhikari, the principal leader of your state in Bengal, he is threatening to burn Bengal on this auspicious day when the greatest son of India and Bengal was born. On this day, and don't show me not a single
Gentlemen,
TV
please see.
event.
This event is happening live on Red
Don't
Fort.
show me. You should be
Go and
ashamed
see.
of yourself. For the last 5-6 years, you've been talking about Netaji's birthday. Why there
Don't
is no
spread lies
holiday
on
this
national
day?
television then.
Why there is no
Don't
holiday
spread
on
lies.
Netaji's
You have
birthday?
never remembered
Pictures,
Netaji's
these are
birthday.
national
Arey
holidays.
Baba, it's Netaji's birthday. Prime Minister is with Netaji at Parakram Divas at Red Fort. What more you want? Mamata Di has not done anything today on Netaji, but you're not answering my question. How is Allah maaf karega, Allah maaf nahi karega secular in an all religion Sarva Dharma Sabha?
It's not about Allah, it's about Almighty, it's about the people of this country. Who is Almighty for us? And please don't disturb Mamata Di's word. She made it very clear in Bangla, it was Kapurus, Kayer. It was not kafir, and this is BJP's habit of picking things from a distorted version. This is Amit Malviya's technical necromancy.
Okay, kafir. It's a difficult choice for the Congress party. Either they are kafir or they are kapurush.
He made it very clear. This can't be your storyline. Mamata Di is, if you learn Bangla.
George Kurian, such a difficult choice for you given by Mamata Didi. Either you are kafir or you are kapurush.
And they asked this BJP to practice the real sense of Lord Rama, not fake sense of Lord Rama. When the country is in doldrum,
don't teach us
one part of the country is burning.
Okay.
Be happy with your coffee.
Okay. But you see.
Stop this person. This fake Hindu, fake Ram what? Ram means tolerance. Ram means Shansilata.
So what happens to the tolerance of impossible violence when you kill people who don't vote for you? What happens to the tolerance then?
Okay. I have to quickly. Monojit, I'm left with 3 minutes. I have to get in. Anurag Bhadoria, I joined late, and Sujata Pandey. I have to get in Anurag Bhadoria. You know, the provocations from your party just don't stop. Just one person, but then you have to do something about it. Swami Prasad Maurya and Akhilesh Yadav handled it so well. The invite that he got, saying that he will come at the right time, he did not say no. Swami Prasad Maurya just half an hour back says, or maybe 2 hours back, why can't dead be brought to life if there can be pran pratishtha of a stone? I mean, is that the way to handle sentiments? Are you even clear what's really the sentiment on the ground? And as a politician, do you understand that if you don't have sentiment on the ground with you, you are not going to win electorally?
मुझे लगता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समझने की जरूरत है। समाजवादी पार्टी सभी धर्मों का सम्मान करने वाली है।
आप स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य का जवाब दीजिए ना।
प्रभुराम में आस्था रखते हैं। प्रभुराम हमारे आस्था का विषय है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जरूर उसको राजनीतिक विषय बनाना चाहती है। वो कोशिश करती है भारतीय जनता पार्टी कैसे राजनीतिक विषय बने, लेकिन हम हमेशा प्रभुराम का दिया। सुन मेरी बात पूरी हो जाए फिर आप बोलिएगा। प्रभुराम इस देश की सभ्यता है, संस्कृति है, संस्कार है, कण कण में है। प्रभुराम दिल में है, यहाँ दलों में नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोशिश ये कर रही है कि प्रभुराम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हो जाएंगे। जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बात करेगा वो प्रभुराम को मानेगा, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बात नहीं करेगा प्रभुराम को नहीं मानेगा। ऐसा तो नहीं है भाई। हम तो इस विषय चर्चा में नहीं पढ़ना चाहते। हम तो ये कहते हैं प्रभुराम कण कण में है। लेकिन राजनीति और धर्म दोनों अलग चीजें हैं। राजनीति आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी को करनी चाहिए कैसे हमें समाज का विकास हो, और धर्म हमें जीने की पद्धति सिखाता है। जो हमारे साधु पुरुष लोग हैं, जो पहले भी हैं और अभी भी रहे, वो हमें धर्म का ज्ञान देते हैं, धर्म गुरु लोग। लेकिन हमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता हमें क्यों ज्ञान दे रहे हैं ये मैं नहीं समझ। उनको ज्ञान, उनको जनता ने इसलिए चुना था कि वो जनता के मुद्दों की बात करेंगे, वो जनता के कैसे परेशानी है।
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry because of the breaking that came off of Bharat Ratna for the late Karpuri Thakur. The debate got truncated by about 7-8 minutes. Otherwise, I would have got one more interjection each from everyone. I'm really sorry for that. Anurag Bhadoria, you know, the green jacket that you wear always is most welcome. It is very secular. But then equally, you can sometimes maybe put on a saffron muffler on it because even that would be secular. I think it's unfortunate that the opposition is not realizing the sentiment on the ground. If Rahul Gandhi says there is no Ram Lahar, it's a big, big political mistake, purely from electoral point of view also. I am really sorry I have run out of time. Sorry to the guests because there was 7-8 more minutes which was taken away by the breaking on Karpuri Thakur. Thank you so much everyone for joining us. Siddharth Yadav, Sujata Pandey. I would have come to you more, Sujata Pandey. Sorry for that. Anurag Bhadoria, of course, and George Kurian and Monojit Mandal. Thank you so much. Short break. Trending burning question with Shawan on the other side.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson Stephanie has said that the airstrikes in Al-Haske have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to many civilian facilities.
Our humanitarian colleagues tell us they're deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in the northeast of Syria, as the security situation there is deteriorating. Over the past week, multiple airstrikes at Al-Hassake have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to several facilities, including power stations and oil production fields, which could negatively impact the availability of gas, fuel, and electricity going forward.
Mamata Banerjee got no relief from the Delhi High Court as she approached Delhi High Court to allow her to stay in her official residence, which is 9B Telegraph Lane. But today, Mamata Banerjee, the expelled member of Parliament of TMC, who she was expelled from the Parliament on 8th of December 2023, and today her official residence, government residence, have been completely evicted, and clearly could be seen the visuals as the police officials are right now here outside the residence of Mamata Banerjee. In fact, the officials from the Directorate of States are also outside the residence of Mamata Banerjee. The key of her residence have been officially handed over to the officials of Directorate of States earlier. Also, the first time when Mamata Banerjee approached Delhi High Court clearly stated Mamata Banerjee that she should request Directorate of States to allow her to stay in her official residence 9B Telegraph Lane. These are the visuals outside her residence. We could clearly see that some of the laborers are also standing outside her residence as
Trending burning question, powered by Reva University, Century Laminates, AMNS, Acco Insurance and Hyundai Summit.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Trending Burning Question with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, the headache of the India alliance is just growing with every passing day. Now, in a fresh face-off between Mamata Banerjee and the left in the state of West Bengal, the Chief Minister has alleged that it is the left that is dictating terms as far as the Indi alliance is concerned. Now, this infighting still continues with Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury taking a direct attack on the Trinamool Congress, saying that there is absolutely no need for the Trinamool Congress as far as the Indi alliance is concerned. Now, Mamata's comments were criticized by the Congress party, Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury, who once again labelled her as an opportunist. Meanwhile, another Indi bloc Neta, KC Tyagi, speaking exclusively to Republic TV, has hit out at the Congress party. The JDU Neta says that NDA is leading with the campaigning for the Lok Sabha polls, whereas the Indi bloc continues to reel under the leadership tussle. Here are the developments, and then we begin the trending burning question.
It's an all-out fight in Indi. Trinamool Congress chief Mamata Banerjee has trained her guns on her Indi ally, the left, accusing it of controlling the agenda and dictating terms of the Indi bloc.
इंडिया नाम हमने दिया, लेकिन मेरे का दुख का बात है ये कहने का। हम लोग मीटिंग में जाते हैं, हम देखते हैं CPIM मीटिंग को कंट्रोल करते हैं, जिसको साथ 34 साल हमारा जिंदगी में लड़ाई किया हमने, हम उसको कोई एडवाइस नहीं मानेंगे।
Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury, who had earlier called Trinamool a cancerous party, has called Mamata Banerjee an opportunist.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की दया से और मदद से 2011 साल में ममता बनर्जी खुद सत्ता पे आई थी। ये बात मान के चलिए, ममता बनर्जी एक अवसरवादी नेत्री की नाम है।
The BJP took this opportunity to corner CM Mamata.
मैं कहना चाहता हूँ लेफ्ट का काम ही यही है कंट्रोल। आप लेफ्ट का कंट्रोल में घुसा क्यों? इसीलिए अभी भी INDA जोट छोड़ के निकाल आई है। कारण ना आपको कोई वही पर विश्वास करते हैं, ना INDA जोट में ममता बनर्जी को कोई ज्यादा महत्व देते हैं। सारे तो लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस मिलके काम कर रहा है। तो लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस का पैर का नीचे बैठ के ममता जी को काम करना है तो IND में रह जाए।
As conundrum over the PM face continues. Speaking exclusively to Republic TV, JDU leader KC Tyagi took a dig at Congress, saying NDA is leading with poll campaigning, whereas Indi is grappling with PM face tussle.
बिखरा नहीं है, लेकिन जो हमारी चिंताएं हैं वो सीट शेयरिंग को जल्दी निपटाने के लिए भी हैं, लेकिन हम NDA में BJP के साथ काम कर चुके हैं। उनकी क्षमताओं को, सवालों को जिस तरह से वो फैलाते हैं उसको, उनके संगठन को लेकर के हम वाकिफ़ हैं और उसके मुकाबले में हमारी तैयारियां कम हैं। लिहाजा हम अपने गठबंधन को और तीव्रता के साथ संचालित करने के पक्षधर हैं। इसका कोई और अर्थ नहीं निकाला जाए।
The BJP cornered Indi alliance for lack of leadership.
The so-called Indi alliance is a non-alliance in a real sense. There is no clarity about its leadership, its agenda, its logo, its office. And what we are seeing on a daily basis is literally a war between the various constituents of this paper alliance.
Can Indi douse the fire in its bloc ahead of the Lok Sabha polls? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A straight face-off between Siddharth Yadav of the Bharatiya Janata Party and Professor Monojit Mondal, who leans towards the Trinamool Congress. Professor Mondal, to begin with you, forget about winning the elections. You cannot perhaps significantly even bring down the majority that is steering the NDA. The reason being, take a look at the state from where you come from. Mamata Banerjee has already indicated that 42 seats is where Trinamool Congress is going to contest. If that's going to happen, and if the position that she's taken right now, that the left has been completely diminished, the Congress party says that she's an opportunist, where do you think will you get the strength to take on the Bharatiya Janata Party?
No, I think first of all, BJP or NDA that you talk about can't even answer my single question about the fact that which is the second largest party in their NDA. I'm still waiting for that answer. That's point number one. Point number two, I think Mamata has stated the obvious. As far as Bengal is concerned, of course, TMC is the dominating party. It is the TMC that is fighting these, communal forces in the form of the BJP, not CPIM Congress. Rather,
your party,
both CPIM
Trinamool Congress says
they are in tacitly or at times even overtly.
Mamata Banerjee has not really declared even the BJP as the biggest enemy at this point in time. From the latest speech that she has delivered, it appears for the public that her bigger headache is the left parties. Mr. BK Kangu, if I can come to you also, Mamata Banerjee says that you are dictating the terms and you have no right to dictate the terms.
Shawan, you hail from this part of the country. Shawan, you hail from this part of the country. You are talking about a political.
I am expecting an answer. I am not stopped you. I am not stopped you.
For the last 5 years.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ever since 2016, CPIM has not
Somebody
won a
speaking.
single seat.
So if I'm getting
talk
disturbed.
about CPIM being the biggest enemy, that's your problem. Mamata has stated the obvious thing that there is no question of even thinking about an alliance with CPIM. Thinking about an alliance with CPIM, because CPIM, I think, is just the other side of BJP. And for your kind information, we do not think that CPIM is a communist party. We do not think. That is not a communist party. That is their fake agenda, what they have been doing for the last 34 years. Congress, again, there is no question of any tie with Adhir Chowdhury's Congress. Adhir Chowdhury has destroyed the Congress. He has surrendered even Murshidabad Congress to BJP. Murshidabad, where he comes from, in the 2020
Professor Mondal,
election, they did not even win a single seat.
You don't.
All the
That's
seats
exactly.
were given to BJP
You are.
by Congress. So, Mr. Adhir Chowdhury, if you are
Okay.
listening to me, think about your seat. You are now behind by 20,000 votes in your own constituency.
This is the classic case.
So if you have any
Professor Mondal,
sanity
classic case where the
left to
Bharatiya
you,
Janata Party
think about
on the
yourself,
sidelines, on the sun. You know, it's almost like Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. That's the classic situation right now. The Bharatiya Janata Party essentially has nothing to do. What they have to do is perhaps sit on the fence and watch each one of you make a mockery of yourself. Now imagine a situation where you are saying in the national... Hold me. I gave you the chance, Professor Mondal, I gave you the chance to respond. Why don't you hear me out also?
No,
I know it's not the most comfortable situation.
I just
Okay.
now,
just think about this. Think about this. Think from the people's point of view, not from your political perception on this entire matter and your complicated political alliance here. From the people's perspective, if they are largely viewing the Trinamool Congress as against the Bharatiya Janata Party, they would expect that you take on the BJP head-on rather than taking the left head-on, or for that matter, the Congress Party head-on. In the national capital, of course, who does not know the history?
How could you forget the history?
Now, one second, Professor Mondal, you think we are naive? You think we are naive? Everyone remembers the history. That is exactly why we reminded you that when you actually... No, hear me out. No one has forgotten the history. The bloody, violent history of the state of West Bengal when your leader had taken on the left government. The question is, why did you actually start? Why did you then get into the alliance? You knew that the left is going to be part of the alliance. Why did you get into it? Okay, that time BJP? What violence are you talking about? I'm talking about the violence when Mamata Banerjee was the principal opposition.
Violence was
Professor Mondal, you made your point. Let me also get the others into
it. The BJP. Okay. Look who are the BJP's cadre. Most of them are CPIM and the rejected people of TMC.
Would you give me an point? I'm not speaking anybody's...
Okay, Mr. Kangu, if Mr. Kangu of the CPI... Okay, Professor Mondal, let's take this. Let's widen the debate. Let's widen.
You can hold a one-way
debate. Let's widen the debate. You are not... The party that you are leaning towards, that's not the only factor within the Indi alliance. Let me also quickly take Mr. BK Kangu. Mr. BK Kangu, is the BJP your real enemy, or the Trinamool Congress is your real enemy? Because Mamata Banerjee is only concerned about the fact that you are dictating the terms. If that is the case, where exactly do you stand within the alliance?
See, please understand one thing. As far as West Bengal is concerned, when the left was there, the issues of law and order could have been there. But the problem was always a class war. Economic issues were dominant. The communalization has taken place subsequently when TMC came to power. So in India today, the problem
So why are you in alliance with them? Why are you in the alliance?
It is not a question.
If you don't like the Trinamool Congress...
The question is how to avoid communalization.
If you don't like... Your position is the worst.
TMC has
your
failed
position,
on all fronts
Mr. Kangu...
Not to stop communalization of politics.
2 states.
And therefore left feels essentially...
Mr. Kangu, your position...
To defeat BJP decisively, left has to maintain its position and its stand. That it is against communalism, it is
what
for secularism, and for
position
the constitutional values and economic issues
position
of the
where?
people.
Trinamool Congress can still boast about the fact. Trinamool Congress can still boast about the fact that they are in power, and they would simply say that we are looking into the winnability factor, so we are not going to give you the seats in the state of West Bengal. We will fight everything. At max, I will give 2 to the Congress party. Your position is precarious right now. Your position is precarious because you are fighting the Congress party in the state of Kerala. As far as West Bengal is concerned, you are basically left with nothing. Most of your cadres have moved into Siddharth Yadav's party. So where does it really leave you?
See, the question is, please understand one thing, that essentially we are fighting for certain values in the system and the society. The value of
Sir, values is absolutely fine.
Are important. Whether the
when you go to the
not,
people,
that will be decided. This will be decided. Now the Bengal is the rejected BJP and its communal politics. So I'm very confident that within a period of time you will see the re-emergence of left in West Bengal. So we are very optimistic.
Bengal has embraced by that logic, Mr. Kangu, by that logic, Bengal has embraced the Trinamool Congress, not your party. Having said that, the JDU now the interesting
with expectation,
Mr. Kangu, count the number of seats that you have. Count the seats. Even Mamata Banerjee does not take you very seriously. While you can do Lal Salam, your classic say, the Lal Salam is not really working.
See, again, I'm telling you,
Professor Mandal, I'll give you the chance. Professor Mandal, I'll give you the chance. Tonight, I think so, Siddharth. Okay.
Siddharth is a kebab mein hatti.
Classic case. I don't know whom are you fighting. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes.
Please.
No. Sometimes, Mr. Kangu, I wonder the allegation that Professor.
Nobody's asking for your certificate.
Siddharth Yadav seems to have a last laugh here. Professor Mandal, I'll come to you. I'll give you the chance. Let me just take one quick word from Anupriya and Siddharth Yadav also. I'll come back to you.
What will Siddharth talk about?
One second. Yeah, I find this very interesting. Siddharth Yadav, you don't have much work to do in this debate.
Not everybody has same.
Siddharth Yadav tonight has. Professor Mandal, you have to understand. You and others have actually given a respite to Siddharth Yadav.
For the last 1 year, I'm not getting the answer. What is the second largest party in India?
You'll get. Okay, chalo, we'll ask that question also. We'll ask that question. Okay, Professor Mandal, just hold on. Take a step back. At least you have won the fight with the left. You have won the fight with the left. Mr. Kangu also has to agree to it. Siddharth, I think so. Your position tonight in this debate is perfect. You don't have to fight any one of them. It seems that they have decided that they will do your job. Because tonight, if you see what is happening, this is a classic micro situation of the alliance and its prospects outside. Siddharth Yadav, while all of this is fine, the India alliance infighting is going to help you. It is obviously helping you in building the party, at least in other states. But having said that, the perennial question that one will ask you again and again, what will happen to you and your party when it comes to southern states?
No, first of all, Shravan, I think considering the paucity of time, this might be my only opportunity when I speak. So I would expect the same courtesy that I've been extending in the 15 minutes out of the 20 minutes of this debate to other panelists. And not everybody has same etiquettes like Professor Mandal. So I'll expect him to stay silent and not issue any certificates to me or to anybody else on the panel. When it comes down to, I'll answer to your question for the South, but I would want to highlight the very peculiar position what has happened in West Bengal. And that peculiar position is, it is not just the cadre fighting. It is not just the issues with seat sharing. It is, I think, the widening gap, the allegation, the differences between ideologies that all these leaders are now coming out with. Now, you call a chief minister opportunist, you call her autocratic, and you still are sitting with it. And Adhir Ranjan Chowdhury is not a Mandal Adhyaksh. He is not a Jila Panchayat Sadasya. He is the leader of the flow of a Congress party. If a person of that stature comes out and says that Mamata Banerjee is opportunist, I think the Congress party's cadre would at least believe, because we obviously know that she definitely is and she is an autocrat. No issues on that, but we are not, going to agree more with them. But same is with the CPI. Now, Mamata Banerjee is saying we'll do anything but not go with CPI. And now they would want to turn around the history like anything. There was no bloody history of Bengal. Mamata Banerjee, your party's leader, had to herself, face all such things from CPI. But now have to come together and sit on a table, because politics is more important. Because in politics, you have to settle down, compromise, leave such issues. So this is for the India Alliance. But as you said, I don't have, it is for the benefit of people of Bengal, not for BJP's benefit, because the people of Bengal are going to finally get rid of such parties, which is going to happen in the near future. But when you ask me what is going to be the case in
Let's
South,
also take the other constituent. Let's also take the other constituent. Let's also say that I know there is a paucity of time and I apologize for it, but Anupriya of the JDU is joining. Anupriya, just about a few months ago, your alliance partner Tejasvi Yadav was actually addressing your leader Paltu Chacha. Today, the situation is as such when KC Tyagi speaking to Republic TV is also almost borderline hinting at the fact that the NDA's campaigning is far better. It's an indication that there is a growing frustration within your party too with regards to the India alliance because there is no finality as far as the seat sharing is concerned.
गुड इवनिंग आप कहा कि मेरी आवाज रिवर्स आ रही है. हेलो
अनुप्रिया जी सुनाई दे रहा है हमें? सवाल जो मैं कर रहा था कि थोड़ी देर पहले केसी त्यागी कह रहे हैं कि एनडीए की कैंपेनिंग आपसे बेटर है.
मैंने सुना आपने कहा कि हमारे अलायंस पार्टी, आपने तेजस्वी जी की बातों को भी कोट किया, बट मैं आपको बता दूं कि आपने ये भी सुना होगा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था अजीत पवार जी के बारे में कि अजीत दादा की पिसिंग एंड मिसिंग, लेकिन अजीत दादा जैसे ही उनके साथ में आते हैं अलायंस में, वो बीजेपी के वॉशिंग पाउडर में जब वो धुल जाते हैं तो वो बहुत ही भ्रष्टाचारी नहीं हो गए, बहुत ही शिष्टाचारी हो जाते हैं. वो राम राज्य की बात होती है और भ्रष्टाचार खत्म हो जाती है. लेकिन आपने उस सवाल को नहीं पूछा. आपने सिद्धार्थ यादव जी को कहा कि भाई आपको टेंशन लेने की जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि फाइटिंग जो इंडिया अलायंस के अंदर में हो रही है. लेकिन आपने कहीं से भी सवाल पूछा कि क्या एनडीए के अंदर में जितने भी इनके अलायंस पार्टियां हैं, यहाँ सीट शेयर की बातें क्या क्लियर हो गई है? कोई भी मुझे एक राज्य बता दे. मैं सिद्धार्थ यादव जी आपसे ही पूछ लेती हूँ, आप बता दीजिए कोई भी एक राज्य जहां बता दीजिए कि आप अपने अलायंस पार्टियों को कितने सीट देने जा रही है. मैं बिहार में आती हूँ, बिहार में ही बता दीजिए आपने जिन पार्टियों को
Anupriya, should I answer?
आपने तैयार किया. नहीं, listen to me. सिद्धार्थ यादव, पहले मैं बोल लूं, उसके बाद आप जवाब दे देंगे.
आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा तो I'm answering.
जितने भी पार्टियों को आपने जितनी ही पार्टियों को अपने साथ में जोड़ा है, वो पार्टियां हैं जिनको आपने दो भागों में बांट दिया है. वो टूटी फूटी पार्टियां जिनकी अपनी अस्तित्व नहीं है, जिनको आपने खत्म कर दिया, आप उसके साथ में हैं और आप सवाल पूछते हैं इंडिया अलायंस के बारे में. निश्चित तौर पर हमारी जो बातें हैं वो पार्टी के फोरम पे भी हो रही है और जनता के बीच में भी है और जनता भी जान रही है. एटलीस्ट यहाँ पे इतनी लोकतंत्र है कि आपस में लोग बातें कह रहे हैं, अपनी नजर जो भी उनकी इश्यूज है उस पर शॉर्टेड हो रहे हैं. लेकिन आपके यहाँ तो दमनकारी चल रही है. आप तो दमन कर रहे हैं कि आपके अलायंस की बात लोग तो बोल भी नहीं पा रहे हैं.
चलिए,
बिहार की एक सीट है जिसमें चाचा बच्चन की पार्टी जिनकी आग लगा दिया है, उनको.
चलिए, आपका जो एक सवाल है भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कि आखिरकार वो अपने अलायंस पार्टनर के साथ क्या करेंगे, जबकि कई सारे ऐसे राज्य जहां पे उनके अलायंस पार्टनर की जरूरत भी ना हो, पर फिर भी ये सवाल पूछ रहे थे. सिद्धार्थ यादव, what really happens to the coalition, Dharma? Because you may not need it, but the fact of the matter is that it is always taken, especially in the state of Maharashtra. How exactly will you accommodate Ajit Pawar on the one side, on the other Eknath Shinde, and of course the rising aspirations of the Deputy Chief Minister too?
Shravan, first of all, the party which won because of the name of Prime Minister Modi, all their Lok Sabha seats, are now finally telling us, what should happen with the ally partners. You were our ally partner, but you are the Paltu Ram, so you have to go other way around. But the people who are actually sticking down with the policies for a developing Bharat, there is no infighting. And that is why this question doesn't arise. There is no abusing of each other. Nobody is saying that I will die but not sit with CPIM. Nobody is saying that Congress party is such and such. Nobody is saying that Mamata is such and such. So there is no such question. But I'll tell you, in the state elections that happened, we as NDA contested those elections. You as Congress contested. There was no ND. NDA is still there. And this is because of the leadership of Narendra Modi ji, that we have such a big stature that everybody is coming together and there's no way fighting. Everybody is there. And we, despite having the absolute majority, are ready to take everybody with us, give their due share and contest elections for the betterment of the people. Because in our case, Anupriya ji, the bottom line, the settlement is not the corruption settlement formula, not the Kukaram settlement formula. There is no such formula. There is only one formula.
You will have to think about it. you know, while all said and done, you too will have a tough time, at least in some states, particularly the state of Maharashtra. But thank you very much, Professor Mondal. I'm sorry. This is a debate. This is a debate that is going to continue. This is a debate that is going to continue. I apologize because we had to cut it short a little bit, but we're going to come back to it. Professor Mondal, there'll be enough opportunity, and especially with India Alliance around, I'm sure there'll be more opportunity to discuss this entire issue as to what really happens in the future. Thank you very much, Anupriya, BK Kangu, Professor Mondal and Siddharth Yadav for joining us on the trending burning question. On the other side, the big debate coming up with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through peaceful means, through dialogue and cooperation.
Rockets between Iran and Pakistan. We've seen reports of casualties on both sides. Again, he urges both countries to exercise maximum restraint, avoid any further escalation. Any security issues, any issues, concerns between Iran and Pakistan must be addressed through peaceful means.
Houthi rebels in Yemen claim to have carried out a missile attack against the American cargo ship. And this, in fact, has been happening, as Houthis military spokesperson said that the attack that took place in the Gulf of Aden comes in retaliation to the strikes by the United States against the Houthis. The UN said that it is deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in northeast of Syria. UN spokesperson Stephanie has said that the the airstrikes in Al-Haske have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to many civilian facilities.
Our humanitarian colleagues tell us they're deeply concerned by ongoing attacks on civilian infrastructure and the safety of civilians in the northeast of Syria, as the security situation there is deteriorating. Over the past week, multiple airstrikes at Al-Hassake have led to civilian casualties and caused significant damage to several facilities, including power stations and oil production fields, which could negatively impact the availability of gas, fuel, and electricity going forward.
Kashmir to Wayanad, India celebrates Lord Ram. Boycott brigade left completely red-faced. Most public celebration of Lord Ram, Indi in a tizzy. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
From the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Goenka, Century Club Prime, Policy Bazaar.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. There are a few things that we must accept and get right. We must speak straight. We must be direct now. We must be totally direct. So I want to make a few very direct points. I'm sorry if you don't agree with me, but these are the facts. First point, that there is a huge wave of Hindu consolidation in the country. And Bhagwan Sri Ram is at the core of that consolidation. Second, naturally, there will be a political fallout of this Hindu consolidation. Those who have been for Lord Ram and those political parties who have been for the construction and have fought hard and sacrificed for the construction of the Ram Mandir will benefit. It's only natural. Those who have been against Lord Ram, those like the Congress party of Sonia Gandhi, who have denied the existence of Lord Ram, and those like the Congress party who have gone out of their way to somehow try and stop the Ram Mandir from being constructed, parties like the Congress will be punished. And parties like the Congress, who have only and only believed in appeasing certain minority religions at the cost of the majority, will be punished. Dear viewers of Republic, it is time to talk straight. Speak straight. Let's no longer be subtle about it, indirect about it, apologetic about it. Let's be direct about it. Which takes me to my third point tonight. What happened yesterday was extraordinary when every temple, every street, every housing society, every family, every village, every town and every metro celebrates like people celebrated yesterday. You have to accept that there is a Hindu reawakening, a Hindu consolidation in this country. Which takes me to my fourth point. Hindus will not be divided anymore. Hindus are 82% plus of the population of Bharat. Consolidating the Muslim vote and breaking the Hindu vote like the Congress has done for decades and has got away with it, most unfortunately, is going to fail. Why? Simply because, as I said, Hindus have got united. Believe me, viewers. From Tamil Nadu to Assam to every corner of this country, Hindus have really got united. And why not? As custodians of the oldest spiritual civilization of the entire world, don't Hindus have the right? Hindus have the right. Don't Hindus have the responsibility? They have the responsibility. Do Hindus not have the need? They have the need to be united. Hindu unity cannot be called majoritarianism. This is rubbish. Rubbish. This rubbish about majoritarianism is not going to cut any ice anymore. The opposition in this country has to realize that yes, what you are seeing is the reality. The Congress should ask itself why it's feeling left out. Yes, the reality is there are saffron flags everywhere across the country. The reality is that yes, Jai Shri Ram is a respectful salutation. Jai Shri Ram. A salutation for Bhagwan, Lord Ram. It is not a war cry. The reality is that yes, the attempt to play the caste card, to abuse Hindus, to create an alliance that says that Hindus and Hinduism is like dengue. Compare Hinduism to disease and say we will eradicate Hinduism. All of these things have been happening. And the reality is, ladies and gentlemen, when these things were happening, Where was Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and OSC? Where was their secularism then? Ladies and gentlemen, all these things have been happening. And finally, the point tonight is this. Will there be political consequences? People are asking me. I'm not for being subtle about it, viewers. I've always been direct about it. Yes, there will be a major political fallout. And that is why there is fear. But that fear is only in the minds and hearts of those who know, deep in their minds and their hearts, that they have been anti-Ram. They have always been against Bhagwan Shri Ram. And you can't get away with it. You can't get away with it. If they got away with it for so long, being against Hinduism, against Bhagwan Shri Ram, I'm saying to them tonight, not as a challenge, but as a certainty. Not as a political slogan, but a belief. Not just as a statement, but as an ideology. You can't be anti-national and get away with it. And similarly, you cannot expect, in the name of fake secularism, to be anti-Bhagwan Shri Ram and get away with it. And if you've got away with it for so long, my final statement is this. You will not get away with it. You cannot expect to get away with it in a new and resurgent and confident Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you with two debates tonight. First, the reality that yesterday was a public celebration, not a political event. And the second debate is tonight on all those people with the fraud arguments like Al Jazeera and BBC. Same stupid Western propaganda. I would really like the BBC to take a stronger position on their Rwanda strategy. I would really like Al Jazeera to do expose of what happens in Qatar. But they won't do that, ladies and gentlemen. You see, ladies and gentlemen, they won't. But we'll expose them tonight. And here are the headlines this Tuesday evening on the debate tonight. India alliance in a tizzy looks for more excuses as India celebrates the Grand Ram Mandir with pomp and show. The celebrations continue. In Ayodhya, Yogi Adityanath reviews the security situation as devotees just throng the Ram Mandir. Western media, back with its fake news machinery, uses the Ram Mandir to propagate anti-India narratives. Major tussle over seat sharing with Indi. It's Mamata fighting in a big way versus the left and Nitish Kumar all out against the Congress. Huge fight. Former Bihar Chief Minister Karpuri Thakur to be conferred the Bharat Ratna posthumously. And scathing allegations hit the Maan government. Cable operators allege attack and intimidation in a bid by the Aam Aadmi Party to hijack the cable industry. Ladies and gentlemen, as India celebrates the epic return of Lord Ram to Ayodhya, the India alliance has been at a loss to decide what its position should be on the matter. It has been searching for excuses, grappling for answers. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mandir boycott, the anti-Bhagwan Shri Ram position is going to backfire in a big, big way for the Indi. Let's debate.
A sea of devotees, serpentine queues. lakhs flocked to get the first glimpse of Ram Lalla.
This is a matter of faith, as everyone has pointed this out. This is a matter of their Ram Lalla. This is a matter of waiting for hundreds of years, after which finally this temple stands tall. Republic getting you an exclusive sneak peek into what it is like to enter into the temple main premises and then walk with the darshanarthis, walk with the devotees. That helps us understand how people are in fact happy about their darshans, and they are in fact chants of Jai Shri Ram. The chants of Jai Shri Ram echo. कते नहीं हो रही है, खुशी खुशी, ना प्यास लग रहा है, ना कुछ लग रहा है, कुछ तकलीफ नहीं। जो हमको मिला है ना, सबको अच्छा है, सब भैया लोगों को अच्छा है। अभी कुछ ही मिनटों में आप देखेंगे रामलला।
अभी बहुत बढ़िया हो गया, पुलिस ने बहुत अच्छा कर दिया। ये राम जन्मभूमि ट्रस्ट है ना, एकदम बराबर कर दिया। ऐसा जाने में पब्लिक को तकलीफ नहीं रहेंगे।
आप दर्शन करके आए?
शायद भगवान बैठे हैं वहाँ, साक्षात बढ़िया दर्शन हुए। मोदी जी ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है।
दर्शन किए, 2 बार गए, लगातार 1 सेकंड किए।
हमने 3-4 बार किए।
I'm really deeply touched and emotional, really emotional. I cannot express my happiness. This is once in a lifetime, and we are really touched that we are witnessing this moment.
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath reviewed the security situation in the mandir.
Day one, when it was open to public, lakhs of devotees have been thronging since 3 a.m. Since midnight, in fact, we are seeing early morning. People have queued up here in winter, in fog. Security is in full force here. The Rapid Action Force, the Uttar Pradesh Police personnel, the ATS, and of course, there are several of the top officers from police, from security department that have come here on the site.
As India celebrates Sabka Ram, Indi allies are figuring out their own way out.
ಪಾಪ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಬದುಕಿದರೆ ಏನು ಪವಾಡ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅದು ಆ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ಡೌಟು. ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅವರು ಗರ್ಭಗುಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳ ಅಪವಿತ್ರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಉತ್ಪಾದನಾ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ।
আমি রামের বিরুদ্ধ নই, আমি রাম সীতা দুজনকেই শ্রদ্ধা করি। তোমরা সীতা দেবীর নামটা তো একবারও বলো না, তার মানে কি অ্যান্টি উইমেন? আর ও অ্যান্টি উইমেন? সীতা না থাকলে রাম হয় না, আর কৌশল্যা দেবী না থাকলে, মা না থাকলে রামের জন্ম হয় না।
BJP and central government and RSS has tried to make this hype, as you rightly pointed out. Why this hype? Because in the run-up for the election, they failed to project the achievement of the central government, the promises made in the election manifesto last time, that we have to remind them.
इतिहास को और साक्ष्यों को तोड़ मरोड़ के पेश करने की कला के जादूगर हैं मोदी जी, मैं मानता हूँ, लेकिन ये कला चलती नहीं है, वो टप से बैठ जाती है। किसने कहा था? ये कैसे हुआ है? न्यायिक प्रक्रिया से हुआ है ना। आपने तो इसको बीजेपी आरएसएस का इवेंट बना दिया। चलिए आपको मुबारक हो।
BJP retorted to Indi's jibes, making it clear ideology stands first.
लोग कहते थे राम मंदिर बनाओगे लेकिन तारीख नहीं बताओगे। हमने राम मंदिर बनाया भी, भव्य समारोह कराया भी। ये केवल बातें नहीं, करके दिखाया है। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पहचान है, जो कहते हैं वो करके दिखाते हैं।
After Prime Minister draws a Ram Rekha, Indi grapples for answers. Can the Indi counter BJP ahead of polls? Let's debate.
Kanchan Gupta joins us, senior advisor, INP Ministry, Government of India. First, quick comment from you, Kanchan. It was the argument was that this is a BJP RSS event and not a public celebration, not a religious event, not a spiritual event. After yesterday's celebrations, the way the whole country came together, your thoughts on that argument?
Hi, Arnab. Thank you for having me on your show. Just a couple of quick points. I mean, it's there for everybody to see the kind of fervor, the kind of response which cuts through regions, demographies. And this was not only for any one community, and as the Prime Minister kept on reminding, that this is a national endeavor, and this is all about celebrating a very core identity of India. And in that situation, to say that it has been hijacked by this party or that organization, it's so untrue. And this is just correcting a sort of a historical wrong that happened with Somnath, when the then Prime Minister decided to keep a distance from the rebuilding and the consecration of Somnath Temple, and even tried to prevent the president from attending it. So over here, it was a total reversal, and which is the way it should be. And no particular community was targeted, no particular community was singled out for joining the celebrations. You had everybody over there. It was open to all, just as it is open to all today. So why even bring in that point?
Is it you feel, you feel that the BJP and the RSS are being given too much credit for something which actually has witnessed celebrations across the country? I mean, I'm asking people that 500,000 devotees who have gone to the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya today. The BJP and RSS have not organized the 500,000 devotees to go there on day one. The Sikh community has organized a 3-day Akhand Path in the Gurudwara Brahmkund Sahib, Kund Sahib in Ayodhya. The BJP and RSS have not asked them to organize that, So the point is, I mean, those who are making this purely political argument seem to be out of touch with the way people are feeling in different parts of the country. I mean, I must say, Kanchanda, wherever you went yesterday, there was a sense of an unbelievable celebration, a community spirit. People said this is bigger than Diwali for us. Lamps were being lit. Celebrations went on till midnight. That's the kind of coming together we saw yesterday. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
but yet I find that the political argument has not come up with any original thought on that.
No. To sort of try and deny the outpouring of fervor yesterday, especially after the consecration was over, even during the consecration, everybody was glued in front of his or her television set. People were watching it on handsets. People were watching it. People were listening to the audio. And in the evening, if you look at the celebrations, it was across communities. It was across demographies. It was across regions. And to say that it was organized is utter rot. I mean, I know where I live, people who are not BJP voters, they were celebrating in the streets. In societies. Now, if you take a large housing society with thousands of flats, not everybody is a BJP voter or an RSS member. And yet every member, every family in the society was celebrating. So these are ridiculous arguments. If you have to see it in the context of what the opposition is saying. And I'm really, really sorry. As a Bengali, I'm saying this, I regret it, that Mamata Banerjee's response has been hugely wrong. When she keeps on saying this is Tagore's Bengal, this is Nazrul Islam's Bengal, right? But look at the body of work on Ram by Tagore. Look at the Tagore family. Look at Nazrul Islam's own Nazrul Giti written as a tribute to Ram. So all that gets wiped out. And today or yesterday, she says that nobody mentions Sita. And that is really intellectually challenging. When you say Jai Siya Ram, the Siya stands for Sita. When you say Sri Ram, Sri stands for Sita. Sri is the other name of Lakshmi, and Sita was supposed to be a reincarnation of Lakshmi. So all this knowledge is there. And in Bengal, which was the well of knowledge, it's all dried up now. It's a dried well. And the same with Bihar. Sita Mari is in Bihar. And the original Ayodhya movement began in the form of Ram Janki Rath Yatra. It began in Bihar. And today Bihar and the politicians, the ruling party politicians of Bihar, want to disown Ayodhya and Ram Mandir. I mean, what's wrong? I mean, there is something very,
Well
very
said, absolutely.
fundamentally flawed in
I
the
think
opposition's
either
approach.
either they don't see, or they are pretending to be blind to the reality. Kanchan Gupta, thank you very much for setting up a wonderful conversation for my debate this evening. And my first question, therefore, goes to either of Vivek Silas of the Samajwadi Party, Kapil Madan, who backs the Congress, and Anirban backing the TMC, taking on Neena Rai, author of Amazing Ayodhya, and of course, Gaurav Bhatia is joining in on the debate as well. Now, my question is, Vivek, Kapil, Anirban, you got to be blind not to see. You have to be blind. I mean, Abhishek is with me. Abhishek, you got to be totally blind not to see what's happening across the country. Or to, I would say, to have a suicidal instinct. Abhishek, that we want to commit political suicide. We want to go against the spirit of the majority religion of the country. Not against a political party, Abhishek.
Against the UP government estimate about 100,000 visitors daily. Today, 500,000, 500,000
have visited on day one.
And that's the sentiment on the ground, the groundswell of emotion for Ram Lala.
Yeah.
And if politicians who are supposed to be part of electoral politics miss this, because electoral politics is about getting people on your side.
Understanding the public sentiment,
yeah. You're not getting it.
Maybe they're not getting it. So my question goes to either of them. Maybe it goes to Vivek. Vivek, political suicide or deliberate act of blindness?
No, very good evening to all of you, Arnab. As you said in the opening statement of your show, that we are finding excuses, we are searching for excuses. Not at all, we are not searching for any excuses. As far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned, definitely we didn't go on the 22nd, and we didn't want to go because it's absolutely clear that, and we believe that people or any political party who is visiting the Lord Ram temple on the 22nd or even after that, we can even visit after that. That doesn't mean that we are not Hindus. Look what Mrs. Dimple Yadav, the Honorable Member of Parliament, said. She said, even if we'll not be getting the invitation, we'll definitely be going because Ram is in our hearts. That is the thing.
No, now you're trying to change your line because your party. Now you're trying to change your line. I go to Gaurav Bhatia for a quick response to that, and I'm happy if you change your line. I know one thing. You know one thing, Abhishek. I always believe people talk about Chunavi Hindus, but the fact that people are talking about Chunavi Hindus also accentuates the reality that Hinduism is a vocal majority religion of the country. So you cannot be anti-Hindu in this country and get away with it. Gaurav Bhatia, is the Samajwadi Party coming too late to change its own position, given that its own, late party chief and ex-chief minister Mulayam Singh Yadav was responsible for the massacre of car sevaks?
So Arnab, I will come to the Samajwadi Party later, but your topic of today's debate is very important. What does it mean for Bharat and India? Bharat is Ram Mein, and we are reclaiming the Hindu glory that was tried to be butchered by the anti-Hindu parties and the invaders who came. I must say today that there is a very strong message also to everybody, including the opposition parties, that if Modi is there, even impossible becomes possible. Impossible is possible. And let us understand that Hindus were treated as second-rate citizens. And Arnab, Hindus are the most tolerant community. We are law-abiding citizens. And the testimony to that is that we waited for 550 years. And in the last 75 years, a legal battle was fought by the Hindu community, abiding by the constitution of the country. And कहा जाता है सत्यमेव जयते. और इसीलिए जीत सत्य की हुई. But today, there is also a message to the opposition parties who, though not born in Muslim families, will indulge in appeasement, will wear jalidar topis, will attend iftar parties, and then they would not realize that dharm निजी विषय नहीं है. लेकिन जब राम मंदिर की बात आई अर्नब, तो सबने कहा धर्म निजी विषय है, इसलिए हम लोग राम मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में नहीं गए. That reminds me of a chopai from Hanuman Chalisa. वो कहते हैं ना, भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे. So any person with an evil will not be able to enter the sacrosanct premises. And on the other side, it is also said, Vidyavan Guri Ati Chatur, Ram Kaj Karbe Ko Atur. So any
What if
person,
they change their line, Gaurav?
Who?
What if they change their line? What if they change their line? My question is, what if they change their line? Many people are changing their politics. Have you not seen the post of Tej Pratap Yadav?
Yes,
hailing Sanatan Dharm? Have you not seen the line that has been taken by the Karnataka Chief Minister today? Saying Congress worships Gandhi's Ram, not BJP's Ram?
Without going into the past.
Kapil? Yeah.
Yes. Without going into the past, reactions from yesterday of all the opposition parties.
I will just make a very
Stalin,
small,
they banned the live broadcasting of the consecration ceremony. The Supreme Court reprimanded them. Akhilesh Yadav was making comments like, "Oh, haan, Ram Rajya aa gaya hai," therefore trying to put us down. At the same time, Mamata Banerjee, you know what she did? She said this, Arnab, and I am, aghast at what she said. She said, कोई तो अल्लाह की कसम आप लोगों को कोई माफी नहीं करेगा, हम तो माफी नहीं करेंगे अगर बीजेपी को आगे बढ़ाया. अल्लाह की कसम, मतलब राजनीति में अल्लाह की कसम खा रहे हो. And then came other responses from Tej Pratap Yadav, who said Ram Lalla नहीं आए हैं, चुनाव आ गए हैं. It is shameful, and therefore I tell you, people of the country are the wisest. They know ये सब जो है चुनाव वाले हिंदू हैं, चुनावी हिंदू और ढोगी हिंदू. And let me just show you a few pictures. जो ये कहते थे कि धर्म निजी विषय है. When it comes to consecration of the Ram temple, ये देखिए राहुल गांधी जालीदार
Show the picture. Can't see it. I can't see it. Put it in the center.
He is not born in a Muslim
Put it in
family.
the center. Can't see it.
ये ममता बनर्जी को देखिए. अर्नब कैमरामैन दिखाए. The entire country should watch this.
Can't see.
ये ममता बनर्जी हैं. ये नमाज पढ़ रही हैं. ये देखिए नीतीश कुमार और तेजस्वी यादव ये दिखा रहे जालीदार टोपी. ठीक है, इसके बाद ये देखिए ओ लालू प्रसाद यादव जालीदार टोपी. अच्छा ये देखिए the गिरगिटान of Indian politics Arvind Kejriwal जालीदार टोपी. What does it show? It shows this, Arnab, that if they have to appease the Muslims, they will go to any extent. But if we
why
have
don't you show that picture where Mr. Modi is bowing down before the rapist Asaram Bapu?
Belittle the Hindu community, which is unacceptable, and people will teach them a
lot.
Thank you. Now somebody is trying to shout out.
Okay,
that
simple.
person can shout.
See, the question is, Kapil is coming into the debate. I want to tell you one thing, Kapil.
Can I show Gaurav his place?
I can't hear Kapil. I can't hear Kapil.
Arnab,
unmute yourself, man.
Gaurav, since Gaurav was showing one picture.
Arnab, I am on unmute.
What about the picture?
Mr. Bhatia made a very long statement, and I will want only 1/3 time to respond to what Mr. Bhatia said.
Kapil.
Arnab, am I audible? Arnab, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes. So now let me just first remind Mr. Bhatia
Would you like to take my question?
A Hindu does not require an event to exhibit his love, faith, and devotion to Lord Ram. Maybe, the party that, Mr. Bhatia represent, they need an event, because for me, for, devoted Hindus, Ram is a matter of faith, which you need to
Abhishek, come on, Abhishek.
Don't demean
Mr. Bhatia, don't
demean the holiness of the occasion by calling it an event. Don't demean the Prime Minister of after 500 years.
Mr. Bhatia,
apologize for that. You cannot. I support Abhishek on that. It has been extremely wrong statement from Kapil. Kapil has tried to call the Pran Pratishtha ceremony an event. No. First of all, Kapil, this is the attitude of your party. Your party always wants to run down Hindu events. You call the Ram. You first say the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha was not an event. No, you first take back your words. You have an existential crisis. You would never say this about any other religion. You choose to attack the Hindu religion. You choose to abuse the Hindu religion. You choose to try and desecrate the Hindu religion. Why did you call it an event? No, Abhishek, he must take his words back. Abhishek, he must take his words back.
Absolutely.
This is wrong. This is wrong. This will not be allowed anymore.
Now, Arnab, no, I'm sorry. Arnab, I'm sorry. I was making an important point. You're not letting me speak, and you viewers are getting. All I wanted to convey is that.
But I'm also very sorry, Gaurav, that you are not apologizing for calling the Pran Pratishtha an event. It is not an event.
Allow me to complete.
No, I'm sorry, it is not an event. No, first you apologize for that. First you apologize for running down my religion by calling the Pran Pratishtha ceremony an event. You would not say this about any other religion. You would not say this about Islam. You will only say these things about Hinduism.
Cover fire to Mr. Bhatia.
No, you will not say these things about any other religion.
No, I am sorry. I will say. एक जो भगवान राम का दिखाए हुए रास्ते को पे चलने की कोशिश करता है, वो ब्रिजभूषण जैसे नहीं हो सकता. वो जो गुजरात की सरकार है, जो उन्होंने बिल्किस बानो के केस में किया, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने किया, वो वैसे नहीं कर सकता. आप मुझे ये बताइए, ये राम राज्य के आने की शुरुआत तो बिल्किस बानो के केस में हो गई. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोल दिया कि ये जो स्टेट है, ये स्टेट वाज एक्टिंग हैंड इन ग्लव्स. ये है सही राम राज्य जो आ रहा है, जो न्याय का रास्ता है, जो धर्म का रास्ता है, और जो अन्याय के खिलाफ जो आवाज जोर से उठाएगा, वो भगवान श्री राम का दिखाया हुआ रास्ता है. और ये किस तरीके से ये मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम को अपना आराध्य मानते हैं. ये तो ब्रिजभूषण जी को अपने साथ में बिठा के बैठे हुए हैं. ब्रिजभूषण जी के अगेंस्ट हमारे जो खिलाड़ी थे, जो हमारे एथलीट हैं, उन्होंने मुकदमे किए. दिल्ली पुलिस ने चार्जशीट फाइल करी है, और वो इनके अभी नेता है. वो जब पार्लियामेंट का इनॉग्रेशन हुआ था, तो वो इनवाइटेड थे.
Just one point. First of all, you should. Okay. Now, Kapil, you said your piece. I will say one thing before I allow Gaurav a response to this. We must remember that on this program and on this channel, Gaurav, Kapil, you all know, I kept telling you 3 months back, please stop promising that you will come together to eradicate Sanatan Dharma. All of you came together and you said you will eradicate Hinduism. You came together. You came together to say we will eradicate Hinduism. Oh yes, you did. In your silence, you were complicit. You did. You did. You were silent. I requested you. Everyone saw it. My viewers are witness. I came on air every night, Abhishek, on those days, and I said, please condemn these words. Please don't allow these statements to be made. But you said nothing to it.
Actually is making this very evident.
अच्छा, राम राज्य में आप ये बताएं कि ब्रिजभूषण जैसे नेताओं का राजनीति में क्या होना चाहिए, उनका रोल राजनीति में. ब्रिजभूषण जैसे नेता बीजेपी में है, उनका क्या रोल होना चाहिए, आप बताएं.
Every opportunity that they have.
I mean, are you sure?
Am I audible?
That elections are looking good for you? On a day when JDU has said that the Congress is not playing ball.
Can you hear me?
On a day after the Samajwadi Party saying Congress is being irresponsible. On a day after Mamata Banerjee used the words kafir and kapurush. I don't know whether for Congress or CPIM, but allies nevertheless.
I don't think they understand it. I think it's going to be political suicide. Gaurav wanted to respond. Gaurav, fundamentally, I believe that I have made a point tonight. And viewers, this has been building up. All I'm saying, Gaurav, today, just allow me to make a 30-second intervention. This has been building. Hindus are coming together. There was a desperate attempt to break Hindus. And Rahul Gandhi and India Alliance went everywhere saying, hum jati ka card khelenge. And what was the word which he said? That I've got a, ye karenge, caste census. हाँ, जितनी आबादी उतना हक, ये सब शुरू किया था उन्होंने. MRI करेंगे, एक्सरे करेंगे सनातन धर्म का, सनातन धर्म को इरेडिकेट करेंगे. ये सब 3 महीने पहले चल रहा था. आपको लगा था हिंदूज एक्सेप्ट करेंगे, अब बोल के दिखाइए ना। मैं चैलेंज कर रहा हूं, कपिल मदान, विवेक साइलस और अनिर्बान, जाइए अपने शहरों में, जाइए सड़कों पे और कहिए सनातन धर्म को हम इरेडिकेट कर देंगे, निकाल देंगे, खत्म कर देंगे। कह के देखिए अब। See, you are all politicians. You understand the mood in this country.
That is a concocted narrative by the BJP. That is a concocted, made-up narrative by the BJP.
ये कास्ट सेंसस हो गई, पुराना रिकॉर्ड चलेगा नहीं।
Going to fight the elections on the basic issues.
आप पूछिए ना, आप पूछिए ना, मैं आपको, आप पूछिए विवेक साइलस, आप पूछिए अनिर्बान, 1 मिनट, आप पूछिए, मैं बताता हूँ, मैं सवाल पूछता हूँ हमारे दर्शकों को, मैं सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ मैं दर्शकों को। आई एम आस्किंग द viewers of the country. I am asking all Hindus. It is being told by the Samajwadi Party that caste will be the factor on which Hindus will vote.
Is he against the
Caste will be the factor on which Hindus will vote.
I am asking.
No. You want to bring in caste. That is forgotten. Okay, let him reply for himself.
Are you aware of today's development? Okay. Bharat Ratna has been given to Karpuri Thakur. Are you aware? I mean, do you understand the implications of that?
I am question to Mr. Bhatia.
You understand the implications of that, Vivek?
Please don't interfere. Abhishek, please don't interfere.
Okay, let him respond.
I asked a direct question to Mr. Bhatia.
Okay, let him respond.
Let him.
Yeah.
Arnab, everyone has the right to atone for their sins. And had Akhilesh Yadav thrown out Swami Prasad Maurya and Shafiqur Rahman Bark for hurting the sentiments of the Hindus, we would have readily accepted the atonement that they must seek. But the problem is, even today, learning from his master Akhilesh Yadav, do you know what Swami Prasad Maurya said? कहीं भी पत्थर रख दो तो वो भगवान बन जाते हैं. And Akhilesh Yadav had also said the same thing. कहीं पत्थर रखो, कहीं झंडा लगाओ और वो मंदिर हो जाता है. Insulting us. And therefore, these are all hypocrites only running after Jalidar topis because they believe in appeasement politics. But one man stands tall. And that one man is Narendra Modi ji, who's unified Bharat, who's unified Hindus. And I must tell you, hating Narendra Modi ji, they became anti-Ram, saying that Bhagwan Ram is a fictional character. Please don't speak in between. I'd have asked you to be quiet. Mannerless debate. These people do mannerless debate. You know, they utter their words, then they become mannerless, uncouth.
Please tell me that.
Why can't you
asked
speak
the
in
question,
your
now
turn?
you're repeating it.
Vivek,
you asked the question, now you're repeating it. No, 1 minute. Okay, so my
jihadi debate karte hain.
1 minute. Vivek.
Be quiet. I don't respond to mannerless people. Believe me.
I want to ask you something.
I'm making a point.
You know,
and you are interrupting me like a uncouth jihadi.
The very weak.
From heaven, are you God?
No, 1 minute. Vivek, a question goes to you and a question goes to you. A question goes to you and Kapil, and I haven't even gone to Nina yet. Let me get Nina into the debate. One sec. My counter here is, Nina, this, before the event, this India Alliance said that there will be a Godhra type incident.
Yeah,
Fear mongering. This same India Alliance, they said, hum Sanatan ko eradicate kar denge. Then they said Ram Mandir inauguration will turn into a possibility that many Hindus will be called all over the country in buses and trains. While returning from there, a Godhra type incident will be carried out somewhere along the way.
Prime Minister responded to
This
that.
stupid and thoughtless comment was made by the weak and corrupt Uddhav Thackeray. And they all supported him.
And Prime Minister gave a measured
When DMK said we will eradicate Sanatan, they all supported him. Prime Minister, yes, absolutely, you're correct.
Measured response. He said, Ram is not Aag, Ram is Puja.
My point is, on a day, Nina, when 500,000 people have visited Ram Mandir on day one, where do statements that like those lie in the context of the political debate?
Am I audible? Arnab, can you hear me?
You are.
Yeah, I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Arnab, I want to tell you, this time we've seen the consecration of Bhagwan Ram in his temple, right? In the previous times, in the Ramanic era, when the coronation of Bhagwan Ram happened, Mantra and Kekai had a huge problem for the imagined fears that they had. I see the repetition of this kind of behavior now. And after Bhagwan Ram has been coronated, I see the kind of behavior, the shape-shifting behavior, the Mayavi behavior that Marich used to display. These Mayavi Rakshas, whatever things that they are saying, they'll turn around immediately. So whatever happened in Treta Yuga is still continuing in Kali Yuga. Just the fact that you have to recognize them like this. This was a great opportunity. This is a great opportunity for all parties to come together and celebrate this land. We are the indigenous people of this land. We are the indigenous culture of this land, right? This was the soul. This is an event where the soul of a nation, long suppressed, finds it utterance. And they thought that they could boycott this and go away. Why? Out of their jealousy, out of their fear, and out of their own fears, they started fear-mongering in the public. This is not done. This is a great opportunity and they've missed the boat. And now going further, they're going to regret, just like Mantra and Kekai regretted, and so did Marich regret. And those who talk about Bhagwan Ram and Bhagwan Ram will do this and Bhagwan Ram will do that, please understand, those who have not read the Ramayana have no idea of Bhagwan Ram's wrath as well, Bhagwan Ram's anger as well. And let me tell you, the people of this country, they are the ones who are representing the emotions of 1 billion Hindus. The consecration of the Ram temple is not just the consecration of a regular temple. It is the consecration of the feeling of 1 billion Hindus, and you cannot deny it. And not the Hindus only in India, but Hindus across the world.
But there was a statement made, Nina, yesterday. And what happens is, Anirban, one thing, I'll tell you one. What happens is that we have a long memory, and I am resolved at Republic to make the younger generations of the people of the younger generation remember what has happened in the past. It's our responsibility. I think Kapil Madan should author a book. Because anything you ask him, he says Brij Bhushan and he says Manipur. I want Kapil Madan and Anirban and Vivek Sail, especially the Congress people, to write a book about 1966. Allow me to. Kyun itne insecure ho? I am asking a question. Why are you so insecure?
So the problem is,
why are you so insecure? The question is here. My question to you is, Arey bhai, itne mat daro, don't be so scared of me. You can be a little scared of me. I know you all are. I know Rahul Gandhi is, but don't be so scared of me. Don't be so scared of me. Don't be so scared of me. Don't worry. I know Rahul Gandhi is scared of me. He doesn't have the guts to face me after what happened in 2014. But I'm telling you something. I'm telling you something.
We write on facts.
Bring him to my studio. Does he have the guts to face me? Does he have the guts to face me? Bring him to my studio. People would love to see Rahul Gandhi sitting next to me and me exposing where he stands. Now my question is,
ask Mr. Modi to hold a press conference.
No, 1 minute. 1966. Gaurav, I have an important point. I have a very important point to make. 1966.
A single one.
1966. Just 1 minute. 1966. Hindus have been so tortured in this country, so humiliated in this country. And the Congress has treated Hindus so badly. 1966 sadhus, Gaurakshaks, all they wanted was a ban on cow slaughter. Okay? And Indira Gandhi said nothing doing. Right? Sadhus, sons were tear gassed. Bullets were sprayed. They were charged with rods and batons. Indira Gandhi said, Maro unko. And how many sadhus were killed? Non-official claims say thousands. Official claims say 200, 250. Are we going to forget all this? Is it accidental, you tell me? Is it accidental? The same party, when sadhus were killed in Palghar, was absolutely quiet about it. Sonia Gandhi wouldn't say a word.
Yeah.
Absolutely won't say a word out there, because the fact is somewhere this party has always felt a sense of
and they went after us.
Detest for
they went after us because we picked up the issue.
They detest Hindus politically. And you can only detest Hindus politically when you detest them culturally. Right? Which is why, Kapil, you can't accept what happened yesterday. You know you can't accept.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm going to tell you, you'll
I'm
be wiped
sorry,
out
Arnab.
in the next
The
election.
point
You know
is,
why? Because
the
people will
nation-
fight. You're going to be
the
wiped
nation
out
is
because
very
you've been
happy.
anti-Hindu.
Every citizen is very
Because you've
happy.
become an
Every
anti-Hindu
Hindu is
party.
joyous.
You
But
first
no, I'm
apologized to
sorry, but
Hindus
there are-
like you
there are
apologized to
some
Sikhs
people-
for the
there are
1984
some people-
massacre.
there
You
are some
haven't even had the
people
decency to
who
apologize
are
to
trying
Sikhs
who
for
are
the
trying to
massacre.
take political mileage out of it. There are people and politicians who wants to take political mileage out of it. Now tell me something. In
Sort
what
of political
capacity the
mileage.
Prime Minister went
Let
there?
Gaurav
Why
respond.
didn't our Honorable President was there? You please tell me why.
Oh God,
was
let Gaurav
our
respond to this. I'm
Honorable
sick and
President
tired
was
of this
not
argument.
there
In what capacity? The
at
Prime
the
Minister
Pran
of India.
Pratishtha ceremony?
He's the Prime Minister of India. He's gone. Stop
Arey
trying
Baba,
to do
main
Ram
bol raha hu ki
versus
President
Sita.
of India
Stop
is the
trying to do
first
this
Why not
office
the
versus that
President of
office.
India?
President of India.
Then why
is
not the
first
President of
citizen
India?
as per
Arnab,
the
can I-
Constitution of India.
Yeah, why not the Chief Justice?
So there are few things.
Why not the
Why not the
President of
Chief
India?
Justice?
Simple
Now
question.
listen to me.
मैं तो सिर्फ ये पूछ रहा हूँ.
The entire
President of
program
India
was
वहाँ पे क्यों
turned
नहीं
and
थी?
metamorphosed into a showcase
reason,
ceremony
Kapil, it has
of
to
Mr.
be said
Narendra Modi.
that the Ram Temple
Actually
movement
delivered a
has been
speech.
owned
That was
by the
a-
BJP, by the RSS, by the VHP,
Can I
not the
ask you
Congress
one
party.
question?
Perhaps Congress
Let
wanted
Gaurav
to,
listen. Let
but
Gaurav
never
respond.
do.
Kapil
Can I
versus
ask-
Gaurav.
Can
Kapil
I
versus
ask
Gaurav.
you
Straight
one
versus
question,
on
and
this
I'm
one.
sure you will not have an answer. Can you name the litigant who first initiated this litigation? Who was the litigant? Can you name them? Can you name him?
So Arnab,
I'm
can I
sure
now
you will not have an
respond?
answer.
Dawood
His
Al
name was
Khanna,
Gopal
then own
Singh
it up.
Varshad.
Argument.
His name was Gopal Singh Varshad. Go and read para 4 of the judgment. You will get to know. You don't even know who
It's
was the
there
first
in the
litigant
court
was.
documents.
And you want to so.
How does
You
it
please-
affect?
अरे
How
पैरा
does it
4 उठा के
affect?
पढ़ लो.
Gaurav responded.
पैरा 4 उठा के पढ़ लो.
Okay,
आपको
let
नहीं पता.
Gaurav.
आप पैरा
Okay, let
4
Gaurav.
उठाओ.
Let Gaurav.
Judgment
Let
का
Gaurav
पैरा
respond.
4.
Let Gaurav.
पैरा
Gopal
number
Singh
4.
Visharad, we know.
I heard
number
everyone.
4.
I hope they
गोपाल
will
सिंह
extend the
वर्षद का
same
नाम
courtesy
लिखा हुआ
and
है
be not
उसमें.
mannerless.
1950 में पहला सूट फाइल हुआ
So
था.
one by one, Mr. Kapil Madan, you need to also put a full stop somewhere. It can't be a non-ending sentence that goes on for 5 minutes, please.
No, I am.
So
I
some
have not
arguments have
spoken,
been
Mr.
made.
Bhatia. I
I'll
have
try
not
to
spoken
answer
for 5
all of
minutes.
them.
I am quite
First,
sure
Arnab,
about
I'll
it.
complete the point that I was making. Yes. In hating Modi, the opposition became anti-Ram when they said Lord Rama is a mythological character. They became anti-Hindu when they coined the term Hindu terror. They became anti-Supreme Court in hating Modi ji when they said Modi ji controls the Supreme Court. They became anti-democracy because Rahul Gandhi said democracy does not exist in India. They became anti-army. They called army ka chief Sadak ka Gunda. And now they're anti-Bharat and anti-Ram Mandir also. But let me answer this. He said, why did the Prime Minister go? I am reading a paragraph from the Supreme Court judgment. What is the meaning of secularism as interpreted by the Supreme Court? Ours is an inclusive secularism, unlike the French secularism, which excludes the state completely. And this is what the Supreme Court said. In the ultimate analysis, the Indian Constitution does not, unlike the United States, subscribe to the principle of non-interference of the state in religious organizations, but it remains secular in that it strives to respect all religions equally. This is what the Supreme Court has said. Now my last point, Arnab. Abhishek Banerjee today has tweeted this, and I must read it for the benefit of the viewers. He has said, my religion has not taught me to accept and embrace a place of worship, whether it be a mandir, masjid, church or gurdwara, which has been built over hatred and violence and the dead bodies of innocent period. That means the TMC is opposing the construction of Ram Mandir, which has come up after the verdict of the Supreme Court.
TMC
is
is
it not
openly
shameful?
against the Ram Mandir.
Why do they
Mr.
hate
Bhatia,
the Hindus
sir.
so much? Why do they hate the
Since you have
Supreme
brought
Court
up
so
the
much?
tweet, yeah. Thank you for bringing up the tweet. Now, now hear us out. Now, please hear us out. The Supreme Court judgment that all of us have been referring to categorically mentioned that demolition of Babri Masjid was a crime. It was a crime.
Then
Forget about political opinions, forget
did the
about
Supreme
political
Court
party
then give
leaders.
this,
It
land
was
to the
Supreme
Hindu
Court's
community?
judgment that demolition of the mosque was a crime.
You know
And you
nothing, sir.
people who did it
Go and
are
read.
criminals, sir. You people
read.
politically who did it are
Go
criminals.
and read. You
Has
people
the,
what?
Has the
There
CBI
is
court
acquittal
punished
of all.
anyone?
You
No.
don't even know.
Ask the CBI to reopen the
Arnab, he
case.
doesn't know.
If
Not a
you have
very
the
well-read
guts,
panelist.
ask the CBI to reopen
You
the
know,
case.
sympathizers of TMC are like Mamata Banerjee. They don't read. They only spread venom.
Are Mr.
I
Bhatia,
asked you
are
two
you
questions.
a well-read person
I think
yourself?
that
Are you a well-read
I'm asking
person
you two
yourself?
questions. Don't jump.
Okay, so people are watching this in Bengal as well. People are watching this in Bengal as well, and viewers, 1 minute, viewers, I have 2 points to make in conclusion. People are watching this in Bengal as well. There is a Ram wave in Bengal as well. And if you are taking a position against Bhagwan Shri Ram, for a long time you've tried to say that we are not the believers in Bhagwan Shri Ram, we believe other gods, etc. This is not the way. You'll see what will happen in the next elections. You will be punished. Let me see how many Hindus vote for you after the statement made by Abhishek Banerjee. You take an anti-Ram Mandir position officially. Let us see if Hindus vote for you. Simple. Let us see if Hindus vote for you. Let us see, no, sab pata chal jayega. All across, in the state assembly elections and in the next national elections. Lastly, I find it highly amusing, Abhishek, and a historical fact, I find it highly amusing today that the Congress party says, why was the president not invited? Why is the president not invited? They are saying, why did the Prime Minister inaugurate? Why did the president not inaugurate? Now, I would like to remind them of history. When President Rajendra Prasad visited the Somnath temple, right, after its reconstruction, Nehru went mad. He said, how can the president visit the Somnath temple? He was totally against it. अब ये चुनावी हिंदू अपनी लाइन बदलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हम होने नहीं देंगे. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other side tonight, we have a lot of pseudos across the entire world and a few in India who are saying that, we should take a lead from other countries like Qatar on secularism. And I would like to ask the Al Jazeera, the BBC and the pseudos, what's the need for that when I'm back?
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया. डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं. वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं.
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalating tensions between Pakistan and Iran. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that the White House does not want to see an intensification of conflict in the region. UN Chief Antonio Guterres is concerned about the escalation between Iran and Pakistan and called for any issues between the two countries to be addressed through.
BJP and central government and RSS has tried to make this hype, as you rightly pointed out. Why this hype? Because in the run-up for the election, they failed to project the achievement of the central government, the promises made in the election manifesto last time, that we have to remind them.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Following a tragic boat capsize in Vadodara that claimed the lives of at least 16 individuals, including 14 students, authorities have filed a case against 18 individuals in connection with the incident. One person died after a massive fire broke out in a container truck in Thane. The authorities have sent the mortal remains to the hospital for post-mortem. All Kamtapur Students' Union members blocked the railway line near Betkara railway station in Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. The Students' Union demanded for a separate state of Kamtapur. At the 54th meeting of World Economic Forum, Union Minister Smriti Irani lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's development mantra and said that in his 10 years of administration, PM Modi made women the center point of development.
भारत की सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिभा भारत की महिला को नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने 10 साल के प्रशासन में विकास का केंद्र बिंदु बनाया। डावोस, जहां पर वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम लगभग 5 दशकों से चल रहा है, यहां विश्व भर के सबसे बड़े व्यावसायिक समूह के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं। वर्तमान में इस डावोस में 300 से ज़्यादा भिन्न भिन्न राष्ट्रों के मंत्री आए हैं और जितने भी ग्लोबल पावर हाउसेस हैं वित्तीय दृष्टि से, वो डावोस में आकर नई बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी तलाशते हैं।
Amid the freezing temperatures in our national capital, Indian forces prepare for the 75th Republic Day celebrations. The parade rehearsals are underway at Kartavya Path in New Delhi. With temperatures staying low, Delhi experiences a cold wave and dense fog enveloping the national capital. The dense fog situation has caused low visibility, due to which several flight operations are delayed and few others have even been cancelled.
The White House is closely monitoring the escalation.
From the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami. Powered by Reva University, Quick Heal Saccharide, Green Lamb Laminates, PolicyBazaar.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a great debate tonight, and now it's time on the debate for the nation's sharpest opinion. Now pause for a moment and let it sink. Let it just sink to the world, the kind of record we've seen. One day, in less than 24 hours, 500,000 Indians have visited the Ram Mandir on day one. An oppressed civilization that was long taught to celebrate its invaders, celebrate Babar, celebrate the British, celebrate A.O. Hume, celebrate Annie Besant, celebrate Aurangzeb, celebrate Curzon, Dalhousie, one chapter on each of them in our history books. A civilization that was made to digest and humanize and pay ode to the colonizer is finally broken away. And how? India is finally one with its original civilizational heritage. The intellectual impoverishment of the BBCs, Time Magazine, Guardians of the West, Al Jazeera's never ceases to amaze me, ladies and gentlemen. I feel particularly bad for Al Jazeera because it is a terrible copy of a decaying original. You put a lot of rot on the BBC, so a rotting BBC's copy is Al Jazeera. I feel therefore particularly bad for Al Jazeera. All in one moment and in unison, now trying to craft a narrative that hardline Hindus have forcibly built a Ram Mandir where once there was a mosque. These same intellectually vacuous people, has-beens, do not see it. When in Britain, the entire consecration of the king is a purely Christian ceremony. I have one thought today, and I want to ask the BBC this. Very simply, why is everything Christian in the coronation ceremony of their king? Why don't they secularize the British monarchy? Keep preaching to us. But have they ever thought how Hindus would feel, how Muslims would feel, how Sikhs would feel in Britain when they see that the king only represents one faith? Only one faith. And they force it down everybody's throat and they say, this is a beautiful Christian ceremony and therefore we must all, irrespective of our faith, stand by the Christian faith on that one day. You see, the BBC don't have the ability or rather the courage to go into what the history of Ayodhya is in their poorly written propaganda pieces because the attention to detail of this movement that predates political leaders' dynasties will be lost on them. More so, ladies and gentlemen, the only question we need to ask tonight is why these lobbyists of the West, who masquerade as journalists, are so threatened by India reclaiming its identity. For when an Obama uses 2 Bibles to take oath on, not 1 but 2 Bibles, they cheer him on. They say, wonderful, Obama is secular. When the British say that the monarchy is a representation, embodiment of faith, when the king is the defender of their faith, then they say, no, the British are very secular. King Charles is secular. But you see, Hindus are commoner. And as far as Al Jazeera is concerned, when the Qataris commit the worst human rights violations on Indian laborers, the cowardly Al Jazeera will black it out. They can't say, you see, they get their money from that place. They can't say a word. Because if we take a peephole into the backsliding of democracies in the West, then the list is never ending, ladies and gentlemen. Never ending. I believe very strongly that with Bharat reclaiming our civilizational identity, with us getting proud and not just comfortable with our Hindu civilization, We're not just comfortable being Hindus, we are proud being Hindus. Garv se kaho hum Hindu hai. That predates all others, that in this moment we must resolve to also reclaim as proudly the narrative about our nation. Because no Western media can prattle and preach to India anymore. Not to New India. Not anymore. Let's debate.
Jai Shri Ram! 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 Ram Lakshman Janaki! Jai Bolo Hanuman Ji! Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram!
A second Diwali celebrated across the world.
Open for public, and you can see chants of Jai Shri Ram right now. You can see the bhajans and the manjiras, the drums. You can see people from outside India are also dancing, and they are so happy because we know that spirit of Lord Ram, the spirit of the Ram temple, the Ram Janmabhoomi transcends cultures, transcends languages, and of course behind me is the beautiful Ram Mandir.
A Diwali marking the end of an unjust wait. Truly the victory of good over evil. Western media, used to mocking India, continuing with their shameless streak, the Western media has now tried to hurt Hindu sentiments. The BJP has hit out at the Western media over Sanatan snub.
बहुत साजिशें, बहुत षड्यंत्र रामलला के विरुद्ध और भारत के विरुद्ध हुए हैं। अब वो षड्यंत्र, वो विवाद, वो साजिशें सब समाप्त हो गई हैं, क्योंकि अब श्री रामलला अपने स्थान पर, जन्मभूमि पर, जन्म स्थान पर विराजमान हैं। अब वाशिंगटन पोस्ट लिखे, द गार्डियन लिखे, वॉल स्ट्रीट लिखे, जिसने जो लिखना है लिखे, अब कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
As India grows and takes its rightful place in the world, will the Western media accept the global reality? Let's debate.
Okay, we're joined first by Amish Tripathi, well-known author and director of the Nehru Center, which in my view should be renamed. I actually think it should be renamed. That Amish should lead the group of people who should call for the renaming of the Nehru Center, given the terrible impact that Nehru's years as Prime Minister has had on the country. And anyway, I don't want to get into that. But having said that, Amish, good evening from Abhishek and me. You must have seen the rather predictable narrative that has been put out about the Ram Mandir. Not mention that this was done through a deliberate and long and patient legal process. Not mention the amount of documentation, the amount of arguments that were made on all sides. Not mention that this was a 500-year struggle and a 150-year legal struggle, but a very, very clear narrative put out in the Western media. Your response to that, and should we care?
Arnab, first of all, I should clarify, I'm former director of the Nehru Center now. It's been more than 4.5 years. I've just come back, just 2 months back. I've just returned to India. Now, as far as the Western media is concerned, look, I would say there are 3 groups within them. One group is genuinely ignorant. You'll be shocked how ignorant much of the Western media is of the non-Western world. Many of them during Iraq weren't even aware of the Shia-Sunni divide. They were that ignorant. There is a group that is very parochial and ignorant, and hopefully some education of a rising rest of the world will address issues out there. That group will perhaps be addressed through education. There is genuine ignorance, honestly. There is another group
that is perhaps aware but has their own agenda. Much of Western media, I mean UK media, for example, has elements which are anti-Israel, anti-India, and those elements do have their agenda as well. So they are aware, but they have an agenda, and some part is genuinely bigoted. What you see a lot of is the genuine bigotry. What I would like to say, though, is I find that there is a bigotry against many traditions and traditional societies. We in India find that there is a bias and a bigotry against Hindus. Many Western Christians feel that the Western media has a bias against them as well, which is why you'll find surprisingly that many online channels in the West, which are against the elite media out there, end up supporting India and Israel. So it's a very complex scenario. And what I would suggest, Arnab, is actually we must take up the debate, because if we ignore them, then their influence spreads, and that can impact India as well. And we must obviously, in a calm, rational manner, because
I agree with
often
you
the
on that.
truth is on our side, we must debate.
No, no,
with them. Why shouldn't we?
no, that I agree with you. I'm not one who ever tries to avoid a debate. I like to go straight into it. And I think that we must debate it. I agree with Amish on that, because the scale, Abhishek, of deliberate distortion that is going on, we'd be foolish to say, oh, let's not care about it. We must care. I also agree with Amish. We must argue in a rational, clear-headed way that if you are presenting things in the wrong way, then we must expose you for your factual bias. Abhishek.
Yeah, I mean, and if I could pick up from what Amish said about it's a little complicated. So obviously, it swings between ignorance that you said, Amish, and then maybe some Oriental exotica. So, for example, the background score of Matrix 3, Tamasoma Jyotirgamay, or the controversial background score in Oppenheimer. I think so. They sort of try to pick up things here and there, but the educated elite, the likes of Audrey Truschke, for example, they sort of have a very motivated agenda. And to that, what Arnab said, should we care? Or as you say, should we engage? Is the question that we have to answer. So for example, you know, the world is clearly divided. You agree or not? I sometimes agree with it. There is a cynic China. There is an Orthodox Russia. There is a Christian West. There is an Islamic Midwest. So what's the problem if there is a Hindu India?
Abhishek, yes, actually, in fact, what you're seeing in this decade of the 2020s is that the long peace, the world that was created after the Second World War, post 1945, that order is falling apart. And that order was, in its economic, security, intellectual, all terms, essentially defined by the West and the leader of the West, the US. The US is still, of course, a powerful country. Europe's relative power has come down. But what has changed is that the rest of the world has risen in power. China has, of course, risen dramatically. India is rising strongly. Many other powers have risen as well, including the Gulf states, including some powers in Southeast Asia, including the return of Russia. Russia was a powerful state in its Soviet Russia form, and then it declined, and now it is back. So it's a much more complicated world. There's much more contestation. It doesn't just happen economically. It doesn't just happen in the security architecture. It happens in the intellectual space as well. And we must realize that intellectual battles have consequences. They have consequences on what the overturn window would be for the kind of discussions that can happen. It can have consequences on the kind of economic deals that get struck, especially in democracies. If a country is demonized, often democracies will end up doing things which is not in their own rational self-interest. One could argue, and I heard those arguments when I was living in London, one could argue that some European countries would have been better off buying cheaper oil from Russia rather than destroying their own economies. But they didn't do that because the intellectual argument was lost. And that is to the point that Arnab was making, that intellectual arguments, cultural arguments and battles actually have a real world consequence. So we must not ignore them. We must always argue, but always in the Indian way, with politeness, with manners, as the way our ancestors said, Satyam Bruhat, Priyam Bruhat, Na Bruhat, Satyam Apriyam, that speak the truth, but speak it with love.
Yeah. Yeah. To some extent, I agree with you, Amish, though perhaps on the nature of argument, we can all have our differences, because I think our counter arguments need to have some rough edges to them to hit back hard. But Amish, thank you for joining us. And sorry for that little mistake in my introduction this evening. I'll see you soon, Amish. Thank you. Opening up the debate this evening, ladies and gentlemen, after Amish, with Suhail Seth, Sushant Sareen, Kartikeya Tanna. Great panel tonight. Dr. Joseph Chahil is author and publisher of the Universal News Network, former chairman of the Indo-American Press Club from Florida, and Pankaj Sharma and Dr. Piyush Joshi, senior journalist and political analyst, respectively. I start with Suhail to set off the debate. Suhail, you've seen the arguments that have been put out. It is deeply, deeply hurtful. Even repeating it is hurtful. But, for example, the BBC says that the Ram Temple event has stirred great fear and very painful memories among Muslims. All Muslims are very afraid and very pained. Al Jazeera has said that this is the re-emphasis on the darkest chapter of India's history. Right? New York Times says we are heading towards a Hindu-first India, so on and so forth. Very presumptuous, very predictable. Your thoughts?
So, number one, because of your friends at the Oxford and Cambridges of the world, Arnab, we allowed these left liberal so-called intellectuals to rule the roost. These people are neither left nor liberal, but are left out of the narrative in today's India. Their irrelevance is what stokes the issues thus far. Number one. Number two, I don't think we should give a monkey's toss anymore about what people say. Sometimes we are too thin-skinned and we say, oh my God, BBC has said that, Guardian. Arey bhai, BBC ko to British also don't trust them. You saw what happened with the BBC. As far as the New York Times and all are concerned, we have somehow become almost conscious of what are other people going to say. The others are envious of the India of today because we have reclaimed our civilizational legacy. I disagree slightly with my good friend Abhishek when he said, what's the harm of Hindu, Rashtra, blah, blah. We don't need to say that. The majority in this country was made to feel miserable and was made to feel communal if it suggested that it was part of the majority. If you said, Garv se kaho hum Hindu hai, people would say, yaar, this fellow's communal. But if you said that I hate Hinduism and I love Muslims, I love Christians, I love Sikhs, or whatever, people would say, ha, bhai, this man is secular. The hypocrisy of India from 1947 till January 22 was evident for everyone. That overhang, Arnab, is going to remain. You think these people are going to calm down? Some of your colleagues in the media are talking about a Ram Rajya. What did Modi do? Modi has only delivered on a promise that they made publicly. It's not that it was he sneaked through the back door and suddenly one morning you suddenly found a temple there. Number four, the India of today is more muscular, is proud of its legacy, it is not ashamed of its weaknesses, and is working on its strengths. Is that a bad thing? The answer is no. Will we have naysayers within our society? The answer is yes. We are the capital of crab mentality in the world. People have got nothing else to do but find fault. You know, in some ways, you must become like Narendra Modi. In fact, the country. He doesn't give a damn about what people say. He goes on regardless. You know, I want to leave my opening remarks with a tinge of humor. India is like the bumblebee. Aerodynamically, the bumblebee is not supposed to fly because of its structure. But you know, the bumblebee doesn't know that. So it flies happily. The time for India to soar has arrived. The time for India to call the world its own has arrived. It is India's moment. And I'm saying this, as Amish Tripathi said, with humility. without a tinge of arrogance. Today, it is India's turn to tell the world that we can stand up and be counted. It is India's turn to tell the world that we are not a recent nation, but we are a civilizational legacy. It is India's turn to tell the world that you don't need to divide us because united we are. To say that Narendra Modi is pursuing a Hindu agenda, there is nothing more despicable than that. He was the only prime minister who actually talked about triple talaq when the so-called vanguard of liberal India, Rajiv Gandhi, actually overturned the Supreme Court's judgment on Shah Bano. The tragedy, Arnab, is we are very poor students of history when it suits us. I'm delighted that the Ram Mandir has been consecrated. I am a believer in the fact that it is time for nations to reclaim religion and religious identity, because it is the single biggest contributor to national identity. By erecting a temple, you are not threatening a mosque. It is these rascals who create this pernicious agenda who seem to suggest that it is by exclusion. Today, India is by inclusion. Let these people spread anything that they want. You and I and 1.4 billion people know that the essence of Hinduism is a way of life which embraces and signifies the overarching embrace of humanity. It is not about divisiveness.
Well said. Well said. I totally agree with most of what you say. But I totally disagree with you when you say that you don't give, what would I say? You don't, no. I will not, I refrain from repeating the same words as Sohail because he's more colorful than me. But you don't give much about certain body parts of mice, about what the BBC and these others say.
Basically,
but you see, there are many cohorts. Okay, yes, acceptable. Now the thing is you got to give it back. You got to remind these people that when the BBC closely followed the coronation of King Charles III, it highlighted that it was a very, very deeply religious coronation. So let us celebrate, the BBC says, the fact that the coronation of our king is a religious event, yet it was attended by Rishi Sunak, who's a Hindu, who read a verse from the Bible. Yeah. And when Rishi Sunak read a verse from the Bible in a completely non-secular religious event of the coronation of a king who's a defender of a faith in a so-called progressive country, the BBC says this shows the diversity and inclusiveness of Great Britain. I'm just pointing these things out, you know. We need to take them on, Sohail. We can't be quiet. But the problem is, what about people within, like Piyush, Pankaj, who are cohorts of the Al Jazeeras and the British? What about Piyush and Pankaj? They're cohorts. They're part of the same cohort. Don't
you haven't even heard our thoughts, and you're already.
No, you're an erudite anchor. Arnab, 1 minute, Pankaj, my friend, 1 minute. You're an erudite anchor, Arnab. Remember one golden rule: never fight with a pig. You get dirty and the pig loves it. So you don't need to take up every battle and fight every battle in order to win the war. Yes, Pankaj, I'm so sorry.
Okay,
please.
let's get a rebut.
It was not me.
Let's get a rebut.
No, all
Pankaj.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to whoever I interrupted. Simple.
Okay. See, attempts to cancel India are a long-held scheme of the Western press. It is not a recent phenomenon. It is there since 1947, since Nehru's time, Mr. Sohail said. Since Nehru's time, Mr. Goswami. Indira Gandhi also usually faced this bias. Rajiv Gandhi was also bombed by the fake news industry run by the Western media. If Narendra Bhai Modi thinks that he is feeling the heat of the Western media disinformation campaign these days, he is not the first Indian Prime Minister who is passing through all this.
Correct.
See, I don't fully agree with Western media narrative when it says the Ram Temple event evoked fear and painful memories. I also don't fully agree when they say that temple history is grounded in one of modern India's darkest chapters. I also cannot fully endorse the Western media hype that religious divisions are becoming more pronounced day by day for last 9-10 years. But a sizable section of global media has these observations, these opinions, these apprehensions, I feel our Prime Minister needs to introspect. He perhaps needs
Which
some
sizable
soul searching.
portion?
Very sizable portion of global media. Yeah, I immensely support the celebration of Ram Temple construction, but I extremely oppose the way songs full of filthy and highly obscene
Okay,
words
so I don't
were
understand.
sung in Lucknow
I
in
don't
a
understand.
program near Chief Minister's
I don't
residence.
understand.
What would you call
I'll
the
get,
dance
I'll get,
with
I'll get,
weapons
I'll get,
in
I'll
hands in
get
Bombay
Sushant
with Jai
into it
Shri
along
Ram
with
slogans?
Abhishek. I'll get Sushant into it along with Abhishek. I'll get Sushant into it along with Abhishek. You see, Abhishek, when the Hagia Sophia, right?
Yeah.
Right. A church and a museum.
Yeah, museum. Yeah.
Was converted into a mosque in Istanbul.
Yeah.
And Erdogan led the prayers.
Yeah.
The Guardian said the Hagia Sophia has been reverted to a mosque.
Yeah.
Which means they began with the premise that initially it was a mosque.
No, it was initially a church.
No, initially a church.
Years.
Yeah, exactly.
Then for about 400 years a mosque.
Yeah.
And then a museum for 70 years.
Correct. But then they said it was reverted to a mosque.
And
the word they used was reverted to a mosque.
Yeah, because they don't care.
But in this case, they don't. But when Indians are able to pray to Lord Ram in the much-awaited Ram temple, they claimed it was built on the site of a raised mosque.
And look at
the words they used. Yeah. Reverted as opposed to built on the site of the raised mosque.
So touchy. They don't want to offend Erdogan.
They don't want to offend Erdogan. They don't want to offend Muslims.
They don't want to offend Muslims.
They don't want to offend Muslims. Yes, Piyush?
Yeah, I was just saying
Piyush?
this is because of the rising power of the global south that we usually attract more negative comments than the others because we disturb the established world order, and that is why the old divide and rule policy, though I haven't seen any Muslims protesting in this country even on 22nd January and before that. So what is happening is that old divide and rule policy,
it's about double standards, Piyush.
Abhishek.
Piyush.
Sorry?
Piyush,
just bear with me for 30 seconds. I am saying it's double standards. The reason is, in the case of Hagia Sophia, it was an executive fiat by which Erdogan turned it from the museum to a mosque. And here, we have had a 70-year-old legal, 125-year-old litigation going on from the lowest court of the country to the topmost court of the country. Patience, negotiation, whatnot. And yet, the likes of Guardian and the BBC say, oh, a temple coming up on a raised mosque.
And I want to get Sushant.
That's double standard.
I want to get Sushant's take on this, the way things are going and what our response should be. Sushant.
So a very quick point on the last point Abhishek made. Personally, at one level, we do a lot of virtue signaling that, look, we waited for a court judgment over 150 years. We fought a legal battle. I think that's nonsense, right? You have to claim something. You have to injustice. Don't fire your gun from the shoulder of a court. Learn to take executive decisions. Government should be able to take these decisions. But that's a side point. Let's come back to the main debate. And the main debate is, look, there are two problems. One is that the Western media generally is arrogant, supercilious, they are ignorant, and they are deeply prejudiced. They are prejudiced because of race, prejudiced because of religion, and a number of other factors. And that is very clear because, when you see some of these clowns from Western think tanks and Western academia write on the speeches which were made yesterday, these idiots don't understand the language, they don't understand the nuances. So when the speeches are made, the speech made by the Prime Minister, by the RSS chief, and by Yogi Adityanath, right, the UP's chief minister, please hear those speeches carefully and understand the nuances in those speeches and what they are talking about. Now, these clowns in the West, because for them everything is black and white, they can't understand a damn thing of what was said, and so they've come out with these very waxing eloquent about how suddenly, some kind of grave injustice is going to happen in India. Well, those speeches were completely to the contrary of what these clowns are project. Number one. The second problem, and even a bigger problem, is that because these guys are such big dunces and they're so ignorant. Yeah, look, I am over 50 years old. I'm sure Suhail is a couple of years probably my senior. At my age, having lived all my life in India, I still don't understand India. These jokers studying in some goddamn university in the West, coming paradropping into India, and suddenly they have all the knowledge of India. They are completely ignorant. But the problem here is that their interface with India is what are called the people like us, people like them. The deracinated Indian, the self-loathing Indian who hates his own origins and who wants to ape the West and the white man, right? That is their interface. And this lot of people in India would want to continuously deride India on everything, on everything. And I'm not saying we are perfect. We have a lot of problems, and none of us have hidden any of our problems. In fact, we all are very, very critical on a range of issues, right? In personal life, in public life, we criticize when we want to, we are argumentative when we want to, and we pick up holes where we go wrong. But for this other deracinated lot in India, and a lot of it is in the universities, a lot of it is in our school system nowadays. And this is something which is, I think, deeply troubling to me. But anyways, this is the interface with the West. So most of these clowns who come in and who are heading these Western media bureaus out here, this is what they interact with. They live in an echo chamber of their own. And then they project what they hear. And then whatever they write in their newspapers and their rags is picked up by Western academia and Western, analysts abroad. And they, take it further. So this is a very, very big problem. The question is, we can say whatever we want to say, but at one level, I feel there's no point even debating and discussing with them because they are so deeply prejudiced.
No, I think there is a point. I think there is a point.
One second, Anna, please let me.
No, I think there is a point, Sushant.
Give me half a minute. So one is that there is no point, but on the other level, if you do not push back. And if you do not push back in an idiom which hits them, something like what you said, about the coronation of King Charles, until and unless you hit them on where it hurts them, and how they can connect, they will never understand it. It's not going to make a big difference, but I think that pushback has to be there, and you have to remain engaged in this conversation for whatever it is worth. Otherwise, you leave the field.
No, because we need to speak to the world with clarity about who we are. Yeah. And I'd like to bring in Joseph Chahil, and then Abhishek can take this forward. Dr. Chahil, I'd like your thoughts, of course, on the subject overall, but just to give you a thought here, Al Jazeera was the biggest defender of the terrorist act by the Hamas.
Yep.
Directly or indirectly, whether Al Jazeera accepts it, when the rapes happened, when the kidnappings happened, when the brutality happened, when the massacre of thousands of Israelis happened, Al Jazeera went out to highlight what it called, quote unquote, the rightful cause of the Hamas.
Root cause.
The rightful cause of the Hamas. They did documentaries to explain what went behind the massacre that the Hamas carried out. They are the ones who are now calling the Ram Temple controversial. So I believe we need to show a mirror to these people. That's my thought. Dr. Chahil, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Arnab, and thank you, Abhishek. Again, I have a different perspective on this because, for the past 12 years or so, I've been running an American media here. And I'm very familiar with the anti-India sentiment. It may not be an anti-India sentiment. It might be I would call it a MDS, a Modi derangement syndrome, which exists, which is a fact, especially in the mainstream media in America. Number two is the acts of the PR agencies, which are working on behalf of the Chinese and the Pakistanis. They've been investing heavily into putting stories into mainstream media and creating their narrative. Do you imagine the article on the temple consecration was written a day before or day of the consecration? It was prepared months ahead. and then finalized. And many of them even had Indian origin reporters on it. So I wouldn't say those are ignorant articles written. These are deliberate notes. I can give you an example. I would say maybe 6 months ago, there was an article on USA Today where I was working on, along with another USA Today reporter, on the prominence of coming up of Vivek Ramaswamy, who was then running for US president. Again, he was a nobody, but the Indian Americans were happily supporting it, and we had a big article written about him and he was proud as being a Hindu. He was proud of his name, his Indian heritage. His dad was an Indian citizen. He still remains Indian citizen. And this article was written. It was submitted. We had a deadline. Everything was ready. In 1,200 to 1,500 words, and then the editors rejected it. Then they came back when they finally published a month later. They brought in 3 additional interviews along with mine, and then made Vivek Ramaswamy look much smaller than it was, and it became a pro-Democrat, a pro-Nikki Haley article. So it's the editors who change things. There's multiple problems at play here. It is definitely not ignorance. It is the work of I would say the kingdom funds and the Middle Eastern investment into the news media. The Chinese PR media is doing it, and I have several solutions to make it happen. So Modi derangement syndrome is real. People have been, in fact, I've been facing it in my own press club, and I was the chairman of press club last year. I would say many of the even Indian origin journalists in Indo-American media were anti-Modi. It's because many of them it's very similar sentiment to the communist journalist from India. If you read a newspaper in let's say coming from Kerala or somewhere else, you would have a similar outlook about what's happening in India. They don't see India where it is today. They see India where it was maybe 20, 30 years ago, and they're stuck in that narrative. They don't accept the prime minister as a champion of a world leader. They think he is just an RSS leader. That is not the case. So again, when you have time, happy to give you some solutions for it. We need to counteract and fighting it and arguing with it will not solve it.
No, I think this. No. I find your thoughts very interesting, and you've added a new perspective to the debate. I'll get into Kartikeya and then open this up to Abhishek, because and I personally believe. I'm quite clear the answer to this is to have a large presence in global media on our own. And Republic is committed to that. Right. We have announced it. It's just a question of putting together the capital, the funds. And if any network will from India, it will be Republic. Suhail knows. We're silently working on that. And we're going to counter it in a large way, not in a small, organic way. It has to be in a big way. But a very important point, Karthik and Abhishek, that have been raised here by Dr. Chahil, we must think. Because when during COVID, front page covers the burning funeral pyres of in India. India is the worst struck country by COVID, right? And when New York Times talks about the death of democracy in Modi's India, Muslims being dehumanized, Modi's India is where global democracy dies, all of this benefits China a big deal. It is genuinely, it could be very well pre-planned, and there have been studies about how deeply the Chinese have actually tried to influence the global media narrative, and quite successfully so. So I'd like Karthik's take on that, and then Abhishek, you can take it forward.
Arnab, I entirely agree with you that we have to respond back, and the reason is this. Yes, I agree with Sushantji that these journalists and these media publications will not change. That I 100% agree with. But what I do believe in is that if you respond to them, and if you have a voice as large as Republic, or even as small as a Twitter comment, that will influence the readers of these newspapers and magazines. Because ultimately, who are these people reaching? The readers. And if the readers are then aware of an alternative view, and which is actually grounded in reality, in fact, and even logic, compelling logic, that makes a lot of difference. And also, I agree with the speaker before me, Dr. Chalil, These journalists essentially are, they have fancy degrees from universities, but with vacuous understanding of almost any issue that they cover, and not just related to India, even related to the West. And you see, just look at Elon Musk's replies to some of them, and you'll just realize the sheer lack of knowledge and ignorance that they have. They essentially, but I call them rubber stamp journalists and rubber stamp reporters. We have had rubber stamp prime ministers. US has a rubber stamp president. So we know that concept. These are rubber stamp journalists who essentially have a pro forma, a format that they have to fill in based on any development that's happening. So Ram Mandir consecration ceremony, okay, you have a pro forma format, talk about how Muslims are in danger, talk about how Muslims are in fear, and somehow interpret Modi's speech to essentially mean that. Just a couple of days ago, or maybe a few days ago, there was a reporter working for a German newspaper. I forgot the name. It was DW News or something like that. She actually tweeted that I'm doing stories on Muslims who have left India because of fear of persecution and threats of violence. Please give me names of Muslims who have fled India, and preferably to Germany. You see the bizarreness of this. Normally, what should a reporter do? They should find a story that, okay, this is what has happened, and then reach to a conclusion. Here, the conclusion is already, and now they're finding facts, or maybe even in some cases concocting facts in order to do that. So, yes, they are ignorant. Yes, a lot of ground reporters follow a pre-designed format. They have that template ready, or toolkit, whatever you call it, ready. Now, who is controlling